Changed Fate by Illuviar. 1. Chapter 1. Disclaimer. I do not own Harry Potter. It belongs to J.K. Rowling and the various publishers. This story is written with no commercial aims. I do not make any money from it. This story was proofread by Xanthrak Sohn. Thanks. Prologue. A wish upon a star. The Lord of Serpents' arrival is at hand, reborn from cursed blood and phoenix tears. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, born as the 7th month dies, born to those who thrice defy him. And none shall live while the others survive, for either must die at the hands of the others. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lords approaches. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lords knows not. The Serpent Lord is coming, by the power of a wish. Prophecy made to Albus Dumbledore by Sybil Trelawney. The 31st of October 2008, Godric's Hollow Graveyard. Amongst row upon row of tombstones, some of which were only days old, two figures stood. They were facing a semicircle of marble statues in the forms of weeping angels. The two men who were there to pay their respects were wearing forest green battle robes. They were protected by the evening cold by cloaks in darker color with strands of silver woven in. In the middle of the semicircle, between two kneeling angels, which were untouched by the years, stood a large memorial with 3 names engraved in it. In memorial of James Potter, Lily Potter, Rose Potter, beloved daughter. To the left of the family grave was laying a newer resting place. Over it, 2 ravens with spread wings were given the duty of eternal vigilance. One of the metal birds tilted its head and looked at the man who had just fallen to his knees in front of the grave. It blinked at the dark-skinned male and let a long, sad caw which echoed over the quiet cemetery. A pair of black, slanted eyes were gazing at the blue-tinted tombstone, which was shaped in the form of an open book. A quiet sob escaped the lips of the kneeling man. "Myone," he whispered. His eyes were boring at the writing etched in the stone. "Hermione Zabini, beloved wife, a faithful friend, the brightest witch to grace the earth in generations." The other figure waved his hand, and 3 white roses appeared from thin air in front of him and slowly levitated to the ground, 1 each under the names of his parents and little sister. He turned his face, which was like a steel, unreadable mask, to the right, and soon his body moved in that direction. He knelt in front of the 5th grave, resting in the small clearing. It was marked by a simple block of black marble, which had 2 sparkling green serpents coiled around it. Their triangular heads were pointing at the messy-haired man. The rubies which were their eyes shone with reflected moonlight. In memorial of Daphne Potter, the Lady Slytherin, heroine of the Diagonal Massacre. Rest in peace, my beloved witchling. 2 eyes blazed in the night like sapphire flames. The cold, emotionless mask that was Harry Potter's face cracked. A single tear rolled down his left cheek. Even now, a decade later, he still could feel the soft touch of her fingers on his skin, her dazzling smile, and the look of pure bliss in her eyes at their wedding. He could almost smell the faint scent of strawberry and peach that was so his Daphne. She was the first to show him kindness after he was sorted in the home of the serpents, the one who saved him from the darkness which threatened to consume him. Daphne Greengrass, the girl from Slytherin, his light in the dark, his one and only love. Was it worth it? A voice like gravel came from the left. Harry looked at his last surviving friend, Blaise Zabini, his brother in anything but blood. They both had lost everything thanks to Tom Riddle, a self-styled Dark Lord, the madman who had plunged the UK in a decade of war, the likes of which the world had not seen since the WWII. By the end of it, only 4 days ago, more than 12 millions died. And it was Harry's fault. After the first battle for Hogwarts, he had believed that it was over. Mere weeks later, Riddle was re-embodied again and then revealed his armies of inferi. The first attack, the declaration of the real war, was carried on Diagonal Alley. There, on June 6, 1998, 1,000 of the undead were unleashed. It was there, in the leaky cauldron, when Daphne took a last stand, trying to protect a group of future first years. She and hundreds others were trapped under anti-apparition and portkey wards, with the flue connections cut and all exits out of the death trap blocked by magic. By the time Harry, the remains of the Order, the few auras and unspeakables who had evaded the initial onslaught, and some volunteers managed to put down the horde of undead, it was far too late. He had found only shattered, gnarled bones from his beloved wife. That day, a part of him, the best of what made Harry Potter, died. "Worth it?" Harry rasped. "It could never be worth it." Blaise locked eyes with his old friend and grimly nodded. There was nothing left for either of them. Only vengeance, which was already fulfilled. The undead armies were exterminated. Riddle had died by Harry's hands only days ago, and this time the bastard was gone for good, with his soul utterly destroyed. The few remaining Death Eaters were in Alliance hands awaiting trials, which were mere formality. The scum would be tried, found guilty and summary shot. They had won, and lost everything, making life worth living in the process. "Only ashes remain," Blaise whispered. "Yeah, God damn it, they were innocent. Rose, Daphne, Mione." Harry's voice, which had been unwavering, stronger than steel on hundreds battlefields, finally broke. "Neville, Marcus, Trace and Luna." Blaise continued Potter's thought. "And so many others. Even that wanker Snape. At least the bat died well." The two men stood there, gazing at the final resting place of their loved ones for what felt like eternity. "I wish it was me who had died all those years ago. I wish we would have been able to protect our friends." Harry trailed off, mouthing silently the name of his late wife. "Yeah, mate, I wish that we had the power to protect them, that we were there when they needed us." The dark-skinned man whispered. Both of them had lost their wives in battles which they were unable to reach in time. Over them, the night sky was painted yellow by the blazing trail of a falling star. Far, far away, someone heard the plea of two shattered hearts. A woman whose body was made from starlight looked at the two broken men and smiled fondly. "They'll do. Oh yes, they will do." Her smile widened, and she whispered with a kind, motherly voice, "The Lord of Serpent comes forth, and the world shall never be the same again." A ring of strange light, which behaved flowing water, surrounded Potter and Zabini. It engulfed them in spheres made from dancing lights and shadows, and with a crack of displacing air, the two men disappeared from the face of the earth, never to be seen again. Behind them were left only two circles of burning earth. Chapter 1. A New World. Time unknown. /31. October 2008. Godric's Hollow Graveyard. For a split second, twin suns lit up the cemetery where two of the Wizarding World greatest heroes were laid to rest. One moment it was a quiet night, in the next spheres of burning light appeared in front of a certain grave. Another moment and the night darkness were back in rain, and two bodies were deposed on the cold ground. They were lying still for few seconds, stunned by the unexpected transportation and the strange method of travel. Then they stirred. The dark-skinned one came to his senses first and cursed. "By Merlin's hairy balls!" Blaise spat and jumped to his feet, weapons at the ready. He had a thin, long sword in his right hand and a wand in the left. Zabini crouched protectively over his friend while scanning the area for treats. He cast few detection charms, but the only sentient creatures beside Harry were the occupants of the houses in the village, who were all asleep. There was no sight of anything dangerous, yet he did not lower his guard. Potter came back to his senses with a low groan. It took a few heartbeats for his brain to register that he was lying on the ground. Then his survival instincts kicked in, and he was on his feet in a blink of an eye. His right hand had in a death grip the sword of Slytherin. The lithe, long blade was made of a silver-in-color metal which was softly glowing in the night. The hilt of the weapon was made in the form of a viper, engraved with so stunning detail that it looked like a living snake. The blade of the sword emerged from the serpent's open maw. "It appears clear, Commander," Blaise said in an even tone. His voice was calm and showed no trace of the surprise that one might expect that he felt. Zabini's face had become blank and expressionless. Harry looked around with cold eyes. Everything was normal until he turned towards the graves of his relatives. His eyes widened with shock. "What the hell?" The curse was growled quietly in between Harry's clenched teeth. There were no statues around his parents' grave. In fact, the place was quite different, with only one tombstone being the same. What's worse, there was no sight from his and Blaze's wife resting place. Harry's eyes flickered over the names engraved on the tombstone in front of him, and he froze. In memorial of James Potter, Lily Potter, Harry Potter, beloved son. Blaze had turned to see what had gotten Potter's attention, and the dark-skinned man remained still as a statue as his brain tried to comprehend what was seeing. The first reaction of the veterans was barely restrained fury at what looked like a sick joke. Harry waved a hand over the offending stone. Finite, he spat the world of the charm. Unrestrained magic coursed through his veins, and he used it to overpower the spell. He threw enough power to dispel transfiguration made by Voldemort himself, but it was to no avail. Almost visible wave passed between Harry and his target, but the tombstone did not change. Few charms later, Harry and Blaze determined that what they were seeing was no illusion or transfiguration. The only magic on the graves was a very powerful yet standard ward to keep grave robbers away. That confused the two men. With an abrupt motion, Harry drew a compact satellite phone from the depths of his robe and hit speed dial. An emotionless woman's voice told him that there was no connection with the Alliance SAT network. For few seconds he fuddled with the phone's settings and was informed that there was no access to the two communication satellites with which Harry could connect, and that there were no relay towers for the mobile network. The second was no surprise, because thanks to the war, the infrastructure needed for mobile phones to operate in the UK was wrecked. What sent chills down the spines of the both men was the total lack of communication through magical means with the chain of command of the armies which were stationed on the islands. Manchester, Harry said. The veterans looked at each other grimly. Near the ruins of that city was the main base of operations of the Allied forces in England. However, that train of thoughts was derailed as they looked at each other. Blaze, Harry muttered. His friend looked about 18 years old. Zabini raised an eyebrow and asked, "Am I looking as a 7th year too?" Harry conjured a tall mirror and they looked in their reflections. Much younger copies of themselves looked back. "Bloody hell, what is happening?" Blaze cursed. "We need to check on the base. This can wait," Harry said and motioned at their reflection. Zabini nodded in agreement. The pair of Slytherins became invisible and disappeared from the graveyard. Soon they apparated to the outskirts of the city. The sight that greeted them made their jaws drop. Manchester was in a way Harry has never seen it. It was a living, breathing city. They could hear car horns and the distant siren of an ambulance. Their eyes saw, but refused to believe the lights show. That was the Night City. It was something that was not seen in England in the last 5 years, thanks to constant attacks on power plants and the electricity distribution network. The two men could see a not-so-distant suburb where groups of children dressed in various costumes were running around, escorted by the occasional adult. "You know, if the twins were still alive, I'd say that this is their greatest prank," Blay muttered. "Either that or we've gone insane." That was Harry's dry answer. "Nah, we did that years ago." However, Fred and George were not cruel enough to play such games with us. Harry shook his head. The two friends looked at each other, communicating without words. They both had the same suspicion. It should be impossible, yet. "Check it," Blay whispered. Harry grimaced. He was afraid to cast the spell of what it would show. He took a deep breath and steeled himself. "Tempus," the boy who lived murmured. In front of him, softly glowing numbers and letters appeared. It took them a moment to rearrange themselves in the correct date and time. 11:23 p.m., the 31st of October, 1995. For a full minute, the friends gazed at the date. 95, their 4th year, the tournament. Daphne, Hermione, all their friends. Alive, or at least they should be. If you could watch the Potter and Zabini at that time, you would see a glimmer of hope in their eyes and a matching longing expressions on their faces. You could see them closing their eyes and taking deep, calming breaths. Then their faces became steel masks. "Up-to-date information," Harry said. "Gringotts." Blaze finished the thought. The duo of temporarily displaced veterans disapparated again. The 31st of October, 1995, Diagonal Alley. If there were any magical people outside of the leaky cauldron at that time of the night on such a holiday, they would have seen a pair of men in Slytherin colours apparating on the steps of Gringotts. The green-eyed one turned around and looked straight at the tavern. For a brief moment, pain flickered in his eyes. Blaise gripped Harry's shoulder and squeezed it. "We won't let them down this time, brother of mine, but first we need to know what we are dealing with." "Thanks. You were always the lever-headed one, Blaise." "That won't last long. I hate those little buggers." Zabini grumbled. "Time to face the music," Harry agreed. As the pair turned towards the main entrance of the bank, the way they carried themselves changed. Their faces became void of any expression. They were walking with a sure step, with every move they made screaming powerful wizards. The Slytherins reached the massive, ornate doors of the main entrance and pushed them aside with a carefully measured pulse of magic. They entered the vast visitors' chamber without slowing their stride despite the two squads of heavily armoured troops which were jogging towards them. Harry and Blaise ignored the armed-to-the-teeth goblins, in many cases literally, and headed to the lone manager who had the misfortune to draw the night shift. The pair passed between the goblins that were glaring daggers at them without faltering and seemingly paid them no attention. The reasons were twofold. First, showing any weakness to a goblin was one of the dumbest things you could do, and second, the 14 warriors were no match for the duo of veterans. For years, Potter and Zabini had to face much steeper odds on a daily basis. They reached the only working stall, and Harry had to suppress a chuckle. There was a short, for a goblin, fella with a lot of missing teeth on the right side of his mouth. A small, shifty bastard who positively reeked of nasty disposition. "Yup, the same old geezer," said bastard was glaring at a runic array connected to his desk. "Sharpfang, we have a lot of business to discuss this fine evening," Harry greeted with a jovial tone. The goblin looked up and sneered. "What do you want, wizard?" "Inheritance test. The paperwork concerning said inheritance done immediately. Information, in that order. The rest will wait until the testing is done." That's all. Why don't you—" Harry gave the goblin a blood-curling glare and let loose a wave of magic. "Don't waste my time. We both know as who and what your security systems identified us. Bring what you need for the test." They locked eyes for a few seconds. Sharpfang nodded sullenly and stood up. "As you wish, Mr. Potter. Follow me." Each word was dripping with disdain. The goblin moved without sparing them another glance and led the wizards to a conference room deep within the bank. When they reached the large room, most of which was taken by a long ebony table, there were two goblin warriors waiting for them. One was holding a richly ornamented, ceremonial dagger, and the other had a black wooden box in his arms. Sharpfang waved at the pair of warriors. "I believe that you know the drill. Cut your finger and drop some blood on the parchment." Harry went to the man with the dagger, who was the poster image for a goblin warrior. All cold professionalism and no sight of his feelings showing on his face. With a well-practiced motion, Potter drew the dagger and absent-mindedly twirled it in his hand, checking its balance. It was rather good for a ceremonial weapon. After that, he retrieved the list of parchment which was on the top of the open box and placed it on the table. He traced the index finger of his left hand on the razor-sharp blade and let 7 drops of blood to fall on the parchment. The cut immediately healed. The moment when the last drop hit the surface of parchment, the blood exploded into a fiery flame. With a quiet, sizzling words were burned into the surface of the parchment. Harry allowed himself a small smile as he read the fiery letters. Harry James Potter, Lord Slytherin, heir presumptive to the Black family. Sharpfang looked at the parchment, glared at Harry for one last time, and they made a formal bow. "Lord Slytherin, may your enemies drown in their own blood. How Gringotts may assist you?" Harry smirked and made a bit smaller bow in return. "May your enemies be worthy and your coffers be full forevermore, Master Sharpfang." Two vicious bastards looked at each other and grinned in understanding. "Now to business. You will have the Slytherin and Potter family rings shortly. The keys to your vaults are being reset and will be ready in few minutes. We'll deal with the necessary paperwork the moment the rings recognize you, my lord. What information do you wish?" Harry released a breath he did not know he was holding. Being recognized as Lord Slytherin opened many doors, even with the goblins. However, where the warding word was concerned, it would cause almost as much problems as it would solve, but that was issue for another time. Rose Potter, Daphne Greengrass, Hermione Granger, Voldy, aka Darth Wanker. What Gringotts knows about these persons? You will be compensated for the information. Sharpfang tilted his head backwards and thought for a few seconds. The girl who lived. She somehow survived the killing curse and took out the Dark Lord. Then we believe that she was placed with Muggle relatives of hers and disappeared for 11 years. She is 4th year Gryffindor. Harry winced. Great, she's in the house of the suicidal lemmings. As far as we know, she had mostly unremarkable first year, if you don't count her making a Seeker and winning the Quidditch Cup for her house. Second year, she was declared the heir of Slytherin in the press. The goblin sneered at that. It was understandable. Slytherin and Gryffindor were families in which only males could inherit, just as Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were open for only females as inheritors. A lot of idiots jumping to conclusions without checking their facts, Zabini muttered. Shapperfang shrugged his shoulders as if to say, wizards, what else could you expect? And continued his tirade. A bunch of students in Hogwarts were attacked and petrified by unknown assailant. Miss Granger was one of the victims, but as far as we know, she made full recovery. Rumor has it that your sister dealt with whatever was the cause of the attacks. It was a 60-foot basilic. She killed it with the sword of Gryffindor. Sharpfang blinked few times at Harry and cleared his throat. Gringotts will need an independent confirmation of this information. Naturally, please continue. The third year, there were some problems with Dementors sent to guard the school from one Sirius Black, an escaped prisoner. He is the one who allegedly betrayed my parents to Voldy. I have unconfirmed information that he never got trial or questioning under Veritaserum. I know as well that my parents had not decided up to the last moment whether my godfather or Pettigrew will be the secret's keeper. So I would like you to find out whether there was a trial. If there was, I want the interrogation transcripts. If not, then I want all legal avenues for granting Sirius a trial to be used. The goblin manager scribed something in a parchment and nodded. I believe that this evening was the drawing of the champions for the bloody tournament. Do you know what happened? Harry asked. It was all over the wireless. Apparently your sister proved that she is a Gryffindor and entered her name in the goblet. And then she proceeded to deny it. Sharpfang grinned nastily. I see. If she did not enter her name, is there a way to get her out of this mess? The little bastard shook his head and his smile widened. No, it is binding contract. At the time of the drawing, Dumbledore was acting as her guardian, which was his prerogative as the headmaster of the school, and confirmed her as a participant. Note to self, deal with the old bastard soonish. Harry growled after hearing that information. Before he could ask something else, there was a knock on the door and 2 more goblins entered, each bringing a small wooden box. One had a crest in the form of a stag, and the other a coiled serpent. Harry motioned for his father's ring first. The goblin holding the box opened it and brought it to the heir. He looked at the ring. It was a simple silver band with the stylized letter P in the front. The ring was such a small thing, yet it had profound significance as far as Harry was concerned. He took the family ring and slipped the silver band on the ring finger of his left hand. A silver dome of magic surrounded Harry. It flowed through him and dissipated without causing any harm. Congratulations, Lord Potter. The goblin which brought the ring then turned around and left. Harry repeated the same procedure with the ring of Slytherin, which was made of 2 finely crafted snakes chasing each other's tails. It was forged from dark green, almost black metal and was much heavier than expected. Yet as soon as Harry put it on, it became light as feather. After the expected light show, which was much stronger this time, the new lord looked at the manager and spoke. Few more important items. I was led to believe that by claiming the rings, I am now head of the Potter family, which mean that I am now the legal and magical guardian of my sister Rose Potter. Is that correct? That is right, my lord, Sharpfang answered immediately. Good, Voldemort. I was informed that he tried to produce soul anchors. What is a more immediate concern for you? An informant of mine mentioned something about a cup containing one of those things being left in the care of the Lestranges. It was suggested to me that if that is the case, the cup was at least for a time in their vault in this bank. The manager glared at Harry and growled quietly. I see. We will check. If that is the case, it will be dealt with. Harry smiled at the reaction. He knew that the goblins really hated soul-splitting magic, so he was reasonably sure that now they will deal with any such things in their vaults. Blaise, get yourself tested and check what else this old pirate knows about the girls. I need to retrieve something from the vaults and to get some pocket change. Hour later, Harry had gotten a case containing some pretty important scrolls and let the goblins make few copies, just in case. After that, he returned the originals to the vault and went back to the conference room. He found Blaise quite distressed. Seeing his friend with the Zabini family ring on his finger was not a good sign. What happened with Elise? Harry asked with concern, evident in the tone of his voice. About 10 years ago, Mum's latest husband killed the me from this timeline and then cursed Mother. She's been in St. Mungo since then. What happened with the bastard? Blaise grimaced. Escaped, still on the run. We'll get him, Harry promised through clenched teeth. I expect that you'll be checking on Liz the first thing in the morning. Yeah. First check our properties for the one with the best wards. Then, if practical, move her there and put the building under the Fidelius charm, just to be on the safe side. We'll be kicking a lot of hornets' nests in the days to come. Blaise nodded. That's my plan too. The hospital is too exposed, and I expect that you'll be dealing with Dumbledore and the Ministry gits who are working on the tournament. And I'll make sure that the girls are safe. Harry turned to Sharpfang and said, I'll need dossiers on all Death Eaters still alive, no matter if they are in Azkaban or if they managed to bribe their way out of prison. Yeah, we can't assume that the same people work for the Snakeface here. Zabini muttered, Now we'll need to take few hours of sleep. Tomorrow will be a long day. The 1st of November 1995, Hogwarts. Rose Potter stirred in her bed. The red head opened one bleary eye and confirmed that. Yes, what had awoken her was the light creeping through the tall window in her dormitory. She groaned and fished her wand from under her pillow. She waved it in the required motions and muttered, Tempus. Just great, she thought. It was almost 8 in the morning, and she was about to be late for breakfast. Not that after the previous night she was eager to go to the Great Hall. At least Granger, that traitor, had already left. Rose really did not want to deal with her ex-friend right now. Friends. Right. Her so-called friends had abandoned her last night. She sniffed. Why nobody believed her? As if Rose had any reason to risk her life for 4th year in a row in the supposed safest place in magical Britain. For some stupid tournament, no less. She grumbled and slipped out of her blankets. A warming charm later, she got her glasses, a handful of clean clothes, and she headed for the showers. Luckily, she met no one on the way, as by now everyone had headed to get breakfast. She took a quick bath and made few unsuccessful attempts to straighten up her unruly hair. Stupid hair, Rose muttered and headed for the Great Hall. She wondered if it would be better to miss breakfast entirely and avoid the condemnations and accusations that were sure to follow. She was deep in thought and trudged through the corridors of the castle without paying much attention on where she was going. Rose eventually reached the tall double doors leading to the Great Hall. However, she was so busy contemplating the terrible reception that awaited her that she ran straight into the side of a tall green rock. She bounced of it and was surprised by how soft it was. Before Rose could fall on her rump, her shoulders were caught by 2 strong but gentle hands. She was carefully steadied and found herself face to face with a young man's face. First thing that registered was messy black hair, followed by a pair of green eyes that were mirror image of her own. She looked at the man's face and the breath in her chest froze. Dad, she faintly whispered. Rose, a mellow baritone answered her. The man smiled gently at her and she saw tears in his eyes. Close, but I am not James, my dear. 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Revelations. Part 1. Disclaimer: I do not own Harry Potter. It belongs to J.K. Rowling and the various publishers. This story is written with no commercial aims. I do not make any money from it. A.N. Here is the baited variant of the chapter. This story was proofread by Xanthraxone. Thanks. The 1st of November 1995, Hogwarts. Harry Potter, a war veteran, lord of not one, but two most noble and ancient houses, and at that moment of time, one of the most dangerous men in the world, was kneeling on a cold stone floor with tears running down his face. He smiled softly at the slip of a girl who was the source of his current predicament. He had thought how to approach Rose while he was walking on the way between Hogsmeade and the school. Harry knew that convincing her of his identity and intentions, with his sister being Gryffindor and probably fed the usual propaganda where Slytherins were concerned, would be somewhat problematic. And if his gut feelings were right, Rose's education where her rights and position, not to mention various laws in the magical world, was seriously lacking, just as his would have been if it was not for his friendship with Blay and Daphne. I guess that you'll have a lot of questions, Rose, but first, do you have the Marauder's map on you? It will help proving my identity, though a magical oath won't hurt. Harry trailed off. You know, Rose, you are really cute when you pout like this. The redhead blushed and glared at him with confusion evident in her eyes. How? What? She sputtered. Harry could see how his sister's confusion was starting to turn into anger. He decided to be straightforward and summoned his wand from its enchanted holster. Rose froze when she saw his movement, and her eyes darted to the piece of masterfully crafted wood that appeared in his right hand. I won't hurt you, Rose, Harry said quietly. Far from it. He took a deep breath and suppressed his rising anger. Even without using the passive forms of his legitimens, he could perceive a lot from his sister. She was hiding it well, but for him it was obvious that she was distraught and terrified by the reception she was expecting in the Great Hall. The fact that Rose was alone, with none of her friends for support, also spoke volumes for her situation. Well, that is no longer true. She is not alone anymore. I, Lord Harry James Potter, swear on my magic and life that I will not intentionally harm, lie, or mislead Rose Lillian Potter. Rose looked at the man with disbelief. Part of her was engulfed by simmering anger for his gall of pretending to be her dead brother. She gripped the handle of her wand with a shaky hand. The logical part of her brain was astonished at what she presumed to be a madman who was in the process of becoming a squib or even dying in front of her. Yet something deep down within Rose was stirring, buried under countless disappointments and the betrayal of her friends. It was irrational hope. I swear on my life that I am Harry James Potter, son of Lillian Jane Potter and James Chalus Potter. So mote it be. As the veteran spoke the formal phrases of the unbreakable vow, motes of golden and emerald light surrounded his body. When he finished pronouncing the last phrase, the magic itself responded to his pledge, and he became a conduit for a pillar of energy which surrounded the last two surviving Potters. The brother and sister stayed frozen for long seconds in the center of a whirling torrent of raw magic. Hogwarts itself responded, and the castle shook as it absorbed the river of power pouring in front of the Great Hall. The excess magical energies were channeled into the heart of the building, a granite stone 2 meters high, which was pulsing with silver light. It recognized the signature of the wizard, causing the upheaval as belonging to the heir of one of the founders, and released a chime of delight. The joyous sound echoed through the whole castle. The magic storm which had gripped the siblings dispersed and left in its wake a confused Rose, who was blinking owlishly. She glared at the madman who was still alive. The black-haired young man flicked his wand, and after a quiet whisper of Lumos, its tip glowed with soft white light. He had retained his magic too. But the vow. The green-eyed girl had felt it in the way the magic itself had sealed it, making it valid. That meant, Harry, how? His name was whispered with as much feeling and hope as Rose could put into a single word. She hated the way she said it, with a trembling, almost broken voice, as if she was once again a little girl who was crying herself to sleep and hoping that her parents would come and save her from her cupboard. It is a long story, kiddo, one best told somewhere with not so many unfriendly ears around. You should know by now that the walls in this castle do have ears, sometimes literally. Not to mention meddlesome old men and greasy bats. Rose snorted at the all-too-true description of Snape. She was about to ask another question when the brief reunion of the siblings was interrupted by the sounds of hurried footsteps. Albus Dumbledore was sitting on his throne-like chair with inscrutable expression on his aged face and looked at the assembled students and teachers in the great hall. The children and most of the adults were abuzz with conversation about the events of the previous night. On his left, Professor Snape was speaking with Karkaroff, no doubt berating poor Rose. On his right, Madame Maxine was quietly talking with Minerva and Hagrid. While the other two headmasters were seemingly calmed down, the hopes which Albus had for the Tri-Wizarding tournament were ashes scattered by the winds. Dumbledore's intentions to use the games for bettering the relations with the other two big schools within Europe and the governments of their respective countries, and acquiring allies for when Tom inevitably returned, were endangered. To make things much worse, the root of the problem was the entrance of the girl who lived in the tournament. Whoever was responsible had masterfully executed two-pronged attack against Dumbledore's plans for the future, not only sowing discord between the schools, but also within the ranks of the Hogwarts students, not to mention placing Rose in deadly peril. To top it all, thanks to the magical contract all three headmasters had entered, Albus would be unable to personally train or provide much help to the girl. The situation was a disaster in the making, and he was helpless to stop it from spilling out of control. He glanced at the piece of cake in his plate and poked it with a fork. Even his appetite was not working properly. It could not possibly get any worse unless Voldemort himself appeared, the headmaster thought. Naturally, the universe decided to prove him wrong. A massive magic surge exploded behind the main doors of the Great Hall and shook the castle. Albus felt the wards fluctuating wildly, but that was all. Hogwarts gave him no more information on what was happening, and that chilled the blood in his veins. The school had the best wards in England, or so he believed. Despite that, whatever was causing the commotion was already inside. The headmaster wasted no time and stood up, activating a wandless sonorous charm. His voice echoed through the shaking hall. "Don't panic and move away from the doors." His automotive voice was enough to make most of the kinds near the door start moving in somewhat orderly fashion, those being the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students. At least the prefects were keeping it together and directing their housemates. "Minerva, Phileas, come with me," the headmaster added with normal voice and headed to the entrance. He saw from the corner of his eyes how Severus hurried to join them while the rest of the faculty moved to position themselves between the doors and their students. Moments later, the four professors were at the entrance. Dumbledore waved his wand and the doors flew open. What they saw froze them in place. A much younger copy of James Potter was hugging the girl who lived. To make the situation even more surreal, the young man was decked in strange dueling robes, which were in full Slytherin colors. All but Snape were looking at the ghost-made flesh with shocked expressions on their faces. The potion master's features were a mask of pure, unrestrained loathing. "James," Minerva whispered in a hoarse voice, which was immediately followed by Severus, who spat the name of his nemesis as if it was the vilest of curses. "Potter." Harry squeezed lightly the right shoulder of his sister and smiled thinly at the professors. The veteran looked the headmaster in the eyes, and his smile grew wider when the old man tried a legitiman's probe which shattered at the elder Potter's occlumen's shields. Dumbledore frowned at the young man and asked, "Who are you, and what are you doing with Miss Potter?" The Lord of Slytherin smirked. "Why, it should be obvious, headmaster. I'm getting reacquainted with my sister, and trying to decide if there is any reason not to withdraw Rose from the madhouse you are running." Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak again, but Professor Snape's tongue was faster. "Why, you little—" The amusement drained from Harry's face and his features became a grim mask. The younger man glared daggers at the potions master and spoke with a cold tone. "Severus Snape, from the minor house of Prince. Choose your next words carefully." The headmaster looked at James' doppelganger with raised eyebrows. The green-eyed youngster raised his left hand and a golden ring with the Potter seal revealed itself. Albus' eyes widened. He needed more information before escalating the confrontation. The elder wizard knew that ring and could the magic in it. That was a head of noble house ring, and only the rightful owner could wear one of those without dying slow and painful death. The headmaster spoke hastily. "Severus, enough!" Minerva and Phileas, who had recognized the ring, were looking at the young man with a silver of hope. Harry glanced at the two professors and shook his head sadly. "No, I am not my father. I am Lord Harry James Potter, head of the most noble and most ancient house of Potter." "Little Harry?" "But he is—" "You are." Minerva was at loss for words when she heard the name. "That I am, Professor. How it came to be is for me to know." The half-goblin professor was gazing at the Potters, deep in thought, while Snape had gone whiter than a chalk. Meanwhile, Dumbledore's mind was racing. If this was truly Harry, it could be a very good thing if he could place the young man under his influence. On the other hand, the Lord could spell doom to all his carefully crafted plans for the greater good. But whatever the outcome, first he had to chance the place of the conversation to somewhere with no additional witnesses. At any moment, someone could decide to exit the Great Hall and investigate what was happening. "We should go to my office to talk without being disturbed. Besides, we already interrupted the breakfast for long enough, and I am sure that Miss Potter is hungry." "Grand idea, Headmaster. However, Rose comes with us." "But everything we will be discussing concerns her. Born as the 7th month dies Headmaster. Should I continue?" Dumbledore became even paler that his potions professor. No one was supposed to know about the prophecy. He had to get ahead of the situation somehow. For a moment, Albus contemplated attacking the young man, but almost immediately discarded the option. He did not know what precautions, if any, this man has taken, neither if he was alone. After all, he had infiltrated Hogwarts undetected. Harry saw the brief hesitation, the moment when Dumbledore made the decision not to attack him immediately, and smirked. "Wise choice, Headmaster. Lead the way to your office, then." Albus narrowed his eyes at the comment, but nodded and waved at the corridor to the right. "This way. After you, Headmaster. I insist." Harry and Dumbledore glared at each other for a few seconds, and then Albus nodded and headed down the corridor on the right. "Severus, come." The headmaster stopped Snape, who was about to protest. The potions master sneered at the Potters and followed the old wizard, with his robes blowing as if picked up by a strong wind. Harry caught gently his sister's arm and went after Dumbledore. The other two professors walked behind them as escorts. "There will be some interesting revelations during our little chat with the headmaster, Rose. And after that, I'll give you the answers you seek." The red-headed girl huffed with annoyance. She wondered if the day could become any more stranger. While they walked to the headmaster's office, she was glancing at the man who was supposed to be her dead brother and hoped that finally someone will give her at least few straight answers. A ride on the infamous Hogwarts moving stairs and an animated stone gargoyle later, the group reached the headmaster's office. Dumbledore tried to dismiss Professors McGonagall and Filtlick, but was politely rebuffed by Harry, who was examining the room. It was the same as he remembered from his time in school, down to the rafters with intricate metal and crystal gadgets which were tied up in monitoring rows. Meanwhile, Albus went behind his desk, and his professors took positions around him, with Severus on the left and Minerva and Phileas on the right. The headmaster assumed his grandfatherly persona and smiled. "Now, I must insist that Miss Potter leave us. This is not a conversation suitable for a child." Harry shook his head. "So the old man will be as obstinate as ever. Just great." He waved his right hand and conjured a small, comfortable-looking sofa in front of the desk. Rose, who had his left hand in death grip, stiffened and gaped at the display. "But that's impossible," his sister babbled, making a passable imitation of Hermione when the bushy-haired witch was confronted with something that was contrary to the books she had read. "Really, Headmaster? You don't teach wandless magic anymore?" Harry smirked for a moment and gently moved his still babbling sister to the sofa. Then he glared at the old man. "Mr. Dumbledore, you seem to misunderstand the purpose of this meeting." Harry retrieved a scroll, sealed by an enchanted goblin wax seal, and levitated it to Minerva. "And what is this conversation about?" Phileas asked, without tearing his eyes from the parchment, which was already in the deputy headmistress' hands. Thanks to his mixed heritage, he was familiar with the faint magical signature emanating from the sealed document. It was the real deal. Most curious, whether I'll let Rose to continue attending this madhouse you have disguised as a school. Harry, Albus started speaking, but was interrupted by the cold voice of the young man. It's Lord Potter to you, Albus. Let's see. In Rose's first year, you had Voldemort teaching here. All but Rose and Dumbledore flinched at the casual use of the Dark Lord's name. Then she had to kill the man possessed by him in self-defense. This time it was Rose who stiffened at the reminder of what she had done. She had to deal with a bloody basilisk next year, and the one after that, this castle was Dementor Central, with the damned things attacking Rose multiple times. Not to mention your crowning achievement, Headmaster. Last night, instead of cancelling the selection and redrawing the champions, you approved my sister as a competitor and bound her to play in this sick game. So tell me, Headmaster, why should I let her spend even a second longer here? A shocked Minerva and Phileas glared at the Headmaster. Is it true, Albus? Did you intentionally left Rose as a champion? The tournament is open only for 6th and 7th years for a reason. The Transfiguration Professor's voice was deceptively calm. The Warlock cringed. He knew he should have studied the damned contract better, but he just never found the time to do so. Seeing the Headmaster's expression, Harry muttered, "So at least that was not malice, just incompetence. Are you going to try convincing me that Hogwarts is still safe for my sister? Or that she'll have to return to our dear aunt for the summer?" "That will be for the best. She'll be safe there," Dumbledore responded immediately. Hearing the last sentence, Rose jumped from her seat and frantically shook her head in panic. "No, I'm not going back." Harry hugged the distressed girl and gently petted her hair. "It will be fine, Rose. You are not going back to those people, no matter what some meddlesome old men think." "Headmaster, how long will you continue to tolerate this nonsense?" Snape sneered. His patience was fraying. "Harry, it's Lord Potter to the likes of you, Headmaster." Harry snapped. He pointed his right arm at the wall on which the gadgets tracking Rose were sighting. He clenched his fist, and every one of them imploded with the sound of thousands shattering crystals. He waved his arm as if fending of a persistent fly, and the twisted remains of the expensive devices were banished. The stunned silence that followed his outburst was short-lived. "You've been monitoring Rose long enough, old man. What she does outside of school is not your concern." Albus clenched his teeth. Years of hard work and planning were dissolving in front of his eyes. He had to keep his rising anger in check. "Tracking me?" the red-headed girl quietly asked. She looked the Headmaster in the eyes. He was still projecting his grandfatherly image, but his eyes were no longer merely thinking. Despite what some people said about her, Rose was a bright girl. She had seen the myriad of strange devices before. Besides, it was not hard to figure out that even when you count multiple redundancies, there were just too many gadgets for them to be only location trackers. The blood drained from her face when she really thought about it. "You knew," she whispered. "You bastard, you knew and sent me back each summer." Rose screamed at the Headmaster, who looked at her with surprise. "Typical spoiled brat." Snape sneered again. "Professor Snape, that is quite enough," Minerva said as if admonishing an unruly child. She had enough of his attitude toward one of her cubs. Harry ignored the byplay between the teachers and squeezed Rose's shoulder in an attempt to reassure her. "Rose, they won't hurt you again. I promise." "Mr. Potter, you don't understand." "Headmaster, are you going senile?" "It is Lord Potter," the young noble snapped. "And what I do not understand? That there are blood wards at Pivot Drive, that they might protect Rose from the Death Munchers but do nothing to save her from our so-called relatives. Besides, there are better ways to keep her safe, which have the immediate benefit of keeping her away from abusive bastards. Or are you talking about the prophecy? What is your plan when that little tidbit of information is concerned? To send my sister against Voldemort unprepared and hope that he Avada Kedavras her?" "Albus would never," Minerva whispered. "And what prophecy?" Harry roughed his sister's hair and gently traced her lighting bold scar with the thumb of his left hand. She leaned into his touch. Despite knowing this man for less than half-hour, she felt at ease around him. Somehow his touch did not make her flinch. even if he believes that she is a soul anchor for Voldy. The scar, the charms professor muttered and looked at Rose with pity. Albus was about to deny those accusations, but that single sentence stopped him in his tracks. Minerva and Phileas gasped while Severus gazed at the headmaster. Many strange events and actions made by the headmaster suddenly snapped into place like pieces of jigsaw puzzle. It made sense after all. Albus had always been too fond of divination and talk of fate for the potion's master taste. He glanced at the girl who was a mirror image of her mother, a living reminder for how the single mistake that cost him everything, a monument of his sins. Was this really what Dumbledore was planning? I wonder, old man, how long it will be until you try to challenge my custody over Rose and my lordship. Will you send her again to our magic-hating aunt? For the greater good, of course. Is it the same greater good for which your friend Grindelwald drowned Europe in blood? The headmaster looked as if he was on a verge of receiving a stroke. Severus smirked at the old man's predicament. It was not often that someone knew most of Dumbledore's secrets and had the balls to throw them in his face. He noted with satisfaction that Minerva and Phileas were also glaring at Albus, who would have some fast talking to do if he wanted to salvage something from this disaster. But I digress. Deputy Headmistress McGonagall, I will be taking Rose away for a week on House Potter business. You already hold copy of the relevant documents. Have a nice day. Harry smiled cheerfully at her, and he and Rose, who he was still hugging, disappeared with a pop. Pandemonium ensured. The 1st of November, 1995, London. The Potter siblings appeared in one of the London flats which their family owned. Harry had visited it earlier that morning and updated the wards to accept him, Rose, Blaise, and his mother Elisa. He had to keep his sister steady because she was disoriented by the use of the portkey. It took her a few seconds to recover after the abrupt travel, and then her fierce eyes turned to her brother. So on top of everything now, I get kidnapped. Harry grinned at her mischievously. So there is still some fire left in her. Splendid. Well, technically, I probably just saved you from a bunch of kidnappers. We'll have to check Mum and Dad's wills to be sure, but I do not believe even for a moment that they would have wanted any of us to go to the Durskaban if something happened to them. What? Rose seethed. Ah, you didn't know. I think that a trip to Gringotts is in order to clean up some of the confusion. I believe you have a lot of questions that need answers. You think? She deadpanned. Well, we are up for few really long chats. There is a reason I decided to pick you up for a week, and that is beside all the paperwork we'll have to deal with thanks to Dumbledore's meddling. But most answers will have to wait until we visit the goblins. That earned him a confused look. She pursued her lips and glared at him. Rose pointed at him imperiously and declared, "Explain." The effect, however, was somewhat reduced by the growling of her stomach. Rose blushed, and another growl was heard. This one was even louder. Food first, then. Rose put her hands over her rebellious stomach and refused to meet the young man's eyes. Sure, she had only few bites for supper last night and no breakfast, but this was just embarrassing. Harry looked at her lithe frame critically and smiled. I hope that couple of sandwiches will protect me from the ravenous beast. And after we finish with our work with the goblins, I believe that an early lunch will be order. Harry led the hungry girl to the kitchen and was amused when she made beeline to the fridge. He decided to leave her to choose what she wanted for breakfast and went to make some tea. So how have you been lately, the obvious mess excluded? Rose closed the fridge with her shoulder and moved to the kitchen table, carrying a load of ham, butter, and tomatoes. Well, if you don't count certain Slytherins, it was fine until last night. Stupid tournament. She looked around, searching for something. The bread is in the wooden box to your right. Which snakes give you grief? Malfoy and all his fans. Ah, him. For Harry, the blonde menace had not been a problem after the second year when he had officially become the Earl of Slytherin. That change of status had made his life in his house much better, but naturally scared the crap out of the rest of the school. Well, that's new. I suddenly have the overwhelming desire to wring the neck of the little Ponce. Great. I have a sister for few hours, and I am already homicidally overprotective. That was unexpected, Harry thought with amusement. While the last of the Potters were having breakfast and tea, Blaise Zabini was entering St. Mungo. He and his best friend had a very long night, but they had managed to do a lot, which allowed him to visit his mother first thing in the morning. He entered the reception area and looked around. It was strange to see this place intact, even more so because the waiting patients looked to be injured by warding standards, accidents. Just people with extra appendages here, a man holding his detached left hand and amicably chatting with the one sitting next to him. A male who had green skin and a thorny vines growing from his right arm. No sight of combat injuries or overly dark curses. He had forgotten what was a magical hospital during a peacetime. Blaise went to the receptionist, a pretty middle-aged witch who was dealing with the organized chaos that was this hour of St. Mungo. "Good morning, madam. I would like to visit Lady Elisa Zabini and her attending healer when he is free." "Good morning, sir." The witch returned the greeting and flicked her wand few times while muttering quietly. A long parchment appeared on her desk, and she scanned it quickly. "I am afraid, unless you are relative, I can't allow you to visit this patient." Blaise smiled thinly. "That is all right. I am Lord Blaise Zabini, head of the noble and ancient house of Zabini. I believe that I qualify to visit my mother." He presented his head of house ring for inspection. "I am terribly sorry, my lord. A healer will be here momentarily to escort you to your mother." "Splendid. Have a nice day, ma'am." Less than a minute later, a young healer in training arrived to escort Blaise to the long-term care ward. He was led to a single room where under snow-white sheets was laying a striking woman. Her long black hair framed a heart-shaped beautiful face. "Mum," Blaise whispered. He stood at the door, rooted in place. She looked so peaceful, with no sight of the ugly injuries present from the last time he saw her. He had to remind himself that lied far in a future that will no longer happen. He went to the bed and looked at the still form of the sleeping woman. "I'll wait here for her attending physician, if that's all right." "It is fine, my lord. Healer Bathroom should be here within the hour, right after he finished making his rounds." The 1st of November, 1995, Gringotts. Harry and Rose appeared on the apparition platform in the massive entrance chamber of the Goblin Bank. The siblings headed to the nearest free bank employee. That turned out to be a muscular, scarred goblin who missed his left eye. "May your enemies die screaming and your coffers overflow with their plundered gold, Master Goblin." The cutthroat playing cashier grinned in a way most people would find disturbing. "Ah, a wizard with manners. It's a rare to meet one of those. May you bathe in your enemy's blood and your vaults be forever full. Not with the pleasantries out of the way. What do you want?" "Drag the Potter account manager to the nearest free meeting room. We need to have a little chat." Harry showed his ring as a matter of identification. "Ah, I see, Lord Potter." The goblin tapped a runic array which was engraved into his desk, and after a few seconds nodded. "A guard will escort you to a conference room. Account manager Skullcracker will meet you there momentarily. Have a nice day terrorizing the idiots that pass for wizards these days." Harry smiled at the goblin, who smirked in answer. After the exchange, Rose, who was quiet so far, tugged Harry's hand and whispered, "Is that really the way to greet goblins, or are you and that bloody pirate pulling my leg?" "They are warrior people, sister of mine. Luckily for today's wizards, they have chosen to channel their aggression into the financial world." A heavily armed and armored female goblin, if it was not for her breasts you won't be able to tell the difference, approached the Potters. "My lord, follow me. Manager Skullcracker will join us shortly." The female goblin led them to a small room which was furnished with a round table, around which were arrayed comfortable-looking padded chairs. There was an elder goblin wearing an old-fashioned black suit and glasses. Despite his outfit and apparent age, he carried himself, and the many stars visible on his disfigured face, in a way befitting a man who had survived many battlefields. For an endless moment, the old goblin studied Harry. Their eyes met, and both of them could see the eyes of veterans. The goblin stilled cheerfully. "So the rumors are true after all. It is good to see you, Lord Potter. Lady Potter." The grizzled old man gave them small bows, which Harry returned immediately, and after a few seconds, Rose followed suit. "May your sword arm be forever strong and your strikes always deadly. Per tribulatio, Victoria." through hardship victory, my lord. And may all your enemies be laid dead at your feet, Master Skullcracker. Now, I hope you have a very good explanation as to why my sister has not yet received her heir apparent ring for the House of Potter, and all privileges following from that act." The account manager looked away angrily. "There is, my lord. As her magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore could delay her claim until she is 17. He did so. He used his station to block her from assuming her rightful position, and went further and as a chief warlock sealed your parents' wills. With no other member of your magical family alive, he had uncontested claims, citing her safety as a reason. Despite trampling the spirit of the law, what he did was legal." Rose gasped, hearing that. Another betrayal by someone she used to trust. "Well, he is no longer Rose's guardian. Have the heirship ring brought to us. And I think that an inheritance test will be in order. You never know what else Rose could be heir to." Skullcracker nodded to the female goblin that saluted by thumping her right fist over her heart and left the room. "Now, I believe that you have Dumbledore's, decree to prevent Rose from claiming her rightful position in writing." The old goblin smiled widely, showing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. He looked at Harry speculatively. "But of course, while they won't hurt him much in court, it is more than enough ground for an honor duel, one he will be bound to accept." Rose was until now trying to follow the conversation and finding out that she knew much less about the wizard world than she thought before meeting her brother. She was still trying to wrap her head around that he was somehow alive and few years older than her, to accept it as a fact. Yet, being near him for only about an hour, she could feel an undeniable familiarity. The few time he had used magic, the power had resonated within her. She felt she knew it just as she knew her own. Magical oath notwithstanding, she simply knew that he was not going to hurt her. Or perhaps it was all a delusion made from her desperation and the way everyone turned their backs to her. And then suddenly, Harry and the scary goblin were talking nonchalantly about her brother challenging Dumbledore in a duel. She nearly lost it. "What? Harry, you can't. He is the most powerful wizard in the world," she screamed. "Rose, calm down. It's good to see that you care. That is just a possible course of action, depending how much more he'll poke his oversized nose where it does not belong. Besides, you are grossly underestimating my chances. When you claim you heir ring, and we run a few errands, I will be able to tell you some of my history so far. It will make things clearer." Rose huffed. He was sick of secrets and people running her life for her. She was about to tear in her brother when her attention was redirected. "Lady Potter, do you know what is legilimency?" Skullcracker decided to intervene. He really did not want to deal with a pissed-off teenage witch. The redhead tilted her head to the side and looked thoughtful. Hermione mentioned it once, but I am not sure. It is a magical discipline which allows to read people's minds. It has 2 variants, active, which is more powerful and requires wand, and passive, for which only eye contact is needed. One of the features of the heirship ring is an enchantment that blocks such intrusions. While it is illegal to be used against minors without the consent of their parents or guardians. The short explanation was given by the goblin. He trailed off at a nod from Lord Potter. "Rose, both Dumbledore and Snape are master legilimens, with the headmaster as your magical guardian." He did not need to finish the sentence. Rose looked at her brother with tear-linden, haunted eyes. "Anne, as far as Dumbledore is concerned, in my story he is not evil. It should be noted that he has to fill the roles of at least 4 different persons. A headmaster of a school, with him doing a poor job of it. The chief warlock of magical Britain, the supreme mugwump of ICW, and the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. Depending of the circumstances, those all could be full-time jobs. Now, on the top of all of this, you should add his fascination with the prophecy. As we saw in the books and movies, his plan for the end game was for Harry to walk up to Voldemort and hope that the Dark Lord will AK him, instead of using something else, or ordering someone else to deal with him. Even if the plan somehow succeeded and Harry survived with only the soul fragment gone, then Potter, without real combat training and sufficient experience, would have to deal with not only Riddle, but what Death Eaters remained at that point. To me, what happened in canon was an 1 in a million chance, not something on which to stake the outcome of a war. So at best, Dumbledore is an old man with too much on his plate who is going senile and has questionable judgment. That, however, does not make him and evil incarnate. End rant. 3. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Revelations. Part 2. Disclaimer: I do not own Harry Potter. It belongs to J.K. Rowling and the various publishers. This story is written with no commercial aims. I do not make any money from it. Anne, I want to thank to all my readers for the great response to this story. This chapter is not yet proofread. I'll repost it when my beta reader is able to deal with it. The 1st of November 1995, Gringotts. Those bloody bastards have been waltzing through my head for years, Rose shouted. I believe you, but it is practically impossible to prove a passive use of legilimens. And considering who was your magical guardian, it would be irrelevant if we could. The active, wand-waving version is illegal to use on minors, no matter whether their guardians agree or not, but those two are not that dumb. Unfortunately, that is not the case with the passive version, if the guardian approves. Skullcracker finished his explanation. Rose, you know I probably should be chastising you for your language right now, but I happen to agree where Dumbledore and his pet bat are concerned. Harry smiled sadly at his angry sister. She was right to be upset. What those two were doing to her and various other students was the mental equivalent to rape. But the headmaster was technically protected. While they were at school, he was acting as the de facto guardian of the students, which gave him large maneuvering space, legally speaking, and the wanker was exploiting it for all it was worth. Just another symptom of the large problems plaguing the wizarding world. The female warrior returned, carrying a small black box. She was followed by 2 other goblins, who looked like twins of the pair who brought the materials for his inheritance test last night. Rose, do you know how the test is done? Harry asked her. She shook her crimson mane in a negative manner and looked suspiciously at the ceremonial dagger. It won't hurt, I promise. I did it last night. Take a list of parchment from the box, then you need to prick your finger with that dagger and pour 7 drops of blood on it. She looked suspicious at the ceremonial weapon, which looked all too sharp and functional for her taste. It was something with which you could easily cut off your finger. Harry waved his left hand at her. See here, no sight of wound or scar. Rose grumbled quietly and stalked to the 2 goblins. She retrieved a list of parchment and placed it on the small table. Then she followed her brother's instructions. She was mesmerized by the light show that the magic of the test created. Even after 4 years in the magical world, she was still fascinated by magics, especially unfamiliar ones. She eagerly looked at the fiery letters appearing on the parchment. Rose Lillian Potter, Heir Potter, heiress to the Black family. Black? Rose looked at her brother and the old goblin. Harry chuckled in response. Naturally. Do you think that Sirius would let the Black fortunes go to Draco Malfoy? The little git is next in line to inherit after us. Unless a miracle happens and Padfoot finally settles down and makes a few kids. Rose raised a delicate eyebrow at that information. Apparently repeated shocks to the system had numbing effect. She did not know how else she remained composed at hearing the newest surprise. She wondered what should be more astonishing, that the Malfoys could conceivably get their slimy hands on Sirius money, or that Harry knew her godfather. At least she believed so from the way he was talking about him. Or to be more accurate, their godfather, since her brother was somehow back from the dead. Harry looked carefully at his sister. Her eyes were starting to glaze over. Probably too much excitement in all too short span of time. Yeah, the bloody soul anchor could wait a day or two. Harry retrieved a piece of parchment from his robes and started scribing a note. Rose, you may want to try your new ring. Oh, where it is? The female goblin who was staying behind the red-haired girl cleared her throat. Behind you, if I'll have to guess. Mater Skullcracker, Rose will need one of your silver purses linked to her trust vault as well as a Muggle credit card. I believe that the vault could be directly linked to an account in one of your filials in the non-magical world. You are correct. I'll have the purse brought here right away. The card will be ready by the end of the business day tomorrow, and we will owl it to Lady Potter. The female in question was paying them no attention and was examining the airship ring. It was a simple silver band in front of which was engraved a tiny P in the form of a stylized sword. She could sense a spark of magic in the ring which was calling to her. It felt familiar, just like her own. She picked it up with a trembling hand and not so much heard, but felt a single musical note. The ring sparkled with motes of silver lights. Rose almost dropped it in surprise. "It's all right, sister of mine. It likes you. The light show was a sign that the ring accepted you." "You should have told me that earlier." Harry shrugged nonchalantly. "I forgot." "Men," Rose grumbled quietly. She placed the silver band on the ring finger on her left hand. It automatically resized to a perfect match for her. Skullcracker grinned and bowed to Rose. "Congratulations, Lady Potter. May your enemies die screaming and gold forever flow into your vaults." She stayed in place for a moment, wondering how to respond. Then she remembered how Harry had acted and emulated his actions. Rose gave a small bow in response and spoke, "Thank you, Master Skullcracker. May your enemies shiver and die. May their wealth flow to your coffers." Harry looked at her with a proud smile. "Not bad for a first attempt. It's usually vaults. Now, are you familiar with the goblin bottomless purses?" Rose shook her head. Her brother and the account manager shared a grim look. Her face flew, and she wondered what she did wrong this time. Seeing her expression, Harry shook, groaned. "I should have blasted the old goat while I had the chance," he muttered. Harry went to his sister and gently lifted her chin with a finger. "Rose, look at me, please." He spoke softly. "You've done nothing wrong. Beside convincing the damned hat to sort you in the house of the cannon fodder, but I'm not dumb enough to tell you that. It's Dumbledore I am angry with. There are a lot of things that are common knowledge. And as your magical guardian, he should have taught you. We all know that he didn't simply forget to teach you. And that's making me angry. It is not your fault." Next thing he knew, a red-haired Vice was hugging the stuffing out of him. "Thank you." Rose sniffed in his shoulder. "It will be all right." She held him for a few seconds longer and then calmed down. Rose wondered what was happening to her. She was acting like a little girl. Meanwhile, Harry was just glad that he was able to avoid the waterworks. He never learned how to deal with crying girls. "Are you feeling better?" "Uh-huh," was the eloquent answer. "Well then, the Gringotts silver purse. It is a nice little bag which is directed to a vault in the bank. You just reach into it and withdraw the desired sum. You can set daily, weekly, and monthly limits. There are about 30k galleons in your trust vault, and it will refill on January the 1st. I believe that those money will be sufficient until then. Right? Hopefully. If the few shopping trips on which Daphne had dragged him were anything to go by, it may very well be insufficient. What is it with women and various sparkling precious stones anyway?" When they finished the paperwork needed to confirm Rose as an official heir, Harry passed a note to Skullcracker, and the siblings went to the Potters' main vault and retrieved their parents' journals. Then they headed up to Diagonal Alley for a bit of shopping. They needed new clothes, with everything Rose owned being left at Hogwarts and Harry having little more than what he was wearing. Besides, it was time to let the locals know that the Potters were back. It was an average late morning for a Wednesday. There weren't too many wizards and witches minding their business in the alley, so the curious looks thrown the way of Rose Potter and the young man on whose hand she was walking were a relatively few. Even better, as far as Harry knew, they did not meet any member from the Dumbledore's Order of the Fried Turkey. He knew that Fawkes was a great guy, but on his burning day, the poor Phoenix was one ugly chicken. The reunited siblings soon enough found themselves in front of a purple-painted shop which had seen better days. Harry opened the door and waved to Rose to get inside. A grey-haired elder witch met them. She looked at Rose and beamed. "Miss Potter, it's great to have you back. What can I do for you?" "It's Lady Potter these days, Madam Malkin." The older witch turned her gaze to Harry, and her eyes widened to comic proportions. "As I live and breathe, James Potter, is that you? How is this possible?" she exclaimed in a shrill tone which startled the pair of young witches who were working for her. "It's Lord Harry Potter, at your service, madam." He gave her a small bow. "At this rate, I probably should wear a sign that I am not my father," he added quietly. However, Rose heard him and giggled. He mock-scowled at her. "Hush you." Harry turned back to the shopkeeper. "It is a very long story. But that's not why we are here. We'll need full sets, each of formal and everyday robes. I would like mine in shades of green like those." He tapped the battle robes which he was wearing with his left hand, making sure that his Lord of House Ring was in full view for Madame Malkin to see. Her eyes gleamed with excitement when she recognized it for what it was. He could see that she couldn't wait to spread the news of the new lord to her friends. The rumour mill will be working overtime that day. The young witches led Rose behind a velvet curtain to take her measurements while Madame Malkin was working on Harry. He could hear them bombarding his sister with questions and quiet giggling. "Great, I am here for less than a day and I already have fangirls. Bloody hell!" They spent half-hour in the clothes shop, most of which was taken by Rose choosing colours for her outfits. Harry started remembering why he hated to go shopping with girls. When she was finally finished, they paid for the clothes, and Lord Potter gave an address where the ready outfits should be sent and exited building. "What now?" A cheerful Rose bounced out of the shop after him. Apparently the short sopping spree had lifted her spirits. "Well, there are a few small items we'll probably need, but we should go to St. Mungo first. There is a friend in the hospital besides. I think you should have a checkup." "What?" "I am all right." Rose looked horrified. She was not a fan of hospitals, apparently. "I am just concerned for you. I just want to be sure that you have all the necessary vaccines and such." "Vaccines?" She looked at him without comprehending. "For various magical ailments. Obviously another thing the old man forgot to do. Walk with me, young lady." The 1st of November 1995, St. Mungo. It was Rose's first time visiting Britain's premier magical hospital. She had a hard time not giggling. Seeing the condition some of the people in the reception hall were, seriously, who transfigures or swaps his arm with a cactus? They waited briefly for their turn to come, and then a gushing receptionist, who turned out to be a huge Rose fan, hurried to accommodate them. The siblings were hastily escorted to an examination room to await a healer, who arrived few minutes after them, carrying a stack of parchments. It turned out that the doctor was someone with who Harry was familiar with. She was a middle-aged witch with brown wavy hair and soft eyes. Still, even after knowing her for years in the future, he had to suppress a shiver because of her unearthly resemblance to Bellatrix. Not surprising considering that this was the Death Eater's sister. "Good morning, my Lord Potter, Lady Potter. I am healer Andromeda Tonks." "Good morning, Madam Tonks. Please call me Harry, Madam Tonks." Harry smiled warmly. "Morning," Rose muttered. She really did not like hospitals. "Only if you call me Andromeda, Harry." She returned his smile with a professional one. Tonks waved them to sit on the other side of a small desk and started looking through the papers she was holding. "I understand that you are here for a regular checkup?" the healer asked. Harry nodded and squeezed his sister's shoulder reassuringly. "Yes, and I believe Rose here needs to update her immunizations." Andromeda had grabbed all records which had mention of the girl who lived name and was checking them up. To her astonishment, they all were updated last when she was a baby. Nothing since then. The most glaring was the lack of files about the girl's mandatory tree and 7 years vaccinations. The healer looked at the siblings grimly. "Harry, that is a gross understatement. According to our records, Rose has not received an examination by healer since she was 2 months old, baby, much less any vaccines. That's against the law." I wish I could say that this is a surprising revelation." Harry nodded with a stern expression on his face. Rose flinched hearing his curt tone. "Then you should notify the relevant authorities so they could have a chat with my sister's former magical guardian. Though if I may be as bold to suggest you go straight to Madame Bones. It's come to my attention that at least few auras could have a bit of conflict of interest, considering who my sister guardian was." Andromeda raised both eyebrows at hearing that. Tonks suddenly had the feeling that she had the misfortune to become a part of a brewing storm. Considering Potter's words and station, probably a political one to boot. "I see." She thought for a moment. "Actually, I don't. Not yet, at any rate." "Understandable. Until last night, the magical guardian of Rose, since our parents were murdered, was one Albus Dumbledore." Andromeda winced. Being raised as a black had given her more than enough understanding of the political realities to know exactly what can of worms was about to be opened. And she was aware of the existence of the Order, so she understood Harry's concern. Suddenly, the pride she had in her daughter for being a member of that organization's was a bit dampened. But before she jumped to any conclusions, she would look at Rose and see if she had not received at least the necessary vaccinations by a healer working for Dumbledore. Well, first I need to examine Rose. Then, depending on what that reveals, we'll see how to go ahead. Harry, please wait outside. I'll need to make a thorough examinations considering the situation. Rose looked lost, afraid from what the checkup would show. It will be fine, dear. Andromeda gave her a motherly smile and sent her brother outside. Harry found himself waiting outside the doctor's cabinet. He didn't like how scared Rose was from the examination, and now he too was afraid of what it will reveal. As if he didn't had enough reasons to hate the Dursleys and the damned old man. He shook his head. That was mostly in the past. Neither of those would hurt his little sister again if he had any say in the matter. While Harry was waiting for Andromeda to finish with his sister, Blaise was buried under a mountain of paperwork. He very well might be here dealing with the damned red tape for the rest of the day, but at least there was a light in the end of the tunnel, and it was not an incoming train. At least he didn't think so. If Healer Barthram was right about the symptoms Blaise's mum had before falling into her coma, it could very well be one of a half-dozen curses he had to deal with during the war. If he was right, something which would be confirmed once his mother was stashed somewhere safer and he could examine her, reversing the damage should be possible. But first he had endless forms to fill in order to release her from the hospital. Andromeda was looking at the young witch sitting on her examination table with a frown. She waved her wand, drawing precise, complex figures in the air, whole quietly chanting long incantations, recasting all her diagnosing spells for a second time. Her frown deepened, and she repeated the procedure a third time while murmuring soothingly to a concerned Rose. A dicta quill was busy documenting the results of the tests. When she finished, Tonks called one of her colleagues, a young, cheerful blonde witch named Abigail Winters, and sent Rose with her to get all the vaccines she had missed receiving. Then she called Harry inside. They were in for a long conversation. Harry sat and looked across the desk at the healer. Her grim expression did not bode well. "Bad news, I take it," he muttered. "Understatement of the century. Let's start in chronological order. Rose had at least 4 broken bones before she turned 11, all consistent with abuse and not accidents. She has scars on her back of a severe lashing, which are about 6 years old. They at least should be simple to fix. What is a long-term concern, it's her malnutrition. It appears she had been starved until she turned 11 and then went to Hogwarts. There are signs that this continued every summer since, and as you might know, that had advertised effect on her magical core. While the damage is not permanent yet, it will be years until her magic will be as strong as it should be. She will have to take a rigorous regiment of potions to help strengthen her magical core, as well as to deal with the effects of malnutrition on her body. That's all, before we start with the injuries she received while at school. By now, Andromeda was fuming, and the other reason Harry hadn't lost control of his magic and trashed the room was the discipline which was one of the key for his survival during the war. Rose's condition was far worse than he had feared, and Andromeda was not finished yet. "Please continue." Harry's voice was void of any emotion. He knew that loosing it here won't help anyone. About 3 years ago, she suffered from shattered left hand, 4 broken ribs and severe concussion. She told me the injuries were received when she faced a troll to save a friend of hers. On Halloween, in Hogwarts. The healer spat the name of the supposed safest school in Europe as it was a vile curse. There are traces of completely healed magical burns on her arms and something that might have been failed attempt at possession about 6 months later. Between those, there are traces of sports injuries consistent with Quidditch games. None of this was in any files St. Mungo has. It gets worse. Next year, the bones in her left hand were vanished and have been obviously regrown. Andromeda stopped her tirade to take a deep breath. Harry knew what was coming, but still it was hard to keep his composure, hearing what his little sister had been through. Granted, he had been through even worse, but he had a lot of people supporting him. which made a huge difference. Rose, on the other hand, was mostly alone. There are scars on her right hand, consistent with a bite of a very big snake. Some of the poison is still in her system, however it is being neutralized by phoenix tears. Harry, it is a basilisk venom. Andromeda gazed at the young lord and his unreadable expression. "You are not surprised," she declared. "Before coming back to the wizarding world last night, I was made aware of some of the ordeals my sister was put through, and I am not amused." Harry bit off in a frosty voice. For a split second his control wavered, and he was engulfed by an emerald aura of wild magic. Seeing the anger bubbling behind his green eyes and the unintentional display of power, Tonks was almost sorry for the people who had allowed Rose to be harmed with their negligence. Almost. As for those who had hurt the child, well, let's just say that she had not pity for such creatures. "Please proceed. I have the feeling that there is more to come," Harry said quietly. "Unfortunately, last year there are healed injuries consisting from a fall from a significant height. However, the worst, well, she had it since that night in 1982. It's her scar. I detected a soul fragment behind it, which is leeching her magic, and possibly has a small to moderate influence on her feelings. It also exercises pressure on her optical nerves, causing her nearsightedness. Unfortunately, I have no idea how to remove it without causing her further harm. She must see a specialist about it." She glared at Harry. "That is not surprising you either." "I suspected." He muttered and moved a strand of his hair away, revealing a faint, barely visible scar, which was a twin of Rose's. "The soul fragment could be removed by the goblins. I have contacted them with a request for help from their healers. I hope to receive positive answer in the next few days." "That's good." Andromeda let a sigh of relief. Rose should be getting her vaccinations with Healer Winter. After a couple of days for recovery, she must start her potions regiment. I'll see that she takes them. "Good. Now about the bastards that abused her. I'll be calling Madame Bones immediately." Andromeda stood and went to the flue, which was at the back of the room. She grabbed a fistful of green powder and threw it in the fireplace. "Ministry of Magic, DMLE, Amelia Bones' office." The healer spoke the address rapidly. After a few seconds of silence, the voice of another woman could be heard. "Yes? Andromeda, what is the problem?" "I need you to come immediately. A most sensitive case of child abuse has come to my attention. I am in my cabinet at St. Mungo." "I'll be coming through in a moment." Tonks moved away from the fireplace. Soon enough, a wave of green flames exploded from it, revealing a woman in black dress robes. She had a greying brown hair and no-nonsense air around her. She smiled at the healer. "It's good to see you again, Andy. I'm sorry it is in such circumstances." "So do I, Amelia." Then the director of DMLE saw the younger copy of James sitting on the other side of Andromeda's desk and gasped. It took her a few seconds to regain her composure. "Andy, what is the meaning of this?" Andromeda gave her a small amused smile in response. "Well, Amelia, let me introduce you to Lord Harry James Potter. Harry, this is Lady Amelia Susan Bones, the director of DMLE." Harry stood up and gave a small bow to the head of law enforcement in the wizarding world. "It is good to meet you, Lady Bones. I can assure you that this is not some kind of a sick joke, my lady." Amelia looked sternly at her friend. "Explain, now." The small smile disappeared from Andromeda's face. "Please, Amelia, sit. It is a lot to take in, and some of the answers you'll no doubt need could be given only by Lord Potter. Like how he is sitting here, alive and well, if this man is indeed Harry Potter." Amongst other things, Harry nodded and showed her his Lord of House ring. "I claimed my lordship last night. The goblins confirmed it, and we cleaned up the necessary paperwork. It should arrive at the ministry sometime today. Do you need a magical vow as an additional confirmation of my identity? Considering you've been declared dead for a decade and a half, that would be appreciated." Harry sighed in exasperation, but drew his wand and made the vow. A blinding light show and a demonstration that he had not suddenly become a squib later, Madame Bones was reasonably sure that he was really Harry Potter. He could already imagine the headlines of tomorrow's papers. Madame Bones was astounded at the revelation. Granted, she lived in a world of magic where almost everything was possible, but this was astounding nonetheless. Oh, one of her dearest friend's son, back from the dead. She was tempted to laugh with joy, but unless the only reason Andy called her here was for a secret meeting with the young man, there was a grim problem to deal with it. She hated cases with child abuse. "I am right to assume that you did not call me here just to meet Lord Potter?" She looked at Andy with hope. It was preferable to the alternative. "Unfortunately, no," Tonks said in a small voice. Amelia looked sadly at Harry. "Were you the one abused as a child, my lord?" "My sister." Well, that came out of the blue. After just seeing one of the Potters back from the dead, his 2 words shouldn't been such a surprise. Yet Amelia looked at the green-eyed man without comprehending. No, that was not right. She did not want to comprehend his words, to accept the possibility that the Wizarding Word and her department could have failed their savior in such a way. The girl who lived abused. Her mind struggled with the thought. She looked at Andromeda. "As you are the one to call me, am I right to assume that you performed the examination?" Tonks nodded grimly and patted a stack of freshly filled forms which las laying on her desk. She pushed them Amelia's way and gave her friend a comprehensive description of all Rose had been through. By the time she finished recounting the girl's injuries prior to Rose's return in the magical world, Amelia looked like she was ready to commit murder. "Dumbledore." She hissed his name through clenched teeth. He promised that she was well taken care of by a loving family and that she was safe. "Safe," Amelia shouted the last word. However, that was just the tip of the iceberg. She had heard nothing about the troll from either Susan or concerned parents, not to mention the bloody basilisk. Dumbledore had just declared the matter with the attack solved after returning from his brief removal as a headmaster, and that was the last anyone heard about the matter. With no more attacks and the kids returned to normal. And without any proof, there was little she or anyone else could do. But now the situation was quite different, with basilisk venom coursing through the veins of the girl who lived, and if the carcass of the beast was still in Hogwarts, still, Andy was correct to be concerned. Dumbledore still had a lot of powerful friends in both the Ministry and the Wizengamot, not to mention the people in her own division who she suspected as members of his order. But first thing first, to deal with the bastards who abused the child for the first decade of her life. If she played her cards well, she could use the trial of those people, the Dursleys, to hand Dumbledore. But first, she needed a statement of Rose. That and the exam results would be more than enough to arrest those monsters and warrant the use of Veritaserum. Meanwhile, Rose was with Healer Winter, who she had becoming to hate. It was not that the young woman was treating her badly or as one of her adoring fans. The potions she was insisting that Rose drank were at fault. 9 of the awful things to be precise, every one of them tasting more terrible than the last. At least when she finished with that elaborate torture disguised as taking medicine, Winter brought her to the cafeteria and gave her a cup of hot chocolate to drink. It might help to wash out the foul taste from her mouth. Eventually, when the healer returned her to the room where that all-too-personal examination took place, she found her brother talking with Healer Tonks and a formidable-looking witch wearing formal black robes, who was somewhat familiar. She racked her brain, trying to place the face. Ah, that was the aunt of Susan from Hufflepuff. What was she doing here? All Rose could remember was that the elder witch was working for the ministry. Her heart sank. Has her brother reconsidered, knowing all problems she was prone to getting into? She was terrified that now that she had somehow found real family, Harry wouldn't want her anymore. That her aunt and uncle were right, and she really was a worthless freak. When Harry saw his sister's expression, he drew a wrong conclusion. He gave her a small smile. Ah, were the potions that bad? Rose numbly nodded. Harry looked at her more carefully and frowned. She was gripping a steaming cup, chocolate, judging by the faint aroma, like a lifeline. She had hunched her shoulders, as if making herself smaller and less likely to be noticed. And was that fear in her eyes? He stood up hastily and walked to his sister. "Rose, what is it? Are you all right?" he asked with concern evident in his voice. "I'm fine," she sniffed unconvincingly. Seeing the pointed look he gave her and his little smirk, she straightened up and muttered a bit louder, "I'm all right." "Really?" Harry shook his head at her antics and led her to the desk, from where the two women were studying the siblings. He introduced his sister to Lady Bones and motioned her to seat next to the director. "Lady Potter, it's nice to officially meet you at last. Can I call you Rose?" Madam Bones asked. "Uh-huh," Rose eloquently answered. Amelia smiled softly at the girl. "Rose, the medical exam, which Healer Tonks performed, revealed some concerning facts about your home life. I'd like you to tell me how you are treated in home." Hearing that, Rose stiffened. She shook her head in a silent no. She didn't want to think about it, didn't want to remember the details. She almost jumped when Harry knelt and took her hands into his. "They can't touch you anymore. It is fine to tell us." It took them nearly an hour to coax her into telling her story. Eventually she gave up and spoke in a hollow voice. She told them about all the beatings she received every time she exhibited accidental magic, how she was worked worse than a house elf, that often she was lucky to have a couple of bites of the leftovers to eat, the cupboard that was her home for a decade, the way she heard her own name for the first time, when she heard it from a teacher checking who was attending at her first day of Muggle school. By the time she was finished, Andromeda was openly weeping. Both Harry and Madam Bones, being Masters Occlumens, had slammed down their mental shields, barely keeping their emotions in check, something especially important when the war veteran was concerned. If Harry ever lost control of his magic, the resulting bout of released arcane energies was liable to wreck half the building. He was hugging his sobbing sister, who refused to meet anyone's eyes. Harry was quietly speaking to her in a futile attempt to calm her down. Andromeda, who had composed herself, went to a nearby cupboard and retrieved a potion, which she handed to Harry. Noticing its color, he nodded to Tonks in silent thanks. "Rose, dear, here, drink this. It will make you feel better." The sobbing girl reluctantly drank from the bottle her brother gave her. The effect was almost immediate. Seconds later she drank it all, her sobbing quieted. She blinked a few times, her tear-streaked eyelids, and looked at the potions bottle with surprise. "It was tasty," she murmured in a tired voice. Harry smiled at her sadly and gently stroked her lush hair. Andromeda shared a look with Madam Bones and stood up. She moved around her desk and came near the siblings. "Rose, I think we both could use a fleshing up. Would you want to come with me for a bit?" The girl thought for a moment and nodded. She extracted herself from Harry's embrace and scurried to follow the older witch. When they left the room, silence reigned for a few seconds. "That was worse than I feared," Harry muttered. "Rose will need to see a mind healer in order to deal with this. That damned tournament won't help much." She did not enter her name, did she? No, but her illustrious headmaster failed to check the magical contract which binds the competitors, and instead of redrawing the names of the champions, confirmed her as participant. "My sister has to compete, or she loses her magic." They looked at each other, and Madam Bones shivered, seeing his eyes. They were blazing with emerald light, but that was not the disturbing thing. They were cold, pitiless, sparkling with the promise of murder. "I assume that you'll deal appropriately with my aunt and uncle." "Or I will," was left unsaid. She gave him a firm nod and spoke with steel-lidded voice. "I'll see to their arrest myself. At the very least, they should be spending a very long time in Azkaban. That is, if they are not immediately kissed. But Dumbledore, on the other hand, will be a bigger problem. The moment he feels a whiff of this, he'll try to bury the case." "I have no doubt that he'll try. I am sure that very soon he'll be scurrying to the minister to try and get back custody over Rose. But I have the feeling that he'll receive somewhat cool reception." Harry smiled nastily. "Oh, and how can you be sure of that?" "Let's say that last night I had an enlightening conversation with our dear Minister Fudge. We've come to an understanding." Madam Bones wisely decided that she did not want to know. She retrieved a dicta quill, which had been diligently writing down Rose's statement, and after giving a brief once-over of the document, she gave it to Harry for signature, something he had to do as Rose's guardian. "I'll also try to restart the investigation in the attacks of 2 years ago. If the basilisk corpse is still intact, the case might finally be solved. Not to mention that it could be another nail in Dumbledore's coffin." The 1st of November 1995, Hogwarts. At that same time, Albus Dumbledore was standing in front of the flue in his office and was looking at it as if he saw it for the first time. Something unexpected had happened. Again, he had finally finished dealing with damage control where his professors were concerned before having to deal with this new issue. And it was confusing for a man who had been accustomed to controlling everything for years. The minister had been too busy to talk with him. That never happened. Fudge was supposed to come to Dumbledore for advice often. And when the headmaster wanted something from the minister, Fudge was supposed to get it done. Not for some secretary to tell him that the buffoon was too busy. After overcoming his stunned surprise, Albus started checking his mental list of contacts in the ministry for the people who would be of immediate help with learning more about the Potter boy and those he should talk with to return Rose's custody to himself. After all, she needed to be under his care for the greater good. The 1st of November 1995, Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge smiled approvingly at his secretary when she rebuked Albus Dumbledore yet again. The minister was a political animal with keen sense of the way the winds in his domain shifted. And the climate had suddenly and radically changed. For a decade and a half, the political capital that was under the command of the Potter family had laid dormant, their alliances as good as useless with Dumbledore in firm control of the girl who lived and keeping her from the political arena. But now, there was a new Lord Potter on the stage, and he was different than his ancestors. He was not the goody two-shoes, too afraid to get his hands dirty or too clean to grease the appropriate palms. Now, Harry Potter, the boy everyone had believed to have died by the hand of the one who must not be named, was back with a vengeance, and in control of the third greatest fortune in Wizarding Britain, not to mention the old alliances which he was no doubt working to restore, and the until now vacant places in the Wizengamot which were held by House Potter. And even better where Fudge was concerned, Dumbledore had made an enemy of that man by the way he had dealt with one Rose Potter. So for the foreseeable future, Cornelius would not be available to help the Chief Warlock with his schemes. And if whatever Dumbledore wanted done through ministry channels might accidentally be slowed down by a veritable wall of red tape. Such things did happen after all. What a pity. Besides, Fudge was really busy right now. He had received a large donation last night, and he was already planning a new addition to his house. A new wing and expanded pool would do great for his relaxation after a hard day of work. 4. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Another Long Night. Disclaimer: I do not own Harry Potter. It belongs to J.K. Rowling and the various publishers. This story is written with no commercial aims. I do not make any money from it. Ayan, this chapter is not proofread. I'll repost it when my beta reader is able to check it up. Part 1, A Nightmare of a Future Past. The 15th of March 2006, outskirts of Dublin. Harry's first clue about how bad it was going to be was the silence. That and the strained faces of the veteran infantrymen and women securing the city block where he had apparated. Those were troopers of 11th Panzer Grenadier Division, which was recuperating in a new base near Dublin after a month of heavy fighting. The troopers had spent almost 5 weeks on the front lines. Those were not soldiers who were easily shaken. Yet they were glancing with concern at one of the buildings on the street. A man in his mid-20s, who had a first lieutenant bars on the shoulders of his dark blue combat fatigues, approached Harry. The officer saw the emblem of crossed wand and sword, which was on the newcomer's uniform, and stood at attention. He gave a textbook salute. "Commander Potter, sir, I am glad you came so fast." Harry nodded in acknowledgement and looked behind the lieutenant. 2 APCs were blocking a part of the street and had their turrets pointed at a 2-story building. He could feel the magical signatures of enhanced drones which were buzzing overhead. "I was told it was urgent. What is the sitrep?" The lieutenant waved at the building, at which most of the visible soldiers were glancing uneasily. A squad of Leopard Company, 3rd Battalion, was patrolling this neighborhood. Their attached combat witch sensed unfamiliar magic from this house. They called for backup and went in to investigate. Considering that they broke procedure and did not wait for reinforcements to arrive, it is likely that they hit a compulsion ward. Harry nodded. It had become a SOP for Voldemort's forces to attach compulsion charms or even wards when they were planning to ambush Allied forces. I wouldn't have been called for a simple ambush. However regrettable it may be, it is happening all too often, the commander reasonably said. All too true, sir. Unfortunately, the situation is far from ordinary. You need to see the scene for yourself, sir. Lead the way. Please follow me, sir. The lieutenant turned around with a mechanical precision and marched towards the darkened house. They passed between a pair of troopers armed with automatic shotguns and entered the building. Inside, they found a team of Army CID, Criminal Investigative Service, who were examining the scene. Harry saw one of the agents photographing something on the floor and looked that way. A severed arm, still gripping a combat knife with black blade, was partially hidden by a cupboard. The appendage had jagged edges of muscle which indicated that it was torn off and not cut. And there was not a drop of blood in the corridor. Vampire was the first thought that came to Harry. It fit with the lack of blood, but it was not something that would call for his attention either. A lot of bloodsuckers were working for Riddle. How little did he knew that this was a harbinger of things to come. It was a sign announcing how the war was entering its last and bloodiest phase. The rest of the body, as well as the remains of the other patrol members, are upstairs. Harry looked up at the staircase in the end of the corridor. He did not want to go up. He somehow knew what was laying there, the handiwork of Riddle's latest nightmare. A low groan from the left froze Harry. He could only watch as a big grey hand clasped the shoulder of a brown-haired CID woman. It squeezed and he could hear the sickening sound of snapping bones. The female couldn't even scream. Only a stiffened gurgle came from her throat, which was held by another hand. Harry heard a wet, ripping sound, and the woman's head and body sailed away in two different directions, while a fountain of blood painted the walls crimson. A man's agonized scream came from the right, only to be abruptly ended. From outside, roars of triumph and gunfire erupted. That knocked Harry back to his senses. A wand appeared in his left hand and a sword in his right. With a flick of his wrist, the commander sent a blasting curse at the figure that decapitated the female agent. The effect of his attack was underwhelming. The curse was harmlessly absorbed by a white shield. Harry was about to send another spell at the murderer when he felt something from behind and knelt under a powerful swing which roughed his hair. His right arm was in motion, and he struck the blade of his weapon behind, under his left arm. Harry could feel the sword piercing flesh. His assailant grunted and grabbed Harry's sword arm. The wizard tried a backwards kick, which connected with a leg that felt like it was made of steel. The strike had no apparent effect. Harry pointed his wand at the being that was holding him. The next spell died on his lips when a monstrous hand with needle-sharp claws closed around his face. The only thing he saw from the being behind him was a broad, heavily muscled torso. The hand which had caught his face closed with the power of a 100-ton press. Harry could feel his bones cracking under the pressure. Then there was only darkness. The 2nd of November, 1995, London. Harry started awake and gasped for air. For a wild moment, he didn't know where he was. Then he felt soft, warm weight on his chest, which gave him a sound of discontent. He stared at the red-headed girl, who was obviously asleep, using his chest as a pillow, and the memories of the last day came back. He had dozed off on the couch in the living room of the Potters' London apartment, with his sister using him as a teddy bear. He gazed at her face, which was so calm. She looked like an angel. For a long time, Harry stared at Rose's sleeping form, glad that she had no nightmares. Eventually, he cast a levitation charm on her and tenderly brought his sister to her room and placed her under her bed's blankets. He moved back quietly and carefully closed the door before heading for the kitchen. There he found Blaise, who was taking a midnight snack. Harry greeted his black-skinned friend and headed to the fridge. He could use a bite or two, and besides, it was unlikely that he would fall asleep again anytime soon. Blaise finished chewing on a bite of lasagna and swallowed. He looked at his friend with a mild concern. "Another nightmare?" he inquired. "Yep, the goddamned Titans and their debut in Dublin. Ah, that was ugly. I hate those things. You and everyone that saw their handiwork. Those that had to face them, head one, hated the bloody monstrosities even more. So Harry," Blaise pointed at his friend, with the fork in his right hand, "did you get the memories from the Dursleys' arrest? They are right here." Potter patted an invisible pocket in the chest piece of his robe. I've got the ones from my meeting with our esteemed minister too. That will be interesting to see. On a brighter note, I believe I know how to help Liz. Really? That got Blaze's undivided attention. Yes, it looks like an early variant of the mind rend that the Russian DEs were using when they tried to open a second front in Eastern Europe. If I am right, it will take a week of brewing and some exotic ingredients. Hopefully the corpse of the basilisk Rose dealt with is still in the chamber. I'll need a vial of its blood for the potion. Either that or I'll be going snake hunting. There is that. Where was that breeding ground again? Still in Tibet, or was it moved into southern China by now? Not sure. When we needed basilisk reagents for the Crimson Plague cure, I found it was all the way in South Vietnam. Huh, I missed that. You was lucky to be in the US training a bunch of newbie combat wizards before their deployment, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I needed the downtime after the third battle for Hogwarts. The two old friends continued making small talk while finishing their midnight snack. Then they retired to the living room where Harry retrieved a small pensive engraved with the Potter's crest. It was time for the veterans to compare notes. Part 2. After Action Reports. The 1st of November 1995, Ministry of Magic. Amelia Bones appeared in her office in the heart of DMLE in a flash of green flames. Her posture was stiff with a barely restrained fury. She marched to the door, opened it and shouted, "Shacklebolt, Scrimger, my office, now!" Hearing the tone of the voice of their boss, the two auras hurried to report. Minute later, when both of them were standing at attention in front of Amelia's desk, the two experienced magical policemen had hard time staying cool. Neither of them had seen her in such state since the last war. They saw how a bunch of autoquills were taking copies of a thick stack of parchment. Madame Bones looked at her auras with her eyes in which was simmering a cold, controlled rage. She pointed at her Scrimger. "I want you to gather 2 teams of reliable auras. Make sure that they know to keep their mouths shut. Go." Scrimger hurried to obey. Then Amelia's gaze bored into her other subordinate. "And you?" Shacklebolt winced, wondering what he had done to piss off his boss that much when he found himself staring down the length of her wand. "I want an unbreakable vow from you that you'll not report anything to Dumbledore and his order without my explicit permission." The large black man paled. That was not good at all. What had Albus done to piss off royally Amelia Bones? "Madam Bones." "The vow. Now." She cut him off. He stared at her furious eyes and gulped. Albus Dumbledore, great man or not, wasn't here. Amelia, however, was right here, out for someone's blood, and Shacklebolt decided that it won't be his. Besides, the headmaster had other agents in the DMLE, so he carefully retrieved his wand from its holster and gave the required vow. As it turned out, it was not something that he would regret later. Amelia gave him a curt nod and a copy of the stack of parchments in his arms. Then the director sent him to place it with the other secure records. 10 minutes later, Amelia, Shacklebolt, Scrimger, and 6 of the most trustworthy auras were gathered in a small conference room. After casting a myriad of privacy charms on top of those normally present within the offices of the DMLE, Amelia was ready to brief her auras. What we are dealing with is a case of systematic child abuse, which has lasted for nearly 14 years. Both physical and mental. The kid has also been starved. The assembled auras muttered angrily. All of them despised child abusers. I have deposition from a healer who examined the child as well as statement from the victim, describing the way she was treated as well as confirmation of the identity of the perpetrators. Their names are Vernon and Petunia Dursley, as well as one Marjolaine Dursley, sister to the husband. A young woman whose hair had turned crimson when she heard the kind of criminals they were about to deal with, asked, "What is the name of the victim, and how in Merlin's name it was not noticed sooner?" Amelia looked at the young metamorph, who incidentally was the daughter of her friend Andy, and answered quietly, "The victim is Rose Lillian Potter." Those 3 words went out like a flashbang, stunning the assembled auras. They were looking at Amelia, uncomprehending. The girl who lived couldn't have been abused, right? It had to be a mistake. The conference room was plunged into a deafening silence. Shacklebolt looked at his boss with wide eyes. Now he understood why Madame Bones wanted that oath. There simply was no way for the last of the Potters to be abused when she was under the Dumbledore's care without the old man knowing. The Auror simply could not believe that the old man could fuck up in such a way. The silence was ended when the director gave her next order. Considering the sensitivity of the situation, you are to keep it quiet at least until we have the perpetrators into custody and have policed the crime scene. The last thing we need is for the damned reporters to find our before we have things under control. The plan is the 1st of November 1995, Little Whinging. 8 disillusioned witches and wizards apparated in front of one of scores of identical houses in the small village. 6 of those people were clad in the crimson robes the Aurors were famous for. Immediately, 2 men cast Not-to-me-not and muggle-repellent charms around the house, and afterwards they went one each at the sides of the 2-story house. Scrimger, with another pair of the uniformed magical law enforcement officers, headed to the back of the building in order to prevent escape from that way. As ordered, they were doing things by the book that day. That left the front door to Amelia with Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks. The director went to the entrance and pressed the doorbell. Soon enough, a horse-faced woman in her late 40s opened the door and stared at the visitors. Her face became pale and she screeched, "You are one of those people. What are you doing here?" The elder witch smiled coldly at the woman in a way that sent chills down the spine of Rose's aunt. "I am Amelia Bones from DMLE. Petunia Dursley, I assume." The housewife took a step backwards, as if physically hit by the fury-lidded tone with which her name was pronounced, and nodded dumbly. "You are under arrest for multiple counts of child abuse, endangerment of a minor, attempt to end the line of a most noble and ancient house, and whatever else we can pin on you. Tonks, get her into a solitary confinement." You don't have the right. We are normal people here. I won't have your unnaturalness." A stunner ended the tirade, and Petunia hit the floor like a sack of potatoes. "Thank you, Tonks. Now get that thing out of my sight." Amelia pointed at the unconscious woman. While the younger witch was doing as ordered, the director looked around. The left wall of the corridor was covered with family photos, but Rose was not on any of them. The eyes of Madame Bones sopped at a small cupboard situated under the stairs. She looked at it for a long moment, wondering how those people could have left a little girl spent 10 years there. She pointed it to the black Auror who was standing behind her. "Shacklebolt, inspect it." He nodded grimly and went to the small door. The Auror noticed the lock on it and frowned. A quick unlocking charm later, and he was looking inside. It was filled with brooms and cleaning supplies. There was nothing out of the ordinary until he saw the back of the opened door when he was about to turn to face his boss. On it was engraved Rose's room. Shacklebolt stayed that way, kneeling on the floor and looking at the 2 simple words. By themselves, they were not enough to shatter his world. That would come few minutes later when he would cast a series of spells designed to reveal what had happened at a certain place. Unless someone who really knew what he was doing used the correct magics to cover his tracks. Standard investigative stuff as far as any Auror was concerned. However, those words were more than enough to cement the rising doubt into his mind. A doubt that would soon blossom and be confirmed as his near reverence for someone he believed to be a great man died. Amelia noticed at what her Auror was looking and sadly shook her head. She left him to his silent contemplation and headed upstairs, where she saw confirmation of Rose's words. 3 bedrooms and a guest room. And yet the girl was left for a decade in that damned place. To make matters worse, when she reached the smallest bedroom, the director saw 11 locks on its door. The bloody thing was secured better than a cell in Azkaban. She drew her wand and unlocked the door. Inside the small room, she found a bed, covered by a thin mattress which looked like a board of wood, a small, very old desk in a desperate need of repair, and a single uncomfortable-looking chair. Not to mention the iron bars on the single window. This was not a child's room, but a bloody prison cell. While the Aurors were tearing apart Privet Drive No. 4, Dudley Dursley had a great day. First, he had eaten a breakfast with 2nd and even a 3rd helping. Then he had spent the time until noon playing on his PlayStation after convincing his mother that he was too sick to go to school. Then a big, nice lunch followed, and some more gaming, after which he left to meet two of his mates. They had decided to have some fun and were looking for a substitute punching bag until Dudley's cousin, the freak girl, was back. Unknown to him, that was a very bad day to be a Dursley, and he and his crones were about to make it even worse. Their eyes were roaming for targets and finally stopped on a girl with long brown hair who was walking down the street carrying a load of books. Dudley and his friends grinned like jackals and advanced towards their newest victim. 10 years old Stella Storm was walking home. She had passed through the local library on her way back from school and was loaded with a handful of books. She didn't like that her parents had decided to move to this village after her mother had received a lucrative job offer in a nearby town. That resulted in a series of events which culminated with her parents dragging her away from all her friends in Leeds. To make things even worse for her, as far as she knew, there was no one magical at this school, where she was stuck for one more year until she could go to Hogwarts. She had been so excited after that accident when she had turned her mum's hair purple and her dad had explained to her that she was a witch. But he had soon dampened her emotions when he explained that she won't be able to really use magic until she was 11. That was just not fair, and now this. There was no one here with who she could even speak about magic, not like in her last school, where two of her friends were witches too. Stella was so engrossed in her thoughts that she did not notice the three older boys before it was almost too late. The biggest of them, who looked like a big fat ball with arms and legs attached, reminded it of a horror story she heard at school about someone called Dudley or something who had terrorizes everyone for years. She didn't like the way they were looking at her or how they were cracking their knuckles. With a strangled "eep," she bolted down an alley between two identical houses and the boys ran after her in hot pursuit. Stella was sprinting half hidden in shadows cast by dark, heavy rain clouds. She was meters away from the end of the alley and was heading to the street on the left when she slipped in a puddle of water left from a rain earlier that day. Her books spilled from her grasp and flew forward as she fell. She crashed on the ground with a frightened cry and scrapped her hands and knees on the rough cement. Behind her, the thundering steps of her pursuers were closing in. She scrambled frantically, trying to get away from the nearing noise. Her small heart was fluttering like a terrified little bird when Stella knew that the boys were too close and that she was not fast enough to get away. She barely managed to stand up, dragging herself up to the wall at the end of the alley when the fastest of her pursuers was upon her. "Running, are we?" he grunted. The boy was trying to catch his breath when he reached her. Stella was trying to squeeze herself through the wall, which was at her back, when she saw a fist flying at her face and screamed. She just wanted to be safe with her father. The strike never connected. In a flash of light, she disapparated in a wild release of accidental magic, leaving the three boys behind. At the same time, Amelia Bones was up in Rose's room and was looking through the barred window. She was surprised to see two almost simultaneous flashes of light. One was about half-kilometer to the right, and the other was on the ground below the window. "Stella!" Amelia heard a frantic shout from one of her men and looked down. Aura Storm was crouching over a young girl who was laying on the ground. From her vantage point, the director had excellent view of the face of the crying child and her disheveled appearance. It looked familiar. Amelia could see the kid's left hand, which was bleeding. "Stella, sweetie, what happened?" the Aura asked. He had drawn his wand and was already casting minor healing charms. Then the director placed the face of the child. She had seen it on a picture frame on the desk of Jason Storm, who was accidentally the man who was tending to the kid. That was his oldest daughter. With an unexpected burst of speed for her apparent age, Amelia dashed down the stairs. She noticed Nelson, who was a trained medic, coming from the back of the house and waved him to follow. Moments later, when she exited the house and turned around the corner to the left, Madame Bones had to halt when she came behind Shacklebolt, who was hovering over the Storms. She sidestepped him and saw the girl who was in the embrace of her father, was trying to calm her down. "Nelson, check up the kid and see if she needs to go to St. Mungo." "Right away, ma'am." The Aura hurried to follow his orders. "So without you to put the the whale of a bastard in his place, your so-called cousin continued to make a nuisance of himself." "Well, that's effectively over. By now, Dudders should be stuck in a cell and hope that Aura Storm is not let anywhere near him. What about the whale? My dear uncle had a very interesting visit at work. Vernon Dursley was devouring a bacon sandwich which was brought in by his 20-year-old secretary and was admiring her behind as she was leaving his office. He finished it in another bite and grabbed the next treat when he heard a door opening. His eyes widened with surprise when two men in old-fashioned suits entered the waiting room in where his secretary's desk was placed. One was about 180 in height and had what looked like claw marks across his face. He had short black hair and grown eyes which were glaring at Vernon. The other was a head-shorter blonde man with Arctic cold blue eyes. The secretary went to confront the men, but promptly stepped aside when one of them flashed a badge of some kind in front of her. "Vernon Dursley," the first man asked. "Yes. Who are you and what do you think you are doing barging in my office?" The blonde man smiled viciously. "We are agents Johnson and Drake from Scotland Yard, and you, Mr. Dursley, are under arrest for child abuse." Vernon became redder than a well-cooked crab and blustered. "See there, that is—" "Oh, shut up, you bloody whale. We have you dead to rights. Did you really think that you could treat Rose Potter that way and get away with it?" Dursley spluttered. You are one of those freaks." The enraged man took a swing at the closest disguised Aura. Drake gave Vernon a frosty smile after catching his right hand. The Aura moved faster than Dursley's eyes could follow, and the man who was resembling an oversized walrus found himself face to face with the rug on the floor of his office. Vernon screamed, sensing a sharp, piercing pain in his right wrist. He was cuffed and paraded in front of all the curious workers in the plant before being stuck in the back of an unmarked police car and driven away. Another team of Auras took the sister of my uncle into custody and ended blasting apart that piranha with feet she called a dog in the process, but Amelia was unable to send me a memory of that. A pity. Though I prefer the way we dealt with that bloody thing. Yeah, that memory still puts a smile on my face. So the Dursleys are all awaiting trial. Any word when it is? Amelia hopes to gather an emergency session of the Wizengamot for this evening or tomorrow morning at the latest. Before Albus gets an idea of what we are up to and has enough time to react. Right now, he'll be concentrating on finding more about you, where you've taken Rose, and how to get custody back. Well, the trial and the charges he'll face as result will put a pretty big wrench in those plans. Harry grinned. So how exactly did your chat with our dear minister go? Well, you see, the 1st of November 1995, London. In the middle of the night, the Minister of Magic's mansion was covered by a blanket of deep shadows. Overhead, the sky was even darker. For Harry, who was inside a futuristic-looking armor, all sharp angles of black metal, designed to deflect bullets, spells, and blades. It was as bright as at high noon, thanks to the enchanted night vision equipment integrated in his helmet. His disillusioned form passed through the outer perimeter of the property as if the defenses were not even there. The notice-me-not and muggle-repelling wards had no effect over Potter. Harry stopped at the threshold of an invisible line which marked the area of effect for the true defenses of the mansion. He retrieved a sphere of black marble which was covered with runes from a pouch on his cargo pants. This artifact was one of 3 he and Blaise had on themselves after they were brought to this world. It was an ingenious little device which was extremely hard to make, with the materials needed alone costing hundreds of thousands galleons. But in Harry's opinion, it was worth every penny. What this sphere of marble did was precious. It could confuse the wards over any given property in writing in the person who used it. After its introduction during the war, no place defended only with wards was safe ever again. Luckily, most of the needed materials were very rare in Britain, so Voldemort and his idiots were unable to make good use of this discovery. On the other hand, various Alliance Black Ops groups used these devices to great effect when storming DE's dwellings. With a practiced ease, Harry linked his magic to the sphere and pushed the object through the wards. He felt the protective magics pulsing in confusion. The resistance lasted 5 seconds, after which it stopped. The marble sphere sizzled and crumpled into ash. Harry smiled under his helmet and stepped forwards into the property protected by the mansion's wards. Nothing happened, and he proceeded to the front door. A brief diagnostic spell, usually used by thieves, confirmed what he suspected. The door was not locked with magic. Picking the massive lock turned out to be a child's play. Harry checked the door once again, just in case, and he entered the mansion. His armor unfolded, leaving him wearing his green combat robes. He retrieved his wand and cast an area of effect spell centered over his very person. A brief search later, during he left a few surprises in the house, Harry found the minister. To his surprise, Fudge wasn't sleeping. Instead, he was sitting behind an antique desk into a lavishly decorated office. The minister was furiously scribing into a thick ledger and at first did not notice the newcomer. Harry stilled cheerfully and walked into the room. "Minster Fudge, how nice to find you awake at this hour." "What? Who the hell are you?" Cornelius was startled by the stranger that walked in like he was owning the place. He wasted no time and activated his emergency port key, but to his horror, it didn't work. Fudge was starting to panic when he remembered that his ring of office doubled as both port key to the ministry and a silent alarm that was supposed to call in a detachment of auras to his position. He frantically grabbed the ring with his right hand and shouted, "Omega! Case Omega! Omega, damn you!" Harry looked at the minister's antics with amusement. Fudge was lucky that he had uses for him alive, because if Potter was an assassin, it would have been all over. The supposed leader of magical Britain would be long dead by now, without even knowing what hit him. "Now, Cornelius. I can call you Cornelius, right, my friend? There is no need for that. I am not here to cause you harm after all." Harry's smile widened a bit. The minister's sweat-covered face turned towards the newcomer, and he blinked at him. "Right. No harm, of course not." Fudge babbled. "As I said, I am a friend." Harry wandlessly cast a minor charm which was aimed at dampening the minister's mistrust. "A friend?" Fudge parroted. The young man did look somewhat familiar. "It's been a long time since my family had an active hand in the politics of our great nation. I'll be changing that, minister. Naturally, the logical first step is to show my support for the ministry and you, dear Cornelius." For the minister's support usually equaled funds, so he perked up despite still being somewhat terrified. "But let's first introduce myself. I am Lord Harry James Potter. I believe you'll be needing my support for the elections which are in less than 2 years. Harry presented his ring for Cornelius to inspect. Fudge looked at the jewel and blanched. It was the real deal. Even he could sense it pulsing with the old magics that were characteristic for the ancient house's lord's rings. And Fudge was painfully aware of the seats controlled by the Potter name, that he were frozen until the girl who lived became of age and claimed her lordship, and all those votes fell under the control of Dumbledore unless a miracle happened. All that was made a moot point by the man standing before him. "Cornelius, cheer up. With House Potter support, you'll have no trouble being re-elected, despite the opposition from Dumbledore and his friends." Harry could literally see the minister's thoughts written all over the man's face. Yes, he was going often to Dumbledore for advice, but he had never trusted the old man. Seriously, who would not want the minister's position for himself? Then there was the fortune for which the Potters were known, now back in business with a new lord taking the mantle. Now granted, Lucius was a good friend and an excellent contributor, but compared to the Potters, the Malfoy family moderately rich at best. What are the odds of getting financial aid for his campaigns by both parties? "Lord Potter, nice to make you acquaintance." A somewhat calmed-down minister gushed at what he was undoubtedly seeing as his newest paycheck. Harry beamed at the man. By the gleam in Fudge's eyes, he had the minister almost right where he wanted him. "The honor is mine, minister. Now, with the pleasantries out of the way, let's discuss what I could do for you, Cornelius. When I saw the shabby condition of your mansion, decided that a small donation is in order. Our Minister of Magic must have only the best. Anything less will reflect poorly on magical Britain." Fudge really liked the sound of that. He smiled at his new friend. An hour and a donation more than enough for a new mansion later, they were about to finish their meeting. The minister was in a great mood. Why, the sound of tens of thousands fresh galleons was incredibly refreshing. By the way, Cornelius, if you could do me a tiny favor, Harry asked sweetly. If it is within my not inconsiderable power, Harry. I believe it will be in both our interests if all Dumbledore's ventures, where the Ministry is concerned, are carefully monitored. We can't have our supreme warlock doing something without all the T's crossed and the I's dotted after all. The little increase of red tape Dumbledore deals with is small price to pay for guaranteeing the credibility of the positions he holds. This is splendid idea, Fudge declared with a large smile, burying the old man under a mountain of red tape and paperwork. This was pure genius. And Minister, it may sound a bit forward of me, but you simply must increase your security. I just walked in here. Imagine what could have happened if instead of me someone who wished you harm was to come into your home. That would be just tragic. Fudge blanched. He might not be a Ravenclaw, but the meaning of Harry's words was clear as a sunny day to him. Potter had just walked into the minister's home, which was one of the best warded places on the British Isles. And the new lord was more than confident that he could do so again. He could see it in Potter's eyes. It was a promise of slow, painful death if he betrayed him. He could sense that this young lord was much more dangerous than Lucius and his friends. Besides, Potter had more resources than them. Cornelius thought that this time it may be a good idea to stay bought, not to mention much healthier. Fascinating. It took him less than a minute to become from terrified to ready for bribing. I knew he was a greedy, corrupt bastard, but this is ridiculous. Blaise was laughing his ass off. That is Fudge for you. Besides, it's irrelevant behind what wards he decides to hide if he tries to mess with us. I left a couple of surprises on my way in. Blaise chuckled in response. So what is the plan for tomorrow? I'll get Rose out for a shopping trip. It'll help her chill out after all the dirty little secrets that came to light yesterday. Then we'll have to pass through the hospital for Andromeda to check her again, get the prescribed potions, and perhaps a visit with a mind healer. After that, we'll have to re-establish the alliances with the Longbottoms and the Greengrasses for starters. I'll be writing letters to Lady Longbottom and Lord Orion Greengrass before going to bed. I need a presentable wardrobe, and after that I'll be visiting some of the more shady contacts of my family. They should help with getting most of what is needed for the potion to heal Mother. Get few hours of shut-eye. I'll write the letters and do so too. The 2nd of November 1995, Grimmauld Place. Sirius Black was awoken from a restless sleep shortly after midnight. His reaction to the unexpected intruder was to jump from the bed and, still half asleep, to lunge for his wand, which was on the nightstand next to him. Only a quick reaction in raising a shield protected Dumbledore from being blasted through a wall. That would have been an even worse ending for his very bad day. Albus, what are you doing here? My boy, calm down. The headmaster's eyes twinkled with faked amusement. That was too close, save for comfort. He did not let that stop him from acting with his usual grandfatherly manner. What happened? Is Rose all right? Sirius, you must stay calm. Rose was taken. What? By who? I'll kill the bastards. Sirius fumed, enraged. I told you to remain calm. Dumbledore spoke sternly. Black glared at the old man and growled. Explain what happened. Now. It seems that Harry did not die, as we all were led to believe. I don't know where the poor boy was all this years, but he returned this morning before breakfast. He had reclaimed his lordship and took Rose away from the school. He claimed it is for a week, but I am unsure. Sirius, I do not know with whoever Harry was to turn him this way. However, I am afraid that he no longer follows the light. Since the moment Albus mentioned that Harry was alive, Sirius was standing rooted in place and barely paid any attention at what the headmaster was saying. Was this some kind of sick joke? Or did Dumbledore finally lose it? And what was this nonsense about his dead godson being evil? 5. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Alliances. Disclaimer: I do not own Harry Potter. It belongs to J.K. Rowling and the various publishers. This story is written with no commercial aims. I do not make any money from it. Anne, this is the baited version, thanks to the great work by Steve too. Thank you. The reception of this chapter is incredible. I want to thank to all my readers. You are all great. The 2nd of November 1995, London. Arriving at the leaky cauldron by Floo, Blaise sighed in relief. He had forgotten the horror that was a teenage girl on a shopping spree, especially one that was experiencing the joys of London's malls for the first time. At least he was able to get away after only 2 hours of cruel, oh so cruel, and unnatural torture. Harry had looked especially miserable when Blaise made his way out of Harrods and left him alone to deal with Rose's shopping spree. He had the distinct impression that they had created a monster. Well, whatever, that was Harry's problem, the poor bastard. Blaise allowed a slight smirk on his face, remembering the silent swearing Harry had sent after him when he announced he had to leave. Thinking back to the present, Blaise knew he had much more fun things to do until 1 in the afternoon when they were to meet Lady Augusta Longbottom. Blaise nodded at Tom, the owner of the tavern that acted as an entrance to Diagon Alley, and made his way out back and past the brick wall. He was wearing conservative black, dueling robes with few custom enchantments added as protection, not that they were apparent. A discreet notice-me-not charm was giving him a reasonable degree of anonymity as he was making his way to the darker side of magical London Nocturne Alley. Thanks to some ancient magic that no one was able, or really bothered, to dispel, that place was plunged into permanent shadows. Perfect for the usual clientele of the people working there. For a lot of wizards and witches who had business in that place, anonymity was a must. His first stop was a general store in which you could find almost anything for the right price, but more importantly, one that his family had a 51% ownership in. The Zabini family had attained the controlling interest of that fine establishment in 1988, when Caractacus Burke met an untimely end after trying to swindle Elisa Zabini, Blaise's mother. Now it was time for Blaise to steer the remaining co-owner to the right track. He entered the badly lit shop and quickly assessed the interior. It was just as he remembered it before the inferi trashed the place oh so many years ago. Crap, junk, dark artifact, more junk. As soon as Blaise's eyes moved to the center of the store, he stopped on Borgin. That man had oily grey hair, not so different from the one on the bat that was haunting Hogwarts dungeons. Blaise smiled wolfishly. "Mr. Borgin, it's good to see that you are well and continue to take care of our joint business." The shop owner's blue eyes tracked the sound of the voice like guided missile, even though he didn't know what that was, had never seen it, and would have discounted it since it was Muggle and therefore of no consequence. An instinctive sneer froze on his lips when he saw the Zabini head of house ring on the left hand of the patron. He looked up at the face of the young man and gulped. All of a sudden, he felt like a mouse which was being contemplated as dinner by a hungry owl, one that was caught in the open with no place to hide or hope to run away. He had hoped that after Elise Zabini was put in St. Mungo permanently and her whelp was killed, he would be free from the magical contract that the woman had forced him to sign. He had hoped to never see a Zabini again, something that was obvious to Blaise. Blaise moved a step closer towards the still man. "I am Lord Blaise Zabini, Mr. Borgin." The predatory smile on the face of the young noble showed a hint of mischief, but the shop owner was too terrified to notice. "We need to have a little chat about some of your clients and what you have sold them." Borgin winced. If it became known that he had revealed such information, his life wouldn't be worth a nut. Merlin's balls, even a suspicion that he had blabbed would be enough to end him. "My lord, that's confidential information. I can't just tell. They'll kill me." "Nonsense, Mr. Borgin," Blaise smiled, waving his hand over his shoulder. The door behind Blaise clicked as it was locked up and shutters fell over the windows. "You had to love wandless magic. They are not here, and there is nothing that your clients could do to you that will be worse from what I'll do unless you start talking. Besides, they are not here, are they?" Blaise looked around, then back at Borgin. "See, no one but us." His eyes grew dangerous. Blaise slowly advanced on the cowering man. Zabini let his magic run unrestrained, and the shop shook by pulses of wild, arcane energies. Living shadows were clinging to the form of the young lord like a pair of fluttering wings. Various vials, holding expensive and often dangerous substances, shattered when struck by waves of uncontrolled magic. Borgin whimpered and hid below the counter moment before a wave of magic blew away the items that were on top of it. In the end, Blaise did not have to even touch the terrified man. Borgin was ready to sing as a canary, but needed a calming draught before being able to speak coherently. By the time Blaise finished his visit, he had a lot of information about the free Death Eaters and the dark items they were interested in. As a bonus, he got some rare potions ingredients and a vanishing cabinet. He believed that its other end was in the Room of Requirements in Hogwarts. Zabini's next stop was of a more personal nature. He needed information on the wanker that put his mother in the hospital for a decade. The only thing he had on that bastard was a name: Stephen Veracruz. Blaise had checked with the DMLE and had found out that it was a cold case. With only a name and loose description, the auras did not have much to go on, nor did they really work at it. However, he had other options. He headed to a 4-story tall abandoned building which was a short distance away from Borgin and Burke. It looked like no one had visited the place in a long time, at least for those who did not know better, and he was, after all, one that did know better. A few meters from the main door, which was nailed shut with ancient-looking, meaning warped, wood boards, there was a staircase leading to the basement. The stairs went down to an unnaturally dark landing. There, hidden in the shadows, was a bouncer, as the first line of defense of what was the entrance to what, according to a lot of people, was the greatest den of vice and lechery, not to forget gambling with capital G in magical Britain. For the people who took notice of these things, it wouldn't be a big surprise to know that this place was also partially owned by the Zabinis. No one ever accused them of being a light and particularly law-abiding family. Blaise went down the stairs only to be stopped by a bouncer. The first thing Zabini noticed was the shabby muggle suit the man was wearing. It was old, worn out, with its once brown colouring fading into a dull grey. A pale face covered with worry lines, light brown beard, and crowned by greying brown hair was like a shining beacon in the shadows. Blaise's eyes widened. The last time the young lord saw that man, he lay dead next to his wife in the Great Hall of Hogwarts after taking an AK targeted at Harry's back. "Remus!" Blaise exclaimed, momentarily forgetting himself. Shock was clearly visible on his dark face. So that's how everyone seeing Harry back from the dead feels, Zabini thought while combating his shock and trying to calm down before his heart jumped out of his chest. The werewolf raised an eyebrow. He could not remember ever seeing the young black man before. He sniffed, but the smell of the man was unfamiliar too. Yet there was a whiff of something he knew rather well. Rose. This wizard somehow was near her not too long ago. Lupin growled and took a step forward. "Who are you?" Zabini's control reapplied itself. "Calm down, wolf. I mean you no harm. Unless you make an ass of yourself." "I am a friend of Rose Potter." Blaise trailed off, amused by the confusion he saw on Remus' face, and dropped the rest of the bomb with a smirk. "And Harry Potter, who despite the rumors to the contrary is rather well." Well, I might have gone a bit too far, Blaise must. In a blink of an eye, he was suspended in the air, with his back pressed to a wall. A pissed-off werewolf was holding him by the neck. Zabini wasted no time with trying diplomacy and instead fell back on his training. In quick succession, he struck various pressure points in the wolf's right hand, causing it to go limp. A wandless body bind hit the surprised Lupin and ended the confrontation before it could truly begin. "Lupin, will you behave?" Blaise glared at the older man, who was stiff as a board and rooted in place. Zabini was glad that looks, besides that of the damned basilisks, could not kill, or he would have been turned to ash. The only answer the werewolf deigned to give was a low, rumbling grow, just the type that had caused the prehistoric ancestors of the humans to huddle around the fire and look warily into the night for the predator that was stalking them. "Obviously not," the black man declared. Blaise took out a small bottomless pouch from an inner pocket in his robe and started rummaging through it. It was a cheaper model without the charm that brought the item you wanted by only thinking about it. "Aha!" Zabini withdrew a small box with hexagonal shape and opened it, revealing a mirror. He tapped a crystal which was engraved into the communications device's wooden frame twice and waited. While Remus was glaring daggers at his back, he ignored the fuming wolf and waited for Harry to respond. Blaise knew that he had no reasonable chance to calm down the enraged man. Not while being a total stranger to the wolf inside Remus. It took almost 5 minutes for Harry to answer. Blaise, you rang. What is the issue? Harry looked glad at the interruption. Apparently Rose was driving him insane. Blaise smirked and answered, I ran into one pretty irritated wolf. Care to put Rose on the line? I hope she could calm him down. Harry's eyebrows disappeared into his hairline. So you pissed off Lupin? Harry deadpanned. Hey, I just mentioned that you are back in town and he lost it. Blaise moved the mirror to show the spellbound werewolf. Uncle Moony, Rose screeched in a way that put Molly Weasley to shame. Blaise cringed hearing the ear-piercing sound. He dared to look in the mirror and saw Harry's sister. You, she pointed an accusing finger in Blaise's direction. What did you do to Remus? Behind her, Blaise could see Harry, who was enjoying the show. It was self-defense, I promise. After that, he decided that discretion was the better part of valor and cancelled the body bind. Lupin, catch. He threw the magic mirror at the werewolf as if it was a live grenade. Only the enhanced reflexes granted to Remus by his curse allowed him to snatch the magical object before it could hit a nearby wall and shatter. Remus, are you all right? What did that barbarian do to you? Rose bombarded the bewildered wolf with questions. Rose, what are you doing out of Hogwarts? It's not safe. Blaise and Harry snorted almost simultaneously. Safe? Hello. Please remind me, Moony, how many times someone tried to kill me in that damned school? Rose asked in sarcastic voice. Not to mention the bloody gladiatorial games in which you have to take part this year. Blaise muttered. Well, I am sure Albus does his best. Wait, what games? A low growl emanated from the throat of the werewolf. Oh, you haven't heard about Dumbledore's latest fuck-up? Harry asked. James. I am not my father, damn it, Potter groaned. Nope, that's my brother Harry, back from the dead, and he still hasn't told me how he managed to pull that off. Rose interjected with a cute pout. For a minute, Remus stared at the mirror without even blinking. Eh? Blaise, what did you do to Moony? What? It is not my fault that he spaced out. And what is this, a blame Blaise day? Zabini said. He looked at Harry, who had problems containing his laughter. You know, we might have gone a bit overboard with all this. Turn Rose into a normal teenager plan. All too successful. Enough. Someone explain what in the name of the founders is going on, and you, he pointed at Rose, prove that you are the real deal. Tell me how I taught you the Patronus. Remus roared. After Rose gave the irate werewolf a sufficiently good answer, Harry's smile disappeared and he looked seriously at Lupin. Short version, me and Blaise somehow came back. And we are not amused with how our loved ones have been treated. We will do whatever it takes to protect the people we care about. And as far as your precious Dumbledore is concerned, were you aware with what kind of people he left Rose? The last sentence was said with a tone colder than the Arctic ice. An ancient instinct for self-preservation screamed into Lupin's head that he should choose his next words very carefully. Not really. After last year, I knew that everything was not all right, despite what Albus was saying, but there was not much I could do. Damn it, Cub. I spent 10 years searching for you while holding a job for just long enough to get some money to finance my investigation. A year before you went to Hogwarts, I got information that you were being raised in Europe, so I went there to continue my search. However, after that, I guess that I lost track of the time until Albus contacted me with a proposition to become a Dada professor. And then after what happened in the end of the last school year, Remus trailed off, refusing to meet anyone's eyes. Oh, Moony, Rose mumbled, and if I am to guess, you couldn't find Rose this summer either, Harry asked quietly. Lupin only shook his head. Harry and Blaise looked at each other. My money is on inverted compulsion charm. Besides, the Blood Wards could account for why he couldn't find her, Zabini suggested. Possibly. Dumbledore couldn't have a friend of the family messing up his plans for Rose, much less one of the marauders. Harry looked at Lupin with a thoughtful expression on his face. Tonight, or early tomorrow, the people who are raising Rose will be put on trial. You should attend. It will be enlightening to see what the people to which Dumbledore entrusted my sister's well-being did to her. Meanwhile, considering the media circus that will start as a result, Rose could use a bodyguard while she is out of Hogwarts. Do you want the job? I can guarantee that it will pay better than whatever you are doing now." "Wait a moment. Who said that I need a bodyguard?" Rose exclaimed. "Someone has to scare the reporters off you. Not to mention various DEs or the occasional idiot who would think that kidnapping her for ransom might be a great idea." Remus looked at Harry gobsmacked, a chance to keep the girl who he saw as his niece safe, especially when she was with someone who claimed to be little Harry back from the dead. For him, it was the simplest decision. Even his wolf agreed. He would protect those who he saw as pack, and it seemed that Dumbledore might not be in that category for much longer. "Where do I sign up?" Harry smiled. It was good to have the wolf in their corner. He knew that after the trial, Remus would be firmly on their side. It was obviously that Moony agreed only to protect Rose and find out what the hell was going on. Harry had no illusion that for the time being the werewolf trusted them as far as he could throw the ministry. He had no problem with that. Trust was something to be earned. "Good man, you could make sure that Blaise is still in one piece until he finishes his errands in the alley. You'll be starting your stint as a bodyguard at the beginning of the trial. Get yourself appropriate clothes and whatever items you need to get the job done. Blaise will get you an advance from your first salary. We'll probably meet in the late afternoon." "See you later, Moony. You, brother dearest, are coming with me. We are having another hour before leaving to visit the Neville's Gran." Harry groaned and mouthed a silent "help" before being dragged away by the over-enthusiastic teen. Blaise pocketed the mirror and looked at the confused werewolf. "Remus, we were never introduced properly. I am Blaise Zabini. Now stop staring at nothing and let's go. We have job to do." Lupin shook his head to clear his thoughts. What the hell did I get myself into? He wondered. Zabini, I know that name. Didn't Eliza Zabini have a kid named Blaise? Yeah, I am supposed to be dead too. Deal with it. Now come on, I need to gather some intel, and then we will see what gadgets you'll need to keep Rose in one piece. So that really was Harry. The cub is back? Remus asked with a hope in his voice. That he is. Come on. Blaise pointed at the door. Remus nodded and got a key from one of his pockets. He unlocked the door and entered, followed closely by his new acquaintance. They walked through the length of a dark corridor. It was barely lit by 6 gas lamps which were hanging from the walls. They reached another door. This one was protected by heavy-duty wards, but that was not an issue. Not when you were let in by someone with a permission to do so. Beyond the door was the lowest level of Madame Venus's fine establishment, though to be fair, there was nothing fine on the basement floor. It was for die-hard gamblers down on their luck who couldn't have more than a couple of galleons in their purses. They were drinking cheap booze and were far too busy with losing their last nuts to notice the newcomers. In the far right corner, a couple of bouncers were levitating away a bunch of bloodied, unconscious men. So we missed the morning brawl. What a shame, Blay muttered. You are assuming that those fellas were sober enough to put something resembling a fight. There is that. They headed to the staircase leading to the top floors and passed by the bar, which was stinking of old ale. The barman glanced at them for a second and returned to his work. He was busy trying to clean up a liquor mug with a piece of cloth that once, long time ago, might have been white. They were stopped by a pair of bouncers who were guarding the staircase from the rabble frequenting the basement floor. Now, boys, where do you think you're going? A rat-faced thug asked Blaise and Remus. The young noble sneered almost as good as Snape. Run to your boss. Tell whoever is in charge nowadays that Lord Zabini has come for a chat. My lord, do you have a proof of your identity? A flash of the Zabini family crest on Blaise's ring was more than enough to send the bouncer scurrying up the rest of the stairs. The other supposed guard did not know what exactly was happening, but decided that now was a swell time to be somewhere else and got out of the way. Remus shook his head in disgust at the actions of his ex-colleagues. As they ascended the stairs, the decor between the floors, not to mention the greatly improved general condition of the building, became more and more opulent. It was clear that the rat-faced man had given the word, so no one tried to stop them. The guards protecting the entrance to every floor either glared or ignored them. When they reached the last floor, Remus and Blaise found themselves in a scene fit for the wet dreams of a sultan. A dozen scantily clad, gorgeous women were sitting on lavish couches in a big circular room, which had well-hidden doors, undoubtedly leading to the ladies' rooms. Their clothes were designed to showcase their ample assets and were not leaving much to the imagination. "Not bad, ladies. Not bad at all." Blaise whistled. "Unfortunately, work comes before pleasure," he added quietly. A stunning Vila with waist-long curly blonde hair appeared from a hidden door in the far end of the chamber. Her unrestrained allure slammed like a cannon shell into Blaise's Occlumen's shields, and it broke apart like a wave hitting a large boulder. "Tisk! Tisk! Madam Venus, this trick won't work on me. I am not here to enjoy the ample pleasures you have to offer." "But my lord," she purred in a sensual voice. She fluttered her long lashes his way and smiled innocently in an enticing way. "No joy, Venus. You should know who I am. My family owns 40% of your magnificent establishment." Venus blinked in confusion. Then her eyes widened. She thought that the idiot protecting the basement gambling den was wrong, but wanted to see who was impersonating one of the Zabinis. That family was all but dead after all. But the young black man smirked at her. That infuriating. She saw the ring on his raised left hand. "I am Lord Blaise Zabini, and I need information. You have a lot of blackmailing material about our esteemed lords and ladies on the Wizengamot. I am well aware of the collection of files you have gathered during the years. One more thing, my dear. Stefan Vargas." The Vila became whiter than a fresh snow when she heard the name. Oh, she knew Vargas rather well before that stunt he pulled. Now the child he had supposed to have murdered was standing in front of her, all grown up, and he was not amused. "So you do have information about that bastard. How interesting." The thin smile Blay gave her chilled the blood in her veins. She shivered as the young man walked closer to her. "Leave us!" He barked at her girls who hurried to obey. They were no fools. Cf. The 2nd of November 1995, Longbottom Manor. Harry and Rose arrived within a silent explosion of flames. He had to catch his sister, who stumbled as they landed. The siblings found themselves in front of a couch and 2 armchairs with a low table between them, which faced the fireplace. To their right, a formidable-looking witch in a navy blue robes was talking with a small house elf. Lady Longbottom looked at her guests. "Tipsy, please bring us some refreshments." "Right away, Long Lady, ma'am." The elf gave his mistress a bow and popped away. Harry smiled at their host. "Lady Augusta Longbottom." He gave her a deep bow. "I am Lord Harry Potter. It is nice to make you an acquaintance. I believe that you have met my sister, the Lady Rose Potter, but I do not believe that you were properly introduced." "Lady Longbottom, it is good to see you again," Rose curtsied. The old witch studied the siblings with narrowed eyes. "My Lord Potter, Lady Rose. It is nice to meet you. Please, take a seat." She waved them to the couch and went to the nearest armchair. When they were seated, she looked at them shrewdly. "My lord, the letter you sent me was interesting." That statement was a nice understatement. Cups with steaming tea appeared on the table, as well as all that was necessary for having a good, old-fashioned English tea. "I'm sure it was," Harry thought. "Lady Longbottom, is the fact that I am wearing my family's head-of-house ring enough to confirm my identity, or is a magical oath necessary before we can go ahead with our meeting?" "I would appreciate a vow. One can't be too careful in this day and age." "That is understandable. I swear on my life and magic that I am Lord Harry James Potter, son of James Harold Potter and Lillian Jane Potter. So mote it be." A corona of emerald magic surrounded Harry, confirming that the vow was in effect. He levitated a cup of tea from the table, demonstrating that he was still a wizard. Augusta looked at him with an unreadable expression on her face. "Was your death faked, my lord, or did you truly come back?" "Technically neither. It's complicated, and to tell you the truth, I am not sure how exactly it happened. I would prefer to keep my suspicions to myself." "Fair enough. For now, at least. You requested this meeting. Please speak." "I would like to renew the long-standing alliance between the houses of Potter and Longbottom." "This is a good thing to hear, but I wonder why Lady Rose has not done so before now." Augusta gave the young witch a searching look. "Until yesterday, Rose knew almost nothing about our family. She was unaware that we are a most ancient and noble house, or that she was the heiress to House Potter. Her education about the wizarding world was sabotaged to the point that some Muggle-borns knew more than her. Surely that's impossible. The people who raised her must have, Lady Longbottom exclaimed. My lady, unfortunately, that was not the case. Harry interrupted their hostess. Rose was raised by our Muggle relatives who loathe magic and hate her. They told her nothing. And Albus Dumbledore made sure that she didn't learn a thing about her heritage in Hogwarts. The Longbottom matron was deep in thought. It all made a twisted kind of sense. So the girl wasn't really rude and, as some people thought, arrogant. She just was not taught how to behave befitting her station, something everyone had assumed as a given. Instead, Rose had behaved as the average Muggle-born who had no idea of the etiquette required from an heir to a noble house, something that would have made sure that most purebloods would keep their distance from her after being insulted by her behavior. Albus should have made sure that Rose was taught all she needed to know to assume her position as Lady Potter. But why Albus permitted such a state of affairs to exist in the first place? That is a grave accusation to level against a man of Dumbledore's statute, Augusta commented with a neutral tone. He left my sister to be abused for 15 years. I haven't yet started with the accusations when the old goat is concerned, Harry hissed. The Longbottom matriarch was taken aback. The Grill who lived abused? Surely not. My lord, you don't mean that. Augusta trailed off. My aunt and uncle are currently in DMLE custody, awaiting trial for child abuse. They are the people who were chosen to raise Rose by Dumbledore. That is, after he sealed my parents' wills. My mother was aware of her sister's attitude towards magic, so there is no chance in hell that my aunt was designated as a guardian for Rose in the wills. During that discussion, Rose was looking away and trying to suppress the memories of her time with the Dursleys. Lady Longbottom looked at her sadly. I see. You wish for Dumbledore to receive what he is due. Will tampering, child abuse, interfering with the inheritance of a most noble and ancient house, that would be more than enough to bury anyone else. However, he has more than enough friends to get away with little more than a slap on the wrist. Most of Wizarding Britain considers that man a saint. Well, they need to see the real Dumbledore. A public trial for our damned relatives, followed by one for the old man, will do nicely. The media loves to tear down their heroes. Reporters. What else could you expect? The older witch scoffed. Until now there were two sides. The light, led by Dumbledore and the dark families, whose strings are usually pulled by Lucius Malfoy. The neutral houses tend to stay out of the fray unless there is something that ejects them directly. What about you, Lord Potter? Harry smiled. This was the question he was expecting since the start of the meeting. Most of the dark houses are the same people who supported Voldemort. Those are no friends of mine, but I have no problem with the few who did not follow him. However, as long as the so-called light plays by Dumbledore's tune, I will have nothing to do with it. Now there is a third side to this game, Lady Longbottom. Mine. Augusta looked at Harry with hard eyes. This was obviously not what she wanted to hear. Even if all the traditional allies of House Potter support you, it won't be enough. No matter how powerful, they still make a small block of noble houses. Such division would let Malfoy and his cronies run unchecked. As if they are not doing whatever they want now. Besides, it won't be as clear-cut as you fear, my lady. Harry raised his left hand and showed her his other ring, the one with a serpent stylized as the letter S. I happen to be the new Lord Slytherin as well. If he had said that he was Merlin reborn, Augusta would not be as shocked. That will shake both sides. A lot of people followed Voldemort because he claimed to be the heir of Slytherin. That is a title that was never his. I and Rose are direct descendants from Salazar Slytherin. Augusta Longbottom stared at the young man sitting on her couch. Few simple sentences delivered with calm, dispassionate tone. That's all it took to turn her world upside down. That and a lord's ring, which no one had seen in person for millennium. She looked at Harry's green eyes, which were so much like Rose's to be almost identical. Yet there was power behind them and cold, ruthless intelligence. At that moment, she had no trouble believing Potter's statement. She felt like being locked up in a room with an apex predator who was calmly studying her. Suddenly, she understood the true reason for this meeting. Augusta did not doubt that Lord Potter wanted the alliance between their houses renewed. That was the outcome he would prefer to happen. But it was his secondary objective. She glanced at Rose, who was trying to follow the conversation, but was out of her depths. Lily's daughter obviously knew nothing about the political realities in the wizarding world if her confused look when the divide between the light and dark houses was mentioned. Same about the neutral ones, so Harry Potter was running this show, and he wanted to know if Augusta would continue to support Dumbledore and his light. Looking at those emerald pools, she reached a chilling realization. Lady Longbottom had to ask, "Lord Potter, what will you do if Dumbledore's control of the Wizengamot proved to be too strong?" Harry gave her a chilling smile. She looked with rising concern how all life drained from his eyes until they were two windows to an empty frozen void. "I will have to deal with our dear, unlamented headmaster permanently, same as with the remaining Death Eaters." Augusta expected that answer, she really did, yet she couldn't prevent a gasp leaving his lips. She could see Rose looking at her brother and struggling with his answer. "Harry, you don't mean that you'll fight the headmaster? He is the most powerful wizard in the world." "So I've been told. Perhaps he was until 2 nights ago." Something clicked in Augusta's brain. She had not yet asked how Potter was appearing to be few years older than he should be by now. And there were his eyes. Too old and showing experience well above his apparent age. A suspicion raised its ugly head. Before she could think it through, she found herself asking, "My lord, I expect that everyone who met you since your return wondered how you came back from the dead. But that is not the case at all, is it? It is not how you cheated death that you should be asked. But from when did you come?" Harry glanced at his sister. He had vowed not to lie or mislead her, so he could refuse to answer Lady Longbottom's question. Or was it time to give a limited explanation? He smiled. Sometimes, in order to gain trust, you should show some of it yourself. And he needed the support of this formidable woman. "You are the first to ask the correct question, ma'am." He looked at his sister, who saw bittersweet love etched in his sad smile. "From when, not from where. 2 days ago, I and my best friend were visiting the graveyard at Godric's Hollow. There were the graves of my parents, our wives, and—" He trailed off to take a deep breath. "My little sister who was murdered in front of my eyes when I was a year old," he added in a quiet voice. Rose gasped. How it was possible? On the other hand, Augusta simply nodded and waited for the older Potter to continue. "It was the 31st of October 2008, he said, and his eyes met Augusta's. 4 days earlier, a decade-long war against Voldemort and his followers ended when I was finally able to kill him for good. You see, he is not truly dead. He created multiple soul anchors, and until they are all destroyed, the Dark Lord could not be permanently killed, just disembodied. As we speak, he is searching for a way to regain his body." "I was dead," Rose exclaimed. "Oh, Merlin," Augusta whispered. She and most of the wizarding world had hoped not to see another Dark Lord in their lifetimes, much less he who must not be named. "Are you sure?" Lady Longbottom asked. "Rose dealt with one of these objects in her 2nd year. Voldemort is not as dead as we all wish." Malfoy's diary. "So that's how it contained a memory of Tom Riddle," Rose muttered. The sudden change of topic surprised their hostess. "Who is this Riddle?" she inquired. "Tom Marvolo Riddle, a half-blood with Muggle father. You know him as Lord Voldemort." Harry, with some interjections from Rose, proceeded to tell Augusta about the basilisk fiasco. If the expression of Lady Longbottom was anything to go by, Neville had not told her any details about that debacle. The poor teenager was about to receive an interesting letter demanding explanations. "Lord Potter, Lady Rose, I need a vow from you that all you two told me was true as far as you know." Harry agreed and looked at his sister, who nodded. They did as Lady Longbottom wished. Augusta slumped back into her armchair. She was massaging her temples in a futile effort to forestall a rising headache. Albus Dumbledore was many things. A fool where magic was concerned he was not. So he had to know what that damned diary really was. And he told no one that the Dark Lord was not permanently gone. That man and his accursed secrets. She had a decision to make, one that might shape the future of the wizarding world for years to come. Cf. The 2nd of November 1995, Hogwarts. The school was in uproar. Rose Potter had not been seen for 2 days. The prevailing rumor was that once she understood her monumental mistake, she ran away. Something the Slytherins, led by Draco Malfoy, were telling to anyone who wished to listen. And those people were too many for Hermione's taste, even some of her fellow Gryffindors who should have known better. To her distress, the professors were less than helpful. They were declining to discuss Rose at all. As if they ignored the problem for long enough, it would simply go away, just like a bunch of ostriches hiding their heads in the sand. Hermione sat on her bed, oblivious to her surroundings. She had spent most of the last 2 days deep in thought, the way she snapped at Rose at Halloween. It was foolish. She did not stop to think things through. She was so angry when Rose's name had appeared from the goblet. For a moment she thought that her friend had lied when she had told her that she did not want to do anything with the tournament. Hermione was scared too. She had read about the previous instances of this insane competition and all the casualties among the champions. And if she was to be fair with herself, she was little jealous of Rose. While her friend was mostly oblivious to it, Hermione was well aware of the way most boys were looking at the girl who lived. When all those things combined, she had lost it. "I am such a terrible friend," she muttered. Was my betrayal the reason Rose went away? Hermione wondered. She had to make things right, somehow. "I need to apologize," Hermione decided. She stood up and went to her desk. She got a blank list of parchment and inked a quill. Dear Rose, cf. The 2nd of November 1995, Greengrass Estate. The patriarch of the Greengrass family was glared upon by an arrogant ministry eagle owl. The rude bird had found him in his workroom, where he was dealing with the paperwork needed to run his house's assets. The ill-mannered avian hooted impatiently at Orion, who was reading the message it had delivered to him. He looked at the owl. "You know, with that attitude, it is a miracle that you haven't suffered an accident by now." Hoot! That was the indignant answer he received. He shook his head with exasperation. The ministry had been going down the drain for years, but that was ridiculous. Now even their damned owls were behaving like arrogant gits. Orion ignored the bird and returned his attention at the message it brought him. There was an emergency session of the Wizengamot scheduled for that evening. He wondered what bee had gotten under the minister's stupid hat this time, and cursed. His plans for a romantic dinner with his wife, Cynthia, were derailed. Greengrass scribbled a confirmation that he received the missive and tied the parchment to the leg of the bird. Hard. The owl left with an angry bark. Orion returned to his work, only to be interrupted by a flu call few minutes later. "Now what?" he grunted and made his way to the fireplace. "Augusta, what can I do for you?" Lord Greengrass said when he saw who wanted to contact him. "Orion, it is good to see you again. I have with me Lord Potter and his sister, the Lady Rose. We need to talk. Now." Well, isn't that interesting, he thought. Greengrass had a meeting with those two scheduled for later this afternoon. As far as he was concerned, the point of that exercise would have been to determine if the claims of the man who had written him were genuine. But now, with Augusta referring to this Harry Potter with the title of Lord, it was more than enough confirmation for him. Lady Longbottom was one formidable witch who was not easily misled. She would have checked the validity of the Potter's claims. "You may come through," he said, and stepped back. A wave of flames exploded from the fireplace and in quick succession deposed 3 figures. First was Lady Longbottom, who was wearing a conservative blue robe. She was followed by a man who was almost twin of James Potter, when he was in his late teens, and a young girl who was double of Lily. "Orion, let me introduce you to Lord Harry James Potter and his sister the Lady Rose. Harry Rose, this is Lord Orion Cygnus Greengrass." After a short exchange of greetings, Orion led them to his office. There, once his guests were seated, he turned to his old friend and ally. "Augusta, I assume that this young man proved to your satisfaction that he truly is Harry Potter." "That's right, Orion. He has the Potter signet ring and gave me appropriate magical vow. Harry is who he claims to be, beyond any reasonable doubt. Despite this reassurance, the war veteran showed his rings and gave another vow just to prove that he did not have Augusta under some kind of compulsion and was forcing her to lie. Then he repeated his story. "I am throwing away magical vows as free as candy on Halloween," he thought. Yet that was one of the best ways to confirm that he was saying the truth. When Harry was finished, the small group was silent while Orion was thinking about what he heard. "Fascinating," he said. "What are your goals, Lord Potter? If I renew the alliance between our houses, I need to know what you aim to achieve. Such an act would be the end of the neutrality of House Greengrass." Harry answered immediately. "Protect the people I care about. That includes ensuring that my sister is no longer controlled by Dumbledore or anyone else. Deal with Voldemort once and for all, no matter who or what stands in my way. And finally, as a long-term goal, I want to drag the wizarding world in the new millennia." Lofty goals. You'll make a lot of enemies along the way, enemies that will target your allies too. That is unfortunately inevitable. I already have a lot of enemies on both sides. Death Eaters and those blindly following Dumbledore. That was what Harry feared. Lord Greengrass would be reluctant to support him because doing so would endanger his family. "Yes, our illustrious headmaster. And some wonder why my family does not follow the light with him in charge." Orion looked at Lord Potter with a frown. He knew what dark magic the so-called soul anchors were. He supposed he should be grateful to Rose because she dealt with the damned basilisk before the bloody thing could harm one of his precious daughters. That kind of monster running unchecked in Hogwarts. It was madness. In other words, that was typical Albus Bloody Dumbledore. To make matters worse, Orion was steadily pressured by Malfoy and few of the other former Death Eaters to change his stance. The bastards were even suggesting an arranged marriage between his daughters and their spawns, something he wanted to prevent at all costs. But if the Dark Lord returned, he might have no choice if he wanted to protect his family. That damn bastard had come all too close to total victory the last time. No matter what he did, his daughters would be in danger. Even before Harry's arrival, they were already little more than pawns in the political games played by the great wizarding houses. Something he hated with all his being. "Lord Potter, if I am to ally House Greengrass with you, I will need something more than a simple political alliance. The political climate does not stay constant, and with it, alliances shift." Orion looked Harry in the eyes. He reached and took a framed picture of his daughters, then turned it around so his guest could see them. "If our alliance is to be renewed, I want it sealed with blood ties. I want the protection of House Potter and House Slytherin for my daughters." For Augusta, it was obvious the moment Orion said that he needed something more. What better way to ensure that Harry won't let the Greengrass family rot if it was expedient? After all, Potter was an unknown, so a marriage contract. It was still often done to cement political alliances. She glanced at Harry to find him staring at the picture of Orion's children. He was oblivious to anything else. Harry was looking at the laughing form of his Daphne, who was embracing a giggling Astoria. At that moment, he was lost in her azure eyes. His lips were stretched in a fond smile. He was lost, remembering better times. He could hear a heart-warming echo of his love's laughter. The way she smiled, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was thawing his frozen heart. Orion's frown deepened as he watched Harry. The way Potter was looking at the picture. There was such heart-wrenching longing in the young man's eyes. The eyes of Lord Greengrass widened. Harry had mentioned that he had a wife he had lost in that dark future he came from. "Which one?" Orion asked. He was surprised with how steady his voice was. The question yanked Harry out of his trance. He looked at the man that once was his father-in-law. He somehow had guessed. "Daphne?" Harry replied in a hollow voice. "You said that your wife had died. How?" "Early in 1998, Voldemort and his army assaulted Hogwarts. We won. I killed him believing that all his soul anchors were destroyed. It was a mistake. 6 months later he came back. He and what few DEs survived sealed Diagon Alley and unleashed 1,000 inferi there. Daphne was out shopping that day. It was days before we could retake the place and exterminate the undead. Daphne had made her last stand in the leaky cauldron, trying to protect a group of first years who were there to get their school supplies. It was all said in a frighteningly emotionless voice that resembled more an automaton without a soul than a living, breathing person. His empty eyes were looking at something far away. "Oh, Harry." Rose was holding her stiff brother in her embrace and was sobbing quietly. Orion was staring at the not-so-young man. He had seen what inferi could do to a person. He shuddered at the thought of something like that happening to his little angel. He was tempted to get to Hogwarts and make sure that his children were all right. That was a nightmare he didn't need. "You loved her." It was a statement. Harry answered with a small, broken smile. "With all my being." "Well, this time you'll have to do better," Orion declared. "You must know that I am placed under an immense pressure to choose a side. If the Dark Lord returns, I may not have a choice but to accept the marriage proposal from Lucius Malfoy for his son Draco and one of my daughters. Hell, all things considered, I did not have acceptable options even before you told me that wanker is coming back." Harry blanched at that. He would see all the Malfoys exterminated before allowing such a thing to happen, something Orion would prefer too. "My other option is to bind my house with someone powerful enough to protect my children. Considering the coming storm, are you such a man, Harry? I've faced Voldemort multiple times and won. His followers won't be an issue for long." Orion smiled. It was the way his guest spoke, the utter conviction in his voice. "I want a pensive memory of that later. Lord Harry James Potter, I, Lord Orion. Cygnus Greengrass, offer you the hand of my daughter Daphne Cynthia Greengrass. If you accept, we will draw a suitable marriage contract." Harry stared at his host. That was the last thing he had expected when he planned to renew the alliances of House Potter. Besides, Daphne loathed the concept of arranged marriages. If he accepted, she would kill him. Not to mention what her mother, Cynthia, would do when she found out about this stunt made by her husband. But the biggest reason why he was afraid to accept was Daphne's reaction. He wanted her safe, protected. He wanted her happy, no matter if she was his wife or not. And he was loathing the thought of bounding Daphne in a marriage she might hate. In the end, what he wanted, even needed, was her love. And an arranged marriage, especially one without her input, was a recipe for disaster. 3 pairs of eyes were locked on him as everyone was waiting for his answer. "Anne, please review." One of my readers made the correct observation that for Orion, leaving UK and getting his family out of this madness should be a great alternative. The logical one, even. As the author of this fanfic, I am aware of all the backstory I have for it, including a lot of things that have not made their way in the chapters I've already written. I'll be getting a more complete explanation as a part of the next chapters, but here is a shorter version. In a lot of fanfictions, we see the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot doing whatever they want in what is an act of treason and sedition against the Crown and the government of the UK. That's the way things are if the wizarding world is supposed to be an integral part of Great Britain. So in that case, the ministry should be the Ministry for Magic, just another part of the non-magical government. Here, however, I make the other logical choice. In both timelines, the one Harry and Blaise came from and this one, in which my story is unfolding, for the past 1,000 years, the magical Britain had nominal independence under the aegis of the Crown. So there is a Ministry of Magic and Wizengamot as the magical government. While they do owe a fealty to the monarch of the UK, the magicals could and do whatever they want, as far as magical people and creatures are concerned. The family of a Muggleborns have a grey legal status. That have been the status quo for a millennium since a charter was signed separating the wizarding and mundane worlds, to ensure that the non-magicals do not interfere without good reason. Merlin cast a wards over the British Islands. It acts as a compulsion field, which ensures that those in the British government in the know does not meddle in the affairs of wizards. The ward is fueled by the descendants of the wizards and witches who signed the charter in the name of the wizarding world. In exchange for part of their magic, they received places on the newly created Wizengamot and unrivaled legal protections. The most noble title in my story shows that a family is descendant of these people and still maintain the wards. However, nowadays, the traditional legal protections does not mean as much. Not with a minister for sale to the highest bidder and former dead-eaters and pure-blood supremacists gaining increasing control over the government. The most noble houses have certain responsibilities because of the binding magical contract their ancestors signed. They cannot leave Britain for good without losing major part of their magic at best. Orion technically had a third choice before Harry's arrival. He could have left. In the process, all his family would have become squibs at best, or died in the process of losing their magic. The way around that, according to the Charter, Greengrass must have a child who marries, have kids of her own, and stays in the British Islands. So the best he could do as far as leaving is concerned is to sacrifice one of his daughters in a marriage anyway and still risk his other child, his wife's and his magic's by leaving. Not to mention that this means leaving a daughter alone in the increasingly darker magical Britain. As a pureblood for him, there are few things worse than becoming a squib. So leaving is not an option he has seriously considered. As long as the statutes of secrecy are maintained, in which the wizards have huge leeway on what they can do to maintain them, and they do not mess up with ordinary people, the wizards are left alone. As you can guess, those in the know in UK government circles are not amused to have what is in practice another state on their soil, and have been waiting for the wizards to fuck up for a long time. When the various Dark Lords are concerned, the UK government had branches dealing with the problem after a decree of the then monarch. But Voldemort and his predecessors were considered little more than terrorists, so the independent status of magical Britain remains to this day. In the timeline from which Harry came from, Voldemort's biggest mistake was taking over the ministry after wiping most of its personnel. Shortly after that, the ward placed by Merlin fell thanks to the Dark Lord's breaking of the Charter. This in turn untied the hands of the non-magical government, but by that time Voldy had a mass production of undead soldiers going strong and a 10-year war ensured. I hope this wall of text made sense. Regards, Illuviar. 6. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. The Tribulations at the End of an Era. Disclaimer: I do not own Harry Potter. It belongs to J.K. Rowling and the various publishers. This story is written with no commercial aims. I do not make any money from it. Anne, the reception of this story is incredible. In 2 weeks it has more favorites and follows than all my other stories combined. You are great. This chapter was betailed by Steve too. Thanks, man. The 2nd of November 1995, Hogwarts. 2 girls strode through the halls of Hogwarts, trying their best to ignore the snide remarks of their housemates, something that both knew was becoming harder with every passing day. Especially regarding that little ferret Malfoy, the blonde girl thought. Her sapphire eyes tightened when a particular taunt came too close to comfort. Greengrass, we'll see how high and mighty our Ice Queen is when you're warming my bed as the little plaything you are, Draco taunted. His cronies cheered him on. Last year she would have simply ignored Malfoy, identifying him as being his usual uncultured self. But now she knew that her father was under increasing strain to abandon their house's neutral stance. And it was Lucius Malfoy leading the charge and demanding a betrothal to boot. Even with he who must not be named dead, the pure-blood supremacists and the Death Eaters who managed to bribe their way out of Azkaban were gaining more and more power with every passing day. It was even worse since that idiot Fudge became minister and was outright bought by Malfoy. Daphne knew that sooner or later her father would have to choose. And Dumbledore's side. She mentally sighed. Well, to call them passive at best was better than they deserved. Bloody useless, the lot of them. Considering the free rein certain parties in Slytherin House were allowed, Daphne knew that she and her sister wouldn't be safe in Hogwarts if her father sided with the Light families. It would be only a matter of days for them before something tragic was to happen if her father made such a decision. The neutrality was dying, with about half a dozen houses still undecided on which side to support. She glanced at her friend Tracy Davis, who was in similar position. At least she did not have a sister to worry about. Because for Daphne, a betrothal contract, even an unbreakable one with the Malfoy spawn, was not the worst thing that could happen. The thought of Draco getting married to Astoria and sinking his claws into her little sister was nauseating. In order to survive in the viper pit that her house had become, Daphne had to change. The happy girl that started Hogwarts 4 years ago was all but gone. Nowadays, her moniker of the Ice Queen was an accurate description of her persona. She was cold and distant to everyone but Astoria and Tracy, often even with them when in public. She couldn't show any trace of weakness, or it would be used against her. In the last couple of years, she had won herself a reputation amongst the snakes as being fast with her wand and mean with her hexes and curses. Thanks to every summer's grueling dueling lessons with her father, Daphne was more than good enough to deal with the unwanted advances of various inbred idiots who did not understand the meaning of the word no. Greengrass allowed herself a thin smile when she thought about what happened that very morning. Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy's self-styled bodyguards, had tried to have a chat with her, something about readjusting her attitude when Draco was concerned. At the moment, those imbeciles were under a full body bind, stuffed into a locked closet. Daphne had not felt particularly forgiving, so they were in a rather embarrassing position. She wondered who would be the unfortunate fellow to find them and whether the sight would scare him or her for life. After all, she did remove most of their clothes. Hopefully, that would finish what little reputation those had left and make clear that she was not someone to trifle with. Unfortunately, she was finding herself in situations where she had to make examples of various pure-blood idiots more and more often. Daphne squeezed the hand of her best friend tightly, and they made their way to their next class, History of Magic, leaving behind the snickering boys. The teenage girls were near their destination when a house elf popped in their way. "Missy Greenie, the headmaster wishes to speak with you." "Now what is that about?" Tracy said. "Did you go a bit overboard with our resident gits this time?" She directed at Daphne. "I don't know what you are talking about," Daphne primly declared. She smiled innocently. "Uh-huh, and we are all so lucky that Malfoy's gorillas went back to the jungle and won't grace us with their presence ever again." Tracy did not believe her friend's innocent act for a second. She smirked when Daphne gave her a look which was saying, "Who? Me? Go, I'll be fine. All the boys will be napping instead of making asses of themselves." Minutes later, Daphne reached the entrance of the headmaster's office without incident. That was until she reached the blasted gargoyle, which was protecting the passage leading forward. The house elf didn't tell her the password, and the animated statue was grinning as she attempted to guess it. Candy bars, lemon drops, chocolate ice cream, pumpkin pie, open, damn you. No effect. She was sure that the Merlin-cursed guardian was laughing its stone ass off at her expense. She was sorely tempted to draw her wand and blast the infuriating thing into gravel. Meanwhile, up some stairs and through a doorway, Dumbledore was talking with Daphne's father, who had just arrived through the flu. The headmaster was interested for the reason Lord Greengrass wanted his daughter out of school for a few days. However, it was not of any concern for her well-being. Albus knew about the rumors that various darker parties were pressuring Orion into abandoning his neutral stance. Some acquaintances of the headmaster were among those too, trying to sway House Greengrass to the light. The opposition was taking too much power thanks to the fortunes they were spending as bribes. Without access to the Potter's vaults until Rose turned 17, Albus could not match the likes of Malfoy. He hoped that Greengrass was not lost to the dark. Such a thing would be contrary to his plans for the greater good. "Orion, my dear boy, good to see you again," Albus greeted jovially. "Headmaster," Greengrass answered simply in a neutral tone, "you said you wanted to get Daphne away. I would like to know what it concerns. After all, she is one of my students, and I want to know that it won't cause her undue stress. I hope everything is all right with your family." "Is Cynthia fine?" Dumbledore asked, with a grandfatherly smile adorning his face. He was the poster image for good old Wizard, for those who did not know better at any rate. "Now, headmaster, you should know better. As I said, it is House Greengrass business. It should not affect her at school," Orion answered. "At least it wouldn't if this place was run as a normal school instead of your personal experiment. As it is, it really won't affect Hogwarts if the various Death Eaters spawns around here behave themselves as far as my daughters are concerned." Dumbledore smiled gently. His twinkling eyes looked at Lord Greengrass as if the noble was an unruly child. "But I insist. I hope that this has nothing to do with those persistent rumors I hear that Lucius has approached you with a proposition for closer relations between your houses." What was that thing that I heard about a possible marriage contract between young Draco and one of your daughters? This time Greengrass allowed himself a small smile. Nothing like that, Headmaster. I can promise that this is not about what Malfoy wants. He did not actually lie. It wasn't about what Lucius wanted. On the contrary, the point of this exercise was to keep Daphne and Astoria as far as possible from that bastard and his kid. Not sensing a deception, Albus beamed. That is good to hear. I was afraid that you was getting closer to some people with, let's say, questionable ambitions. That would have been grave mistake. As if I had a real choice until now. You would have sacrificed my children for your greater good without a second thought. With Malfoy and his cronies, at least one of my daughters might have been kept safe. No matter. There is another way now, Greengrass thought. Such a thing would have been less than ideal, yes. Now, Albus, may I see my daughter? We have family business to attend. By all means, she should be here already. Both men heard how the stone gargoyle protecting the way into the office moved away. So now you decided to open, Daphne exclaimed. Dumbledore shrugged. She arrived faster than I expected. No mater, my dear boy. She is here as you desired. Daphne entered the office and looked warily at the headmaster. Her stone-cold expression cracked when her eyes came to rest on her father. Father, is everything all right? Did something happen to Mother? She inquired with concern clearly recognizable in her voice. Your mother, Cynthia, is fine, daughter. She is still at work. I need you to come with me. It concerns house matters. Daphne's expression became unreadable again. Was this the moment she feared? Did her father submit to Malfoy's demands? Come on, daughter. We will talk at home. Good day, headmaster. She gave a half-hearted greeting to Dumbledore and followed her father through the flue, numbly. Is this the way the condemned feel when they go to the gallows? Daphne wondered. Cf. As Daphne left Hogwarts via flue with her father, Tracy Davis was sitting in History of Magic class. The ghost they had for a teacher was droning on and off about one of the Goblin rebellions, apparently the only thing he remembered how to teach. She tuned him out and started checking various notes she had taken while studying independently with Daphne. Let's see, what's next? The Charter of Independence and its consequences. There are few events, if any, which hold higher significance for our nation than the Charter of Albion, which was signed in 1021 between Knut from the House of Denmark, King of England, Malcolm II, Kind of Scotland, and the most powerful wizards of the time united by Merlin. This was one of the last acts of the greatest wizard in British history before his mysterious disappearance. The document, more commonly known as the Charter of Independence, made official the separation between the wizard and Muggle worlds. It established the predecessors of what are not the international statutes of secrecy, and granted nominal independence to the British wizarding worlds under the aegis of the Crown. According to the accords in the Charter, a new government of our magical world was founded, the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot. To guarantee that the Muggles kept to their side of the bargain, Merlin, in what is widely known as one of the greatest feats of magic in recorded history, cast a ward over the British Islands. As long as our government abides by the articles outlined in the Charter, most notably that all magical people and creatures fall under its control, but leaves the Muggles alone unless when our brave officials do what they must to maintain the statutes of secrecy, the ancient magic ensures that we are not disturbed by Muggles. It's been speculated that the ward acts as a compulsion field, which gently persuades the few in the Muggle government who know about our existence not to meddle in the affairs of wizards as it should be. There are few notable exceptions on both sides. Let's first look at the Muggles. When a Dark Lord is on the rise and he targets our poor, non-magical neighbours, the current monarch could act. There are rumours that branches of the Muggle government were trying to help against both Grindelwald and he who must not be named. But as you could expect, with them being non-magical, there was not much that they could do. The other exertion would be if our ministry and the Wizengamot decide to break the Charter for one reason or another. Then the ward set up by Merlin would act and the Muggles would be free to act. Not that they could do much to us wizards and witches. They do not have magic after all. On the other side, our ministry has the right to deal with crimes made by Muggles against our citizens. most notably when they are members of most noble houses, and that is when our auras have free reign. For the few of you who were sleeping during History of Magic class and had missed something this important, I will remind you why those of our noble houses are so important. It has been a millennium since the great Merlin created the ward, keeping the Muggles out of our affairs. In order to operate for such an incredible span of time, these ancient magics need to be constantly recharged. Here is where the most noble houses come in. They are all descendants of the wizards and witches who, with Merlin himself, signed the Charter of Albion. Ever since they made a grave sacrifice in our name, a part of their magical core is constantly channeled to maintain the wards. In a gesture of thanks for their self-sacrifice, those families received the most noble title and places in the newly formed Wizengamot, as well as unparalleled legal protection, which somewhat makes up for their grave sacrifice. In order for the wards to continue functioning, the most noble houses, among which are such notable names as the Potters, Blacks, Bones, Longbottoms, and Greengrasses, they are magically bound to our nation. In order to keep their magic, in each generation, they must provide a wizard or witch descendant who has to marry, have children of his, her own, and continue living in magical Britain. As one might expect, the consequences of abandoning those sacred responsibilities would be on par with losing their magic and becoming squibs or dying, being the least of them. Naturally, none of our esteemed most noble houses were foolish and treacherous enough to abandon their responsibilities and leave our magnificent islands. Tracy raised her head from the notes and saw that Professor Binns was still going on and on about a minor goblin rebellion that was all but forgotten by both sides. She shrugged and continued reading. Cf. The 2nd of November 1995, Greengrass Estate. In one of the guest rooms of the Greengrass family home, Harry Potter calmly sipped from a cup of herbal tea, while his sister was doing what sisters worldwide had done for generations. She glared daggers at him. He had persuaded Orion to go fetch Daphne from Hogwarts before reaching a decision to the older lord's proposition. The fact that he entertained the thought of accepting was infuriating to Rose. She was appalled to know that in the wizarding world it was still possible to make unbreakable marriage contracts without the participants, Reed victims as far as she was concerned, were even consulted, much less given a say in the matter. "Harry, you just can't do that to this poor girl, Slytherin or not," Rose exclaimed. "It's not right. You still have problems with the Slytherins, despite being won by blood, and I was in that house at school as well," Lord Potter calmly stated. "That's different, Claire. Or was I mistaken to believe so?" She poked her brother in the ribs. "Ow! Rose, that was just mean." Harry groaned, indignation written all over his face. Rose pinned him down to his chair with an awesome glare. "Silence! I am not finished with you." Her tone was like that of furious queen dealing with an underling who screwed up by the numbers. "And that man, he is ready to sell his own daughter, and you want to ally with him. What is wrong with you, Harry?" Said brother and Lady Longbottom shared a pained look. Augusta came to the rescue. "Lady Rose, are you familiar with the Charter of Albion? Or the Charter of Independence, as it is better known in this day and age?" The red-haired girl huffed. "Of course, we covered it in History of Magic," Rose informed the old witch. "What did that have to do with anything?" "Did you really?" Harry asked, seeing the confusion on his sister's face. "I guess the fine print is not something they taught, but you should know it as it affects us, as well as houses Longbottom and Greengrass directly." "Huh?" Rose had a bad feeling about what her brother was going to say. "We, the Potters, are one of the families who signed the charter. On the plus side, we get a seat on the Wizengamot and what is supposed to be better legal protection than the rest of the wizarding world. I believe that this is the reason a certain meddlesome old man was keeping you ignorant. If you had gone to a barrister, it would have been a simple thing to get you away from the Dursleys, and they would have been dealt with a long time ago. You'll see tonight on the trial. What is more, Dumbledore is in hot water about the way he allowed you to be treated, not to mention other little things as will tampering." Rose nodded in understanding. Her green eyes were shadowed with anger. Yet she could feel it in her bones. Rose knew she won't like what was to come, so she waited for the other shoe to drop. And Harry told her all about Merlin's ward and how it was fueled. So that's why Lord Greengrass didn't simply get his family away from all of this. Rose mumbled in a hollow voice. Is that what is going to happen to me too? She whispered. Not if I can say anything about it. There is one thing that I do not think Harry has considered, Augusta interjected. She looked at the young man and his sister and chose her words carefully. If Harry is to marry and eventually have children with Daphne, it will fulfill that article of the Accords and will leave both you, Rose, and Astoria free to leave Wizarding Britain for good. After Augusta dropped her bomb, silence reigned for a long time. Rose had covered her mouth with her right hand and was looking at her brother with wide eyes. Harry had a distant look in his eyes, as if he wasn't even there. This was something that hadn't occurred to him. Ever since his Daphne was murdered, the thought of having children never crossed his mind. In the days after the war ended, he was contemplating leaving England for good. There was nothing left for him. Harry would have welcomed the loss of his magic and the more than likely death that would have come as consequence. He frowned. The idea was ridiculous as far as he was concerned. There was no way he'd father a kid with such a purpose in mind. Yet he had to admit that if a relationship between him and Daphne worked, such an outcome would have its benefits. However, that was not something he had to worry about anytime soon. He would not marry Daphne until she was of age anyway, even if by some miracle everything between them worked like a charm. Fat chance of that happening anyway. He shook his head. I won't be making a decision before I speak with Daphne. If she says no, then that's it. Is it? And then what? Augusta asked. You need people to support you despite your titles. And Greengrass is key. Whatever he does, the remaining neutrals are likely to follow. He is the most powerful of them all. Those are 7 houses in total. Such a support will greatly help convince the lords in the Wizengamot to take you seriously. It will be the most important stepping stone towards real power in the Parliament. And the fastest. The alternative is that you spent months, probably years, in building sufficient political power. Time neither of us have. That, or you simply drown the wizarding world in blood, was left unsaid. That was not something Harry wanted to experience again. The first time the war left him and Blay as killers without consciousness. Harry did not think that he could go through such a hell again and remain sane. What would you have me do, Augusta? He said with a tired voice. Once again I am faced with a bunch of fucked up alternatives. It's not about what is best. It's about which one is not as bad as the others, he declared with a voice which held traces of anger, which Harry was struggling to control. Lady Longbottom remained silent. After all, Potter was right. Cf. Daphne exited from the flue on the heels of her father. She gave Orion a resigned look. Stop pretending, father. Give it to me straight. How bad is it? Lord Greengrass looked at his daughter sadly. He had been losing her ever since she went to Hogwarts. The teenager in his office had little in common with the happy, cheerful girl who went to that never-sufficiently damned school. He took a deep breath. It was time to bite the bullet, as the Muggles say, whatever that meant. Well, it is not Malfoy. Daphne released a sigh of relief. So who is it? The young man in question wished to meet you and receive your consent before deciding. What? Daphne exclaimed loudly. That was unexpected to say at least, as if the inbred idiots that wanted her as a trophy would care about what she wants. So to whom am I to be sacrificed? She commented in an emotionless tone. Her mask was back in place. Orion winced. When all was said and done, no matter how much you tried to pretty it up, that was the fate of his little girl. Or at least was supposed to be. The lord of the most noble and ancient house of Potter, her father deadpanned. Daphne looked at her dad as if he had spouted another head. Potter, she shouted. The last of them is Rose Potter, Gryffindor's golden girl. So now I am to amuse another girl. You screamed, my fair lady? Came an amused baritone from behind her. Daphne whirled around and saw a young man in his late teens standing by the door. He had a smile on his handsome face. His green eyes were studying her. Daphne noticed an unexpected tenderness in the way he was looking at her. Those eyes and the crop of unruly black hair. The man looked strangely familiar, but Daphne could swear that she never saw him before in her life. Orion grinned. Harry, good that you are here. I'll leave you to have your talk. Lord Greengrass hastily retreated. He did not fancy getting cursed by his daughter. Besides, Cynthia probably would call dibs on hexing away his bits. Coward! Daphne huffed at the door, which closed behind her father's back, moment before a stinging hex impacted the well-polished wood. And you? The sapphire-eyed girl turned her wand to the only available target. Harry actually grinned at that. Hello, I believe we were not introduced, Lady Daphne. The teenage girl reined in her temper. Her face was schooled back into an expressionless ice mask. She spoke with a bland tone, void of any trace of emotion. My lord, I am afraid I haven't had the pleasure of knowing your name. Harry's eyes tightened at the sudden change of attitude. For him, this situation was surreal. When he first saw Daphne, the way her eyes blazed with determination and passion, it was a mirror image of the girl who he loved. It echoed deep within his frozen heart. But now the way she changed, in front of his eyes the life drained out of Daphne's face. It was as if the girl in front of him was replaced by a soulless replica. What happened to you? Why do you have to hide behind such a mask, Daphne? He wondered. Shaking off his thoughts, he introduced himself. I am Lord Harry James Potter, at your service, my lady. Please call me Harry, Lady Daphne. A snarl formed. Is this some kind of joke? Harry Potter was murdered in 82. As she spoke, Harry saw the spark of fiery anger deep within the sapphire crystals that were her eyes. So they say, yet here we are. Harry gave her a disarming smile, which was answered by cold indifference. You expect me to believe that? What do you think I am, a brainless Gryffindor? Fair enough, a lot of them are. With my sister as a notable exception, Harry amended. Uh-huh. And I have a nice sunny vacation property to sell you, in the heart of the Forest of Death, she quipped. I already have a cottage there. The giant spider infestation is bit irritating, though. It was even true. There was a small house there which belonged to Salazar Slytherin and now was Harry's. Daphne ignored his words and was looking at him critically. Those emerald eyes, they were the same as the girl who lived. That's why this man looked familiar. And that unruly hair, so similar to the way Rose Potter had problems with her crimson mane. Are you really? Daphne asked. Am I what? Criminally handsome? That part is obvious, my lady, he grinned cheerfully. Glare. Daphne's wand twitched in his direction. It had been a long time he had seen that same glare. What's with teenage witches glaring at me today? Harry wondered. Fine, I surrender. His easy smile was replaced by a serious expression. Yes, I am Lord Potter. No games, no jokes. Please tell me, Lady Daphne, how do you see your future? For a moment, so brief that if he had blinked, Harry would have missed it, a crack appeared in the mask of ice, which Daphne was wearing. Two frosty sapphires looked at him with disdain. No games, you say, my lord, yet you are toying with me. We both know that I have no future. Not really. Either my father, the Lord Greengrass, joins the pureblood idiots and I end as a broodmare at best, or he sides with Dumbledore and his light faction. She spat the last word as if it had a sour taste. She continued, in which case I and my little sister become prey for the Death Eater spawn and their friends at Hogwarts. If you truly are Harry Potter, that means that my father has chosen to stand with the headmaster. And I and Astoria will be the ones paying the price. Is that what you wanted to hear, my lord? By the end of her tirade, her voice had risen to shouting. A single sparkling tear was making its way down from the corner of her left eye. No, Daph, that was the last thing I wanted to hear, Harry replied quietly. You, along with my sister, are the last persons on the face of this world with who I'll toy with. Harry hated seeing her that way. Since coming to this strange new world, he had wondered what would his reaction be when he met Daphne. The distressed girl who was still pointing her wand at his chest was not what he had expected. During the endless years of war, there were days when he wondered if it would not have been better if he had been the one who died in 82. Whether in such a case the future might have been different, brighter. Well, he now knew. It was different, all right. But brighter? Far from it. The state in which Daphne was, it made his heart ache. He could see glimpses from the girl he had fallen in love with in her. Yet this witch was a colder, harder person. He did not know whether he could fall in love with this girl or not, or if she could one day grow to care for him. But for the present discussion, that was largely irrelevant. Perhaps it was the echo of his wife he was seeing in this Daphne. Perhaps, after all these years, was his saving people complex rearing its ugly head from the tomb Harry had it banished to during the war. Or perhaps it was this young witch who was feeling trapped with no way out, who was striking a chord deep within his soul. He would protect her and damn the consequences. It was one of the easiest, perhaps the simplest decision he ever made, the only one he could make and remain true to himself. In the same time, it was the choice which would complicate his life the most. No one ever promised him that his life will be fair or easy after all. Harry tenderly brushed the lone tear from her cheek. He gave Daphne a reassuring smile. Then it is good that I am on neither side. As far as I am concerned, both Malfoy and Dumbledore, together with their groupies, can all go straight to hell. Daphne wondered what come over her. Everything she said was true, but it was not the smartest thing to tell it that way to this man, who was probably her future husband. Nope, no matter on whose side he was, her short tirade would piss him off either way. Stupid, 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 she berated herself. She had become the Ice Queen to deal with such situations. But she had messed up monumentally. That is when the man wearing green robes brushed a tear she did not notice shedding from her cheek. His touch was warm, soft, even gentle, and that confused her. It was unexpected. That's when his words registered. Wait, what? For second time today, her tongue engaged in action before her brain. What I said, neither the headmaster or Malfoy and his idiots are friends of mine. Far from it. Let's cut to the chase, Lady Daphne. I'll admit that this idea of your father blindsided me. Originally, I came only to renew the alliance between our respective houses. Orion, you poor bastard, Harry thought. He knew that look in Daphne's eyes very well. The last time Harry saw it, Draco Malfoy spent a week in the hospital after putting his oversized foot in his too big mouth. Now, Daphne, concentrate on the issue on hand before you go out there and curse your father to oblivion. I'll even help. A pair of eyes, blazing like twin stars with fury, turned towards Harry. Daphne took few moments to compose herself before she started speaking. What else is there to say? You and my father get your alliance, and you receive a trophy wife as a bonus. Lady Daphne, do you believe so lowly of me to believe that I'll bound you to an unbreakable contract without your consent? Her angry glare was answer enough. I just met you. All I know about you are few lines from a history textbook that is obviously wrong. Of course I don't trust you. Old-fashioned Slytherin paranoia at work. Good girl. Harry beamed at the younger witch. Compliments will get you nowhere. We'll see. You know, I was hoping that you would disagree with your father's take on the situation. It is hard to believe that the wizarding world is in such a mess that a marriage to Blonde Ferret or someone of his ilk was a safer option for you and your family. Harry shook his head in exasperation. What do you expect? Dumbledore is useless, and Malfoy and his friends will soon control the government. The alternatives are worse. And what do you mean was? Are you going to threaten us if we have to join the Dark Houses? No, what I mean is that I'll be dealing with those imbeciles permanently. You? Huh? Some have tried. You won't see them around anymore. You are scared, terrified even, Daphne, for yourself and Astoria. So is this the moment you offer me protection if I marry you? Daphne glared at the infuriating man. Not at all. Harry took a deep breath and released the restraints he had placed on his magic. He was enveloped in a pillar of magic so dense it was like a wall of solid water. It shimmered in the air around them, manifesting like droplets of emerald rain. Daphne's breath hitched in her throat. Being this close to so much raw magic was exhilarating. She looked at the young man who was power personified. Her heart was fluttering so fast that she feared it would burst. Daphne looked mesmerized as this person, who had to be manifestation of magic itself, took a step forward and, to her astonishment, fell on one knee before her. He bowed his head and touched his chest, over his heart with his right hand. His left arm was behind his back. Lady Daphne Cynthia Greengrass, I solemnly swear on my magic and life that I will protect you with my very being if needed be. Harry's voice thundered with unrestrained power. I place you under the protection of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. I grant you the protection of the most noble and most ancient house of Slytherin. Until such time you release me from this vow, or you prove yourself to be an enemy of the houses Potter and Slytherin. Harry raised his head. His eyes had become deep pools containing emerald lighting. Lady Daphne, do you accept this pledge? She looked at the kneeling man in front of her and numbly nodded. Yes. The word was barely a whisper passing through her lips. It was more than enough. Harry smiled gently at the flushed witch. Thank you. So mote it be. His voice thundered, and she believed that it was loud enough to shake Greengrass Estate to its foundations. Ah, Daphne whispered. Suddenly she could breathe easily. The pressure of the colossal magic being released by Potter now was a gentle caress upon her skin, instead a crushing weight. She could feel it passing through core, supercharging it. Daphne swayed on her legs. It was intoxicating feeling. She watched as Harry stood up and went to stand next to her. He placed a reassuring arm on Daphne's shoulder. She observed as he reassessed his control, and the magic folded upon itself and was drained back into his core. The light show ended and left behind an untouched room. On her robes were magically engraved the crests of houses Potter and Slytherin, something that would happen with every clothing she would wear as long as he was under Harry's protection. This was the magic's way of showing that now Daphne had a powerful guardian. I will not blackmail you, Daphne. I will not force any decision upon you, and you have my unconditional protection. However, I would prefer that you decide before you go back to Hogwarts. Depending on what you choose, I will have to alter my plans. And if I say yes? She asked quietly, almost whispering. Daphne felt drunk on so much magic. Then we'll need a marriage contract that will ensure you are protected, and both of us will have a way out. I will not force you into an unhappy marriage. She chuckled, then started laughing. That would be more than I had any right to hope for only an hour ago. She trailed off. Harry smiled in response, to hear his love's laughter again. This was the first time out of combat he felt alive in the last decade. Daphne looked at him seriously. This man, this Harry Potter, was someone she could live with. Well, mine won't be the first nor the last marriage of convenience. At least he is a man I may not grow to hate. Then we have an understanding. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. The negotiations about the full contents of the contract will be interesting. No doubt, Lady Daphne. Considering the gleam in your eyes, it will be mainly on my expense. But of course, my lord, I will have you no other way. She gave him a dazzling smile. Well, that went better than expected. The coming months will be very interesting, in the Chinese sense of the word. Harry thought. She was different, this Daphne. Yet, fascinating. Unknowingly, he mirrored her sentiment. She is someone I can live with. Now let's break the good news to your father. I believe you want to tell him a thing or two. Daphne's smile became positively feral. It was all fine with Harry, as long as she unloaded all her ire on Orion. He deserved it, the manipulative git. Cf. Harry and Daphne found the others in the dining room, having an afternoon tea. Lord Potter saw that Blaise and Remus had arrived while he had his chat with Daphne. His old friend grinned when he saw them entering the room. Congratulations, Harry. You survived. Daphne gave the black man a dirty look. Harry chuckled and pointed at his best friend. That rare specimen, my dear lady, is Blaise Zabini, my first and best friend. I am afraid he is an acquired taste. Blaise, let me introduce you to this extraordinary young witch, to whom I soon will have the honor to be betrothed, the Lady Daphne. It is nice to meet you, my lady. Blaise stood up and bowed with a flourish. And to you as well, Mr. Zabini. Daphne looked at Harry. I told you that compliments won't work on me. Harry chuckled in response. Perhaps. They won't hurt either, Daphne. And this old reprobate in the black two-piece suit is an old family friend, Remus Lupin. While Daphne was exchanging greetings with the werewolf, Harry was examining the new outfit of the man. It was a nice suit, specially designed to conceal weapons. A dagger hidden by charms in each sleeve, and if he was not mistaken, There were at least 3 places where the clothing was enhanced to camouflage guns. Oh my! It is made by magical spider silk. That material, when made into clothes, not only provided limited protection against spells, but was better at stopping bullets than Kevlar. So Blaze's trip was successful, at least in outfitting Lupin for his new job. And now, when you are familiar with those 2 scoundrels I believe that you know my sister, the Lady Rose. That I do, Harry. Daphne looked at Rose. Potter. Greengrass. Oh joy, so there is no love lost between the 2 of you? Both witches glared at him. He smiled at them, unafraid of any glares. Until Cynthia came home from work, they discussed the particulars of the alliance between their respective houses, what Blaze had uncovered, and the possible contents of the marriage contract between Harry and Daphne. That discussion was derailed at 18:30 p.m., when Orion's wife came back from work. She was an older, more mature copy of Daphne. Cynthia looked at the assembled people, and when noticed her child being at home instead at Hogwarts, she raised a delicate eyebrow. Orion, darling, explain, now. Her sweet voice fooled no one. Please calm down, dear. It is like this. Harry winced. He had forgotten the terror that Cynthia could be if she was infuriated. 20 minutes and 1 wrecked room later, Augusta was tending to the cuts and bruises, covering 80% of Orion's body. Harry might have felt a bit of sympathy to his fellow male, but he had problems of his own. Cynthia Greengrass had her hands on her waist and was glaring at him. Behind her mother, Daphne was enjoying the free entertainment. Lord Potter, I do not like that little scheme you and my husband had cooked off. It was his idea. I only wanted to revive the alliance between our houses, Harry declared with conviction. Yes, Orion said so too. Before or after the concussion, Harry wondered. However, I want to thank you. What you did for Daphne, by placing her under the protection of Houses Potter and Slytherin, without demanding something in exchange, is really sweet. Thank you, Lord Potter. You are welcome, Harry asked tentatively. That was not what he was expecting. Still much better than the alternative. Cf. Later that evening, Harry, Blaze, Lady Longbottom, and a recovered Lord Greengrass were in one of the workrooms in the Ministry, reserved for members of the Wizengamot. They had no problem entering the building, and they were even permitted to keep their wands. It turned out that as members of the Wizengamot, even not officially recognized yet in the case of Harry and Blaze, they were considered as employees. The group was joined by Lord Marcus Davies, the father of Daphne's best friend, Tracy. He was one of the few remaining neutral. He had arrived with Lady Constance Vale, who was in the same boat. Harry's hopes proved to be well-founded. When those 2 learned about Orion's change of heart, it was easy to gain their provisional support. It all depended on what the trial was about the reveal. They were discussing plans for future cooperation when a Wizengamot official announced that the session was about to begin. All but Harry and Blaze, who waited to be summoned, entered the chamber. At the same time, Rose, Daphne, Cynthia, and Remus were in the visitors' stands, where they were alone with the exception of few reporters who had learned about the session. Albus Dumbledore was irritated. He had better things to do than to preside over a last-minute emergency meeting of the Wizengamot, one that was not called by him at that. Albus was barely able to arrive on time when he found the missive buried under a stack of unfinished paperwork. He was busy, damn it. He had to find more about Harry Potter and devise the best way to get Rose away from him. The rude boy would be terrible influence over the poor girl. Finally, the chambers were full enough to have quorum, so Dumbledore opened the session. This emergency meeting has been called by the head of DMLE, Madam Amelia Bones. The session is now open. Madam Bones. A matter of procedure, Chief Warlock. Lady Augusta Longbottom interrupted him. Dumbledore almost groaned and smiled at the witch. Lady Longbottom, what is the issue? There are 2 new lords waiting outside to claim their rightful places among their peers. The warlock had to swallow a curse. One of those had to be Potter. He could not allow him to get that seat so early. Albus needed time. He gave Augusta his best grandfatherly smile. No matter, Lady Longbottom. This is an emergency session. They can claim their seats on the next regular meeting of this body. Now, let's deal with the matter at hand. It is their right, Chief Warlock. Do I have a second? I came from 3 different people. Orion, Marcus, and Constance voiced their approval of the proposition. Please, people, leave this minor issue for the next meeting. Dumbledore continued. Albus, enough. What are you trying to pull off? Madame Griselda Marchbanks, the chief of the Wizarding Examination Authority, interrupted the warlock. To everyone's surprise, the minister was the one who spoke next. Chief Warlock, it is seconded. Call the vote. Dumbledore's reluctance to admit the new lords all but guaranteed that this vote passed. Everyone wanted to see who those new people were. An aura in crimson, ceremonial robes led the first person inside. A young black man, dressed in green ceremonial robes, looked proudly at the assembled lords and ladies. He went to a small podium in front of Griselda Marchbanks. She was given a parchment by Amelia Bones. Griselda, who looked at the director of DML incredulously after reading it. She was answered with a smile and a nod. Lord Blaise Jonathan Zabini, do you vow to discharge your duties as a member of this body to the best of your abilities? I do, Madam Marchbanks. His powerful voice echoed through the quiet chamber. Those who remembered what happened to the last of the Zabini family were looking at him with surprise. Then so mote it be. Please take you place, my lord. He bowed to her and then to the assembled lords and ladies of the Wizengamot before going to join Orion Greengrass, something that did not remain unnoticed. There was furious whispering buzzing through the chamber. The same aura led in the second lord. The features of this young man took the breath away from the assembled people. A younger James Potter had just entered the chamber, the only difference being the emerald eyes which shone with inner strength. He marched to the podium all the while ignoring the stares. Dumbledore looked positively sick. Madame Marchbanks looked from the second newcomer to Amelia and back. Her friend was going to pay for this stunt. Lord Harry James Potter, do you vow to discharge your duties as a member of this body to the best of your abilities? The chamber exploded with shouts, some surprised, other outraged when his name was said out loud. Accusations flied between various lords. To Harry, it looked like the beginning of a riot, and surprise, surprise, Dumbledore was doing nothing to prevent it. Enough, Amelia Bones shouted. Her voice's volume was greatly increased with the help of sonorous charm. Auras stun the next person who goes out of line and drag him to the cells where he or she will spend the night. She glared at the esteemed members of the Wizengamot, who quickly subdued. They had no illusions that Amelia was anything but deadly serious. When the commotion ended, Madame Marchbanks repeated her question. Before Harry could answer, he was interrupted again, this time by Albus Dumbledore. I object. On what grounds? Griselda looked at the chief warlock. Harry Potter is dead. This man is obviously an impostor who wishes to gain control of the Potter fortunes and the girl who lived. Oh, get over yourself, Albus. You know precisely who I am. Harry smirked. He raised his left hand and showed his Lord of House Potter signed ring, first to Amelia Bones, Griselda Marchbanks, and the minister with the heads of departments seated near him. Then he turned around and showed the jewel to the assembled members of the Wizengamot. I swear on my life and magic that I am Lord Harry James Potter, son of Lillian Jane Potter and James Harold Potter. So mote it be. He was surrounded by a blinding flash of magic. After the light subsided and the people in the chamber could see clearly once again, Harry cast a wandless Lumos charm. See, Chief Warlock, I am still alive and have my magic. And to answer your question, Madam Marchbanks, I accept all the duties and privileges which come with a seat on this esteemed body. So mote it be, the old witch intoned. Lord Potter, please take your seat. Madam Marchbanks, before I do that, there is one more seat I wish to take, as I am the lord of one more house. Instantly the whispering crowd became quieter and more attentive. Harry raised his left hand again and showed his second ring, the one with serpent motif. Both Amelia and Griselda paled. After the stunt he had pulled with Daphne, it was decided that Harry would have to reveal his other title sooner than anticipated. The only reason why Daphne had not already asked some rather pointed questions was due to it being late in the evening, and she was hidden by the rest of the group as they walked through the ministry. Here goes nothing, Harry thought. He moved his hand to show the ring to the ministry officials, most of whom simply gaped at the sight. They were too stunned by the impossible sight to react. Harry faced the assembled Wizengamot and showed them the ring with proud serpentine motive that was last worn by Salazar Slytherin. For a moment the chamber stood still. It was an endless moment, the divide between the ending of the old age and beginning of a new era. Few truly comprehended the event that they were witnessing. One of those who knew what this meant was Albus Dumbledore. A hollow whisper fell through his pale lips. The Lord of Serpents' arrival is at hand. Harry James Potter, the Lord of Slytherin, was revealed to the world. And nothing in Wizarding Britain would be the same ever again. Someone gasped, another screamed in fear. Those were the first cracks showing how a dam was breaking. An old man stared at the serpentine ring and cackled madly. Members of the Wizengamot were standing up and shouting wildly. Some were afraid, others ecstatic. "Auras!" Madam Bones' shout cut through the noise like a battering ram shattering glass. For a moment her subordinates hesitated. One of them used sonorous charm to shout the members of the Wizengamot into submission. Another followed the director's earlier order and shot a stunner at particular loud lord. Then all hell broke loose as someone returned fire and incapacitated an aura. A crimson curse flew at Harry's side while he was wondering if he should stop the circus in which the Wizengamot chamber was turning. 7. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Gathering Storm. Disclaimer: I do not own Harry Potter. It belongs to J.K. Rowling and the various publishers. This story is written with no commercial aims. I do not make any money from it. Anne, this chapter was beated by Steve too. Thank you for the great work. $Parseltongue $, =CF=. The 2nd of November 1995, Ministry of Magic. In the madhouse that was the Wizengamot chamber, one rookie aura, who by all rights should not have been assigned to such high-profile task as protecting the Wizarding Parliament, made a mistake. When you take into an account the way the budget of the DMLE had been cut year after year, it was no real surprise that one of the areas suffering was training. The simple fact was that some boys and girls were rushed into the job before they were ready, despite the protests of Director Bones. The unlucky sod who screwed the pooch was Matthew Fargrove. He was a brash Gryffindor who, after graduating from Hogwarts, was accepted in the Aura training program a year ago. By all rights, he should not have been in the Wizengamot chamber during the emergency session. But there was a chronic shortage of personnel, so he was dragged into doing a job for which he was simply not ready. When someone that was supposed to be dead came in to claim his seat, Matthew was stunned. And when that man revealed himself as the heir of that evil madman Salazar Slytherin, he was fighting an urge to curse the slimy snake on the spot. His years at school had him convinced that nothing good ever came from the House of the Serpents. So when some of the Wizengamot members started rioting and spellfire illuminated the chamber, Aura Fargrove knew what he must do. It was obvious who was at fault. Matthew wasted no time and with a smooth motion drew his wand and sent a stunner at the man on the podium. It should have been easy. The raven-haired man was not even looking at Matthew's direction. Lord Harry James Potter, the freshly minted Lord Slytherin, stood in the Wizengamot chamber with a frown on his face. Around him the place was going to hell in a handbasket. Men and women were screaming while bolts of eldritch energies flew in all directions. An auror fell struck by a stunner. Two of his colleagues returned fire, incapacitating half a dozen Wizengamot members in seconds. Harry glanced at the chief warlock, who was sitting on his throne-like chair, and observed the chaos with twinkling eyes. No help there. What a surprise. Behind the young lord, Director Bones had her wand out and was shouting orders to her auras. Lord Potter wondered whether he should intervene and stop the riot from escalating. The way things were going, it was unlikely that the trial of the Dursleys would go ahead during this session of the Wizengamot. Harry did not so much see as he felt the spell racing at his right side. His reaction was one born from a decade of intense combat. Before the treat fully registered to his conscious mind, he was already acting. Potter was moving, twisting his body in a way to present a smaller target. Magic raced through his veins, sharpening his perception and enhancing his reflexes. His right hand snapped in a motion practiced so many times that it has become an instinct. A block of granite materialized from thin air at his side, just in time for the crimson stunner to splash harmlessly at its hard surface. Harry sidestepped his conjured shield and made a sharp motion with his right hand in the direction from which the attack came. A lance of blue energy speared through the air and caught Matthew off guard. This was not really a spell, just raw, condensed magic. The aura who attacked the newly declared Lord Slytherin was lucky. The hasty counterfire missed Matthew's wand arm by a couple of centimeters. That saved the young man's life. However, Fargrove did not escape unscathed. The wild energy sheared of skin and muscle from the arm of the unfortunate aura. His wand reacted badly to the proximity of the wild magic and exploded, shattering Matthew's fingers beyond repair. Fargrove clutched his mangled arm to his chest and fell to his knees, screaming. The blue energy lance passed through the closed doors of the Wizengamot chamber and impacted the wall beyond them, where it exploded, rending a meter-deep crater in the stone. The chamber shook as the wards preventing unwanted outside interference struggled to contain the released energies. Harry glared at the idiot that dared to attack him and nearly lost his temper. He released some of his magic and shouted, "Enough!" The Wizengamot was plunged into deep shadows. Most witches and wizards struggled to breathe as oppressive force slammed into them. The escalating riot was stopped in its tracks as everyone looked at the pissed-off young man. An aura of emerald light surrounded him. Small forks of green lighting danced all over his robes, which were billowing as if in the midst of invisible hurricane. His unruly black hair was crowned by softly cracking energy. Fargrove's partner, who was stationed to the left of the entrance, suppressed his first impulse, which was to attack Potter. He did not want to deal with a wizard able to produce such an aura and went to provide first aid to his fellow Auror. The standing Wizengamot members hurried to the nearest seats and threw themselves in them in an effort to avoid falling to their knees. Only the most powerful witches and wizards present in the chamber stayed somewhat composed at the unexpected demonstration of power. Albus Dumbledore stood frozen and glared at his newest adversary. His own magic was pushing against the aura of the young wizard, and the impact was keeping the warlock on edge. The twinkle in the eyes and the grandfatherly smile were gone, but no one was paying attention to those details. Dumbledore was struggling to keep his own aura in check. For first time since Voldemort was banished by Rose Potter, the headmaster felt power that might come close to equaling his own. And that was a grave concern for him. He could feel his plans for the greater good going down the drain. For years he had guided events in order to prevent the rise of another Dark Lord. That was the reason for his treatment of Rose. She had the potential to become too powerful, a threat to the light. Not to mention the Horcrux in her. So he left her to the Dursleys, who ensured that she was humble and, most importantly, looked up to Dumbledore. Each year he tested her and carefully picked up what she was allowed to learn at Hogwarts. It simply wouldn't do for her to become too powerful. He needed Rose to be ready to meet her fate when the right moment came. She had to fulfill the prophecy. But now, the Chief Warlock glared at Harry Potter. That boy was dangerous. Albus could feel it in the aura that the young magical manifested, and despite the green color, Dumbledore could sense that this boy was no light wizard. The taste of the lad's magic was wrong for that. It had a darker, seductive feel. As he looked at the man who had the whole Wizengamot mesmerized with his power, a stray thought passed through Dumbledore's mind. He decided that Harry Potter was a dark wizard, possibly the next Dark Lord in making, an enemy. For the briefest of moments, he contemplated the possibility of dirtying his hands, something he had not done since the time of Gellert. It would be so easy to face this whelp and deal with him here and now, permanently. The idea lasted for a second before being discarded. Yet it would have consequences in the months to come. It was something he had not really contemplated during Tom's reign of terror. He simply could not allow for Rose to remain in the clutches of that man. That would be a disaster. Dumbledore's glare intensified as he thought how to regain control of the girl who lived. =CF=. Amelia Bones watched the incredible demonstration of magical power and shuddered. She was well aware how the Ministry and the Wizengamot worked, how the people in those two institutions thought, and she knew the real reason why Albus Dumbledore, despite some quietly whispered rumors, was given his titles. To the average witch or wizard on the street, it was because he was the one who defeated Grindelwald. He was the man who ended the Great War, the leader of the light. All that was true, but it was not the reason Dumbledore was practically untouchable by anyone short of the Voldemort's craziest followers. It came down to one simple fact. For half a century, Albus Dumbledore was considered the most powerful wizard in the world. Amelia could count those who could give the chief warlock a run for his money on the fingers of her right hand. By himself, Dumbledore could face a small army of wizards and witches and win. Until Voldemort's rise, there was no one in Wizarding Britain who could face him one-on-one and survive for more than a minute if Albus was fighting seriously. Even worse, none of those two was alone. They both had their loyal followers, the secretive Order of the Phoenix and the Bloody Death Eaters. Two almost unstoppable powerhouses with what amounted for private armies had once torn apart Wizarding Britain. Director Bones lowered her gaze to the ground. Her whole being was filled by a sense of foreboding. She knew that despite what they said in public or even in private, many members of the Wizengamot were wary of Dumbledore and all the political power the man had. That's why so many had flocked to Voldemort's cause during the Dark Lord's rise. It was not that they were his staunch supporters of truly bought in his pure blood agenda. Voldemort had been a rally point with those who were disillusioned with the leader of the light. After the Dark Lord's fall, things calmed down. After all, there was no one who could hope to stand up against Dumbledore, so for years the game of the day was political jockeying, which truthfully changed nothing if Dumbledore was paying attention, and the occasional assassination to spice up the game. However, now in front of her eyes, the political status quo was shattered. For all his power and knowledge, Albus Dumbledore was an old man, and Harry Potter, the Lord Slytherin, was just entering his prime. Her eyes narrowed when they met a pair of blazing emeralds. Everyone could hear quiet cracking of wild magic as the aura of Lord Potter engulfed the suddenly quiet chamber. Harry drew in his power and the pressure subdued. He glared balefully at the minister who flinched and at Dumbledore who had schooled his expression back into neutrality. Only Matthew's whimpers disrupted the silence that had fallen over the Wizengamot, which drew the attention of the director. The actions of her auror had the potential to become unmitigated disaster. She had sworn to uphold the law, and one of its greatest tenets was to protect the most noble and ancient lines. Minister Fudge, Director Bones, Chief Warlock. Harry spoke quietly, with a tone of voice accustomed to command. It grabbed everyone's attention. I am aware of the chronic budget cuts that DMLE is suffering, of the way untrained boys and girls are rushed into service. So this one time, I will overlook the unprovoked attack on my person, the Lord of most noble and most ancient House of Slytherin. He glared at the ministry officials. If this disgrace is repeated, I will seek satisfaction as per the old ways and invoke the Avalon sanction. The precious few in the chamber who knew what Harry was talking about blanched. That was the ultimate guarantee that the ministry and the Wizengamot would not break their own laws and turn against the most noble houses. It was one of the few secret clauses within the Charter of Independence. To put it simply, it called magic itself to judge all ministry officials and Wizengamot members. If they were found lacking, they would be stripped of their magic. Harry knew that with his background, the odds were that such an action would leave him little more than a squib. However, he had no intention whatsoever of acting on his threat, not until Voldemort was utterly destroyed. That was irrelevant because he had no illusions that the ones judged would fare much worse. This threat was a trump card of sorts. Without it, any attempt for a legal reform could prove fruitless. After all, the vows which bound the Wizengamot members worked on intention. If the members of that body believed that their actions were good for the wizarding world, they were able to do almost anything without violating their vows. If this crowd was anything like the one he knew from where he originally came from, almost everyone here believed that what is good for him and his house is best for Wizarding Britain. It was not like in the ancient days when the Ministry and the Wizengamot were both bound by ironclad, unbreakable vows to actually do their damn jobs to the best of their abilities. Dumbledore gulped. Thanks to the 3 positions he was holding, he had unprecedented freedom of action as far as his vows were concerned. One would expect that a man in his position would be bound by the different vows of his various titles into inaction. But there was a curious loophole. 2, actually. As far as magic was concerned, each of his positions was taken by a different person. That neutralized most of the restrictions under one would expect that Albus operated. For example, if the headmaster of Hogwarts made a few suggestions contrary to the interests of the Ministry or the ICW, the vows as Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump would not activate to counter it, and if the Warlock sealed the will of the Potters and placed Rose with her relatives for her own safety, well, that magically had no effect on his vow as a headmaster not to take actions with which to harm children. It was also how he was able to pull off the stunt with the Philosopher's Stone. Most curiously, those pledges said nothing about inaction, which gave him ever more options. The Avalon sanction, however, the criteria under which he would be judged if it was invoked, would not take kindly to the way he was using the loopholes in his various vows. Then there was the second loophole. There were different types of vows, some of which took precedence over other, lesser variations. Ironically, that was the main reason the wizarding world was as backward as it was. For centuries, the Ministry officials were forced to take only lower orders of vows, which left most of them free to do mostly whatever they pleased. "We will see to that, my Lord Slytherin," Dumbledore hurriedly said. Seconds later, Minister Fudge and Director Bones gave their affirmative answers. "Shacklebolt get Aura Fargrove to St. Mungo's," the head of DMLE barked. She glared at the assembled Wizengamot members. "I believe that there will be no more outbursts." A pointed look from Harry was enough to subdue the more rebellious-looking lords and ladies. The fact that he had not completely reigned in his aura helped in that regard. When all was said and done, all wizard and witches respected raw magical power, and Harry had that in droves. Soon the chamber was back in order. A few of the stunned lords were sent to the detention cells to spend the night after the riot they tried to start. Harry took his vow and claimed his seat. He had withdrawn behind privacy wards and was trying to compose himself. He had been on the verge of losing control. The only thing that was keeping him from falling apart were his occlumency training, and that was strained to its limits. Harry knew that if it was not for Rose and the somewhat amicable understanding which he had reached with Daphne, he probably would have lost it. Those 2 girls were shaping up to be the anchors keeping him sane. He smirked at the men and women surrounding him. The reason everyone was quiet after his display of power was simple. They wanted him to take his place in the Wizengamot as Lord Slytherin. Magic viewed Lord Potter and Lord Slytherin as different entities, so his vow as Lord Potter would not necessarily protect them if he acted as Lord Slytherin. Bloody loopholes. The vow he gave was directly connected with the charter creating this institution. It had very few restrictions. The most important from the other members' point of view was that he could not attack them without provocation. So all but the Death Munchers were now relatively safe. =CF=. Now, with these unpleasantries out of the way, we should deal with tonight's agenda. "Director Bones," Dumbledore murmured. Madam Bones stood up and spoke with a grave tone. "My lords, my ladies, this emergency session of the Wizengamot has one purpose. A magical child has been abused by her Muggle guardians." Her words were drowned by shouts of outrage, curiously led by no other than Lucius Malfoy himself. "Order!" Dumbledore shouted, and slammed his gravel hard enough to cut through the bedlam. Harry had to struggle not to smirk as he watched the attempts to calm down the crowd. He knew that the outcome of the trial, once it was placed in front of the Wizengamot, would be a foregone conclusion. That Malfoy was leading the charge would make it even sweeter in the end. A loud bang silenced the crowd. Amelia Bones was on her feet with her wand raised in the air. "If I have you attention now," the director said in a frosty tone with just a hint of sarcasm. "Hem hem." A croak-like sound came from the stand reserved for the Ministry officials. "Ah, Umbik. I have to do something nasty to her one of these days," Harry thought. Madam Bones ignored the grating sound and continued. Ever since that tragic night in 1982, Lady Rose Potter, heiress to the most noble and ancient house of Potter, was placed with the family of her aunt Petunia Dursley née Evans. The assembled witches and wizards were looking at the director of the DMLE incredulously. Surely she couldn't mean that the girl who lived was being abused. Right? Dumbledore gulped. This was not supposed to happen. He opened his mouth to protest, but was stopped when his gaze met the glare from two green eyes which were shining with barely restrained fury. Potter, what else did this meddlesome child know? That is right, my lords and ladies. Rose Potter was abused for a decade before she went to Hogwarts. Abuse that continued every summer since her first year when she was sent back to her family. What happened when Harry proclaimed that he was Lord Slytherin, repeated with sound and agitation following the director's statement. Every single member of the Wizengamot was on their feet and screaming for justice. Harry knew that by the end of the trial they would be screaming for Dursley blood. One look at Dumbledore was enough to confirm that the Chief Warlock knew in which way the wind was blowing, and he was more than willing to oblige the sharks in an attempt to save his skin. Lord Potter wondered how Dumbledore would try to spin the story in his favour. The Wizengamot members quieted down a few minutes later when a man and woman were led into the chamber under guard. The male looked like Walrus and could give Hagrid a run for his money in sheer bulk. The woman, on the other hand, was thin, small-looking thing in contrast to her husband. The pair were eyed with contempt by the assembled wizard and witches. The man's plump lips could be seen moving, but no sound came out. Amelia Bones frowned at that, silencing charm, obviously. So he's still cursing us left and right. The accused pair were led to the center of the chamber, where two chairs made from dark wood raised from the floor. The Dursleys were hastily dumped on the furniture by their aura escort. Chains forged from black metal shot from the ground and bound the suspects. Now, if we can proceed without further interruptions, Director Bones stated, Vernon and Petunia Dursley, you are accused with the systematic physical and mental abuse of the heiress of the most noble and ancient house of Potter, with child neglect and endangerment, with the attempt to end the line of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. How do you plead? The head of the DMLE nodded to one of the auras guarding the accused. He waved his wand in the direction of the Dursleys and muttered incantation. Freaks, you have no right. We are good, normal, law-abiding citizens. We won't stand for this farce. Vernon, who by now was redder than a ripe tomato, blustered. The chamber exploded with outraged shouts. The aura who was responsible for the security of the prisoners was quick to cast a silencing charm on the big idiot. Second before a shout by Madame Bones silenced the chamber. Be silent, you will respect this body, she hissed, outraged. The director turned her attention to Petunia. How do you plead? Not guilty. Once the silencing charm over her was removed, Harry's aunt was able to stutter the words. That statement was received by quiet growls and angry muttering. Amelia Bones ignored the noise and continued her work. I am calling as a witness Senior Healer Andromeda Tonks. The eldest of the three black sisters entered the Wizengamot chamber, splendid with her billowing azure healer robes. She made her way to a stand which was reserved for officials giving reports and witnesses testifying in cases presented in front the whole Wizarding Parliament. Senior Healer Tonks, you are here to testify about the physical condition of the Lady Rose Potter. You are the one who performed full medical examination over her on the 1st of November 1995 in St. Mungo's, correct? That is correct, Director Bones, Andromeda answered crisply. Lord Potter, as the new magical guardian of Lady Rose, gave permission for the examination results to be used in court. Please give us a summary of what it revealed. Lady Rose is suffering from... Harry tuned out the dispassionate account of all his little sister had suffered under the tender mercies of their aunt and her whale of a husband. It was almost impossible not to blast the bastards with Crucios until their twisted minds snapped. Apparently that was the conclusion of the assembled Wizengamot members too. Some were openly weeping, others were looking sick. Still more were shouting for the Dursleys to be given the Dementor's kiss, or a life in that pleasant resort that was Azkaban. When Healer Tonks finished her account, the chamber was deadly silent. If the looks could kill, the Dursleys would have been a smouldering pile of ash by now. What caught Harry's attention was the expression of unmitigated fury on Dumbledore's face. The Chief Warlock's gaze was drilling holes in Petunia. Then something clicked in Harry's brain. Did the old coot know how bad Rose's situation was? He knew that Dumbledore could be a cold-blooded bastard, but that was beyond the pale ever for the self-styled leader of the light. Either way, the old man was a threat to Rose, so he had to go down one way or another. When Andromeda Tonks left the chamber, Director Bones cut straight to the chase. The account of Senior Healer Tonks is more than enough to mandate use of Veritaserum. Aura marks. Proceed. The DMLE agent retrieved a sealed vial full of crystal-clear liquid. He presented it to the Chief Warlock for examination. Dumbledore wasted no time in confirming that indeed was the truth serum in question, and it was not tampered with. Aura Marks, after receiving a nod from Madame Bones, went to administer the Veritaserum. The assembled witches and wizards watched gleefully as Vernon Dursley was forced to open his mouth and 3 drops of the clear liquid was forced in him. "State your name," Amelia Bones barked. "Vernon David Dursley. When were you born?" "The 11th of September, 1959. "Did you abuse Rose Potter? How you treat her?" "No." Before the Wizengamot could erupt once again, Dursley continued talking. "I only did my best to beat the freakishness out of her. I won't have such unnatural thing under my roof." When the expected cries of outrage subdued, the director of DMLE continued the interrogation. She pointedly asked how Vernon tried to deal with Rose's freakishness. What followed was a painstaking account of the way most of Harry's little sister's injuries were received. Halfway through the account, Vernon's words were drowned by shouts of outrage. The Wizengamot crowd closely resembled a bloodthirsty mob ready to lynch the Dursleys. The tempers were stroked even hotter when it was time for Petunia to speak, under the influence of the truth serum. Her reason to abuse Rose was because she hated and feared magic, and took it out on her niece. Soon the interrogation was over and the Dursleys were silenced. Amelia Bones decided that there was no need for additional evidence and decided to spare Rose from dragging any more from her personal life in the spotlight. So the director of DMLE called for an immediate vote. To no one's surprise, everyone voted guilty. Dumbledore, who after seeing how the treatment of his precious weapon was made public, cringed. He was furious with Harry Potter, who was meddling where he did not belong. Albus needed the girl weak, easily bendable to his will. He knew that the public at large would never understand what needed to be done to uphold the greater good. Sometimes, no matter how regrettable, sacrifices must be made. An independent Rose, after the way she was raised by the Dursleys, that just could not happen. Not after Riddle. Dumbledore knew how close the childhoods of those two were. If Rose was left out of his influence, the girl would become dark without a doubt. That would be unmitigated disaster for the wizarding world, perhaps even worse than Voldemort. Rose needed to sacrifice herself willingly and stop Riddle once and for all. Dumbledore's first step in protecting his reputation and launching his gambit for the girl was to start with the sentence he was about to give to those accursed muggles. The fact that treating a child in such a way once would have been reprehensible for the person who Albus was did not cross his mind at all. =CF=. Vernon and Petunia Dursley, for the monstrous way you acted towards Rose Potter, I sentence you to be thrown through the veil of death. The sentence is to be executed immediately after this session of the Wizengamot is complete. Furthermore, considering the hell through which Rose Potter has been through. Harry sneered at the Chief Warlock. The old man was acting just as Lord Slytherin had expected him to. The Dursleys were no wizards, and it was political expedient to deal with them harshly, so off to the veil with them. And it was a nice hard stance which would show that Dumbledore was very much against what happened to Rose, a decision that would appease the crowd and make it more likely for them to listen to the headmaster and award him custody over Rose, so he could help her deal with the emotional trauma and all that rot. Well, Harry had other plans. Besides, just dying was too good for the bastards who had turned brutalizing his little sister into sport. Albus was interrupted by a violent flare in Harry's aura. Lord Potter stood up. He was shrouded by cloak of wild magic. Chief Warlock? Harry sneered in a way that made Snape a rank amateur in comparison. As the head of the most noble and ancient house of Potter, and the guardian of Rose Lillian Potter, I invoke my right to pass sentence upon Vernon and Petunia Dursley as per the old ways. You can't do that, a particular amphibian croaked from the ministry stands. A half-blood rendering judgment in front of the whole Wizengamot. That was affront to all pure-blood sensibilities, no matter if he was the half-blood heir of Salazar Slytherin or not. Lord Potter is in his right as the head of most noble house. Director Bones snapped and glared at the Undersecretary, who was wearing a cardinal in a colour that was crime against the good taste. On second thought, Umbridge's whole existence was a crime against nature. Too bad that Amelia could do nothing about that right now. The Wizengamot was watching the show with rapt attention. Dumbledore frowned at the blatant disrespect. However, this was something he could use. It was unexpected that Harry would likely show mercy, but he could use that too. In other circumstances, Albus would have commended such a thing. But this was not the time or place. The attending lords and ladies would be unlikely to support someone who would advocate lesser punishment of these monsters. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes when Harry smirked at him. The Chief Warlock surely must be joking. A clear, painless dearth. That is what he thinks to be a proper punishment for those two beings who tortured my little sister for more than a decade? Harry's voice thundered in the chamber. I am not that merciful. Vernon Dursley, as is my right as per the Avalon Charter, I sentence you to life in the high-security wing of Azkaban. The Dementors preying on you for the rest of your wretched existence shall be a fitting punishment. Apparently the Wizengamot members approved because Harry was cheered by more than a half of the attending nobles. Petunia Dursley, your crime is even greater. You betrayed your own blood. For those of you who are wondering, I am descendant from Salazar Slytherin himself from my mother's line. That is correct, Lillian Potter nee Evans was not mere Muggle-born witch. She carried the noble blood from one of the founders. You, dear aunt, are a squib. Yes, you are one of those freaks you hate so much. In your veins flows the same magical blood that you loathe, but no more. I, Harry James Potter, Lord Slytherin, cast you out from the family. Et eicite de sanguinis usque in saeculum, I cast you from my bloodline forevermore. Petunia screamed as a few pale wisps of magic were torn from her chest and flew towards Harry. Another half a dozen strands of arcane energy floated from the ground. A few floors down, in one of the DMLE holding cells, Dudley Dursley screamed like a damned soul as his tiny magical core, which marked him as a squib, collapsed. What was more, all traces of Salazar Slytherin's DNA in his body were also purged, something that would cause him and his mother no end of trouble if they lived long enough. The same thing was happening to Petunia in the Wizengamot chamber, where all present were witnessing a rare sight. This particular way of cast out someone from one's family had not been used since the dawn of the century. It was barbaric and final. It was also a death sentence for any witch or wizard. They would not live much longer with the collapse of their magical cause. What Harry was doing was obvious to everyone. He was sending a message which was received loud and clear. Crossing House Potter would have grave consequences. No matter how the press would try to twist what happened that evening, it would not lessen its impact amongst those powerful within Wizarding Britain. The assembled lords and ladies were looking at Lord Potter with newfound respect. All of them understood. As is my right as per the Avalon Charter, I sentence you to life in the high-security wing of Azkaban. Harry smiled maliciously at Dumbledore. When all was said and done, all that happened that evening was little more than smoke and mirrors. From the moment Amelia Bones mentioned magical child abused by Muggles, the trial outcome was decided if there was even the flimsiest shred of evidence to support the accusation. Everything else was a warming-up show. The Dursleys were doomed when Director Bones took Rose's statement in Andromeda's room the previous day. That gave Lord Potter the legal right to deal with his so-called relatives as he saw fit. While he would have loved to handle them personally for the pain they caused Rose, he had a better use for them. When the Wizengamot voted them guilty, it opened one particular door for Harry. Lord Slytherin looked Dumbledore in the eyes. And if the shocked expression on his face was anything to go by, Albus understood. Trying to shut up Potter right now could be considered as an outright admission of guilt. That was the one thing he could not do, no matter what. The Chief Warlock braced himself for what he knew was coming. While those who carried out the despicable crime of abusing the heiress of a most noble and ancient house received their just reward for those heinous acts, this matter is unfortunately not over. Pray tell me, my esteemed lords and ladies, how was it possible for such a thing to happen? How a child who all of you revered as a national icon was abused ever since my parents were murdered by that maniac, Voldemort. Days after James and Lily Potter were killed, their will was sealed up by our Chief Warlock, the same man who assured every one of us that Rose Potter, the girl who lived, was in the hands of loving family, that she was cared for as if she was princess. Tell me, Chief Warlock, how is it possible that my sister was tortured ever since you usurped the position of her magical guardian? For 10 years, you reassured the wizarding world that Rose was safe and well cared for. Yet you are the one who placed her within the grasp of her tormentors and sentenced her to years in hell. The Wizengamot chamber was shocked into silence. What was happening was without precedent. Ever during the height of Voldemort's reign of terror, no one dared to attack Dumbledore so openly, either because the people thought that he could do no wrong, or in the case of those who were in the know about how the wizarding world truly worked, because they were too afraid to cross someone with such immense magical powers. Chief Warlock, Albus, Percival Wulfric, Brian Dumbledore, the houses of Potter and Slytherin accuse you of interference with the succession of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. Your actions towards my sister, the Lady Rose, can be considered as attempt of line theft. Do I have a second? Lord Greengrass stood up. I confirm the accusation. So do I. Lord Davies shot to his feet. He was followed by Blaise Zabini, Lady Vale, and Augusta Longbottom. The silence was deafening. Dumbledore watched as his grip over the Wizengamot was slipping through his fingers. His immediate plan for regaining control over Rose was shot to pieces. But that was not his biggest problem. For decades his position was, as Chief Warlock, was unassailable, because no one dared challenge him openly. After all, if they threw him out of power, there would not be any vows keeping his vast arcane power in check. However, for the first time since Dumbledore's rise to power, there was someone who was willing to challenge him outright. Even Voldemort at first was afraid of him. But this child who had appeared from nowhere was out for blood. The worst was that Lord Slytherin was not some arrogant fool who was in over his head. This boy had some raw power to back up his actions beyond mere words and games of politics. The real question in everyone's minds was whether Harry Potter could really match Dumbledore's so far unrivaled strength if matters escalated into all-out confrontation between the two of them. Amelia Bones stood up. Her cold voice broke the silence. As director of DMLE, I am duty-bound to investigate who placed Rose Potter with the Dursleys. Chief Warlock Dumbledore, you stand accused of will tampering, child neglect, child endangerment, and as an accomplice to the systemic abuse of Lady Rose Potter, heiress of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. Furthermore, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, 7 most noble houses accuse you of attempted line theft. As per the Avalon Charter, you are to temporarily stand down as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot until such time that the accusation is investigated and this august body stands in your judgment. This time, there was no containing the chaos that swept away the Wizengamot. Both Dumbledore's staunchest supporters and his enemies were on their feet screaming, with either outrage or in support of the accusations. Harry's statement may have shocked them into silence, but the outright attack against the Chief Warlock by the head of the DML was something that no one expected to see, at least until Dumbledore was frail with old age. Most people did not hear how Madame Marchbanks, as the most senior member of the Wizengamot present, assumed the temporal position of Chief Witch. Neither did they hear how she closed the session. Harry, Blaise, and their new allies managed to extract themselves in the confusion, without further confrontation with Dumbledore, who was slumped in his seat. For all too long, he had not faced a real challenge to his power in the Wizengamot. The fact that he was surrounded by mostly yes men and women, not to mention that he usually dismissed the concerns of those who disagreed with some of his actions, those people were admittedly few and far between, did not help his situation. The truth was that for far too long he had counted only on his reputation to carry the day. He was Albus Dumbledore, the leader of the light, the only one who could lead the world towards the greater good. Oh, he knew most of what those pesky accusations could do was to strip him permanently from the position of Chief Warlock. When all was said and done, that would not be a big hit on his power base. When he influenced the Wizengamot, it usually was not by acting as their official leader. In most cases, a few words here and there to some of his former students were more than enough to give him what he wanted. In the long term, the real power lied in his position as headmaster of Hogwarts. Even if that was all he had as official position, it would be more than enough. That and his great magical strength, of course. Dumbledore's problem was not any perceived loss of political power that would come if he was stripped from the title of Chief Warlock. In the great scheme of things, that was irrelevant. A newcomer had bested him in the political arena and had caused the alliances within the Wizengamot to shift in an unexpected way. It was not the accusations themselves that were bothering Dumbledore. It was the fact that someone was daring to call him to task. That as well as Albus being forced to wait until he could take any meaningful legal action to bring Rose under his control was his concern. At least she should soon be back safely behind Hogwarts wards. Not much choice with the tournament going on, soon he would be able to influence the girl again, and he did not believe that it would be too hard to create a rift between Rose and her brother. Dumbledore's greatest concern was that he did not know what was Harry Potter's true agenda or the extent of his raw magic power. Perhaps it was time to contact a few people from the old crowd, just in case they were needed. =CF=. While most of the Wizengamot members were still arguing, an understatement, within the chamber, Harry, Blaise, and Orion had to save Rose from the press. The girl who lived was huddled behind Cynthia and Daphne, while Remus was trying to fend off a bunch of reporters. "What is the meaning of this?" Lord Slytherin hissed. His voice almost passed from English into parcel tongue. He hated reporters with a passion, and those bastards were distressing his sister after the ordeal of the trial. At least she was not forced to testify. "You have no right to demand interview from Lady Rose. House Potter will be holding a press conference this Saturday at 5 o'clock. You will be notified of the location. Now, stay away from my sister. She's been through enough today." The unrestrained magic rippling around Harry did more to persuade the reporters to back away than his words. Well, his hissing like an angry serpent might have helped too. =CF=, and it took them 5 minutes to get away from the ministry and into Greengrass Estate. Rose, who was still under the effect of a calming draught she drank earlier, was on the verge of tears. Her past being paraded for everyone to see was a huge hit to the poor girl's composure. She found herself hugged by both Harry and Cynthia, who was crying. "It's over, Rose. They will never hurt you again," Harry whispered to his sister. "I'm tired," Rose, who had buried her face in her brother's shoulder, muttered. That evening she fell asleep in her sibling's embrace. It was one of the rare nights she slept without nightmares. =CF=. The 3rd of November 1995. This was a curious morning for most of the wizarding world. It was quiet. The events of the last night had not been broadcasted on the WWII, so it started as every other day. That is until few minutes after 8 in the morning. Thousands of owls were reaching their destination all over the United Kingdom. Witches and wizards all over the country were awaiting their morning newspapers. Within the great hall of Hogwarts, where the breakfast had just begun, scores of birds flew in, bringing the daily prophet. The students from 3 schools calmly unpacked their copies, having no idea what explosive information was contained in this edition. Girl who lived abused her whole life. Muggle guardians sentenced to life in Azkaban. Is Chief Warlock Dumbledore responsible for the abuse of Rose Potter? The headlines screaming from the front page were the catalyst that was about to shatter the orderly little world in which most Hogwarts students lived. Hermione Granger saw the headlines and froze, uncomprehending. She was Rose's best friend. They shared the same dorm for 3 years. She should have known. She should have found a way to help Rose long before now. If someone was paying attention, he or she would have seen a curious sight on the Hogwarts staff table. There was no sneer or look of contempt on the face of Severus Snape. His downcast eyes were smouldering with fury. He should have known. After the nightmare that was his own childhood, the way Rose behaved should have been a bloody warning beacon. But no, he had to see her as the daughter of James Potter. Despite her looks, with Rose being a younger version of his precious Lily, all he could do was to sneer at her and at best ignore her. He was such damned, wretched fool. On the other side of the table, Minerva McGonagall was holding her own copy of the newspaper. The blood had drained from her face. She was Rose's head of house. It was her responsibility to find out if one of her lions was abused, yet she had been blind. By Morgana's name, Albus, damn you to hell for leaving this precious girl with those awful muggles. Minerva was sobbing quietly as she read the article about what had been done to Rose. Phileas Flitwick had his right hand around the shoulders of Pomona Sprout and was trying to comfort his fellow head of a house who was openly crying. The half-goblin was glaring at the newspaper. "Albus, what have you done?" $CF=. At the same time, in the black ancestral home, a godfather was staring at the headlines with unseeing eyes. Sirius Black was paler than Ghost. His hands were shaking as if he was racked by a deadly fever. Was he a blind fool? He should have seen it. After he decided not to toe the family line, he had went to James for sanctuary to escape similar treatment. He had utterly failed his goddaughter, and no matter how much he wanted to place all the blame on that old whiskered fool, Sirius knew that he was at fault. He screamed in impotent rage while tendrils of dark-colored magic whipped around him. $CF=. At the same time, Albus Dumbledore was sealed within his office. He was plotting for the best way to salvage his plans. He knew that most witches and wizards would not hold him accountable. The reputation he had won with his actions was that of a saint, so he was not particularly worried about the effect that the morning newspapers would have on the population. He was mostly correct. The accusations leveled against him would be ignored by the average witches and wizards as well as by most of his supporters within the ministry and the Wizengamot. And he had enough supporters to get out with only a slap on the wrist from a bind that would have destroyed the reputation and career of anyone else and sent them into prison for their actions. So he was not particularly worried. The thought of how the news of the way the Dursleys treated Rose, while supposedly under his care, would affect some of his closest friends and allies never crossed Dumbledore's mind. Anne, for those of you that are wondering, yeah, Dumbledore have been slowly losing it for a long time. That is the reason for his actions towards Rose. Couple of decades earlier, he would not conceive of treating a child in such a way. Unfortunately for many people, despite losing his better judgment, Dumbledore has not lost much of his political or magical powers, neither his prowess as a duelist. 8. Chapter 8. Disclaimer: I do not own Harry Potter. It belongs to J.K. Rowling and the various publishers. This story is written with no commercial aims. I do not make any money from it. A1. This chapter was baited by Steve too. Thank you for the great work. A bit short, but it's finally here. I hope you'll enjoy this chapter. $Parceltongue. That, Chapter 8, Stormfront, $CF=. The 3rd of November 1995, Castle Conningmere, Germany. A bunch of imposing ruins surrounded by rusty fence on which signs declaring them unsafe relics from the Second World War were laying over a hill in the Bavarian countryside. That's what a Muggle would see if he was able to come into a visual range of the place. Not an easy task considering the massive notice-me-not and Muggle-repellent wards surrounding the ruins. The castle was under a magic dome projected by massive ward stones situated into its 6 imposing towers. The point of that exercise was to project an image who someone looking at the place through aerial reconnaissance or satellite cameras would expect blown-up fortification left from the last war. The official version why the place was off-limits was that there was a lot unexploded ordnance left there when the Allies had assaulted the place. Nowadays, almost no one remembered that there was no battle there either between Muggles or the Magicals. During the Great War, Conningmere was one of a handful neutral places in Europe. Its purpose, a safe haven for mercenaries, both magical, muggle, and creature, had something to do with that. No one wanted to poke their nose there. It was hazardous for their health. That was the upstanding establishment that Blay visited that morning while magical Britain was receiving their morning papers. He was on recruitment drive. Dumbledore and Voldemort had organizations with a lot of manpower. In this new world, the two displaced war veterans were at a disadvantage. While personally extremely dangerous, they could not be in more than one place at a time, which did place limits on their usefulness. Not to mention, they could still be overwhelmed with sufficient numbers, especially if Harry and Blaise did not have the luxury to choose the battlefield, and both veterans knew that was something you couldn't count on in a war. Harry and Blaise had no illusions that, barring a miracle, that would be the endgame. The only thing that was not clear was how many sides the conflict would have. Harry's and Voldemort's were a given, but then there was Dumbledore and the Ministry. And if things got bad enough, the ICW would be forced to intervene. That was one of the two nightmare scenarios for the veterans. Either Voldemort would succeed in making a repeat performance of the war they fought, unlikely with them already taking steps to neutralize his major advantages, or a five-side war fought on British soil. Both cases would inevitably expose the wizarding world, showing to everyone its worst sides. Magic was a wondrous and terrible thing. The new Lord Zabini arrived at the designated apparition area. It was a nice little killing ground covered by machine guns, what looked suspiciously like a flamethrower, and if he was not mistaken, there were small holes in the ceiling from which acid could be poured on any unsuspecting guests, or boiling oil if the current management of the castle wanted to go on with the classics. The only exit from the room was protected by what, in Blaise's professional opinion, were armoured slabs with thin holes from which the defenders could shoot safely. The guards were 5 strong lads, clad in muggle body armour and uniformed with digital camouflage for city warfare. 2 Alsatians, which had rune-covered collars around their necks, were glaring at the newcomer and growling quietly. Blaise was efficiently scanned by both magical and muggle means, and after the guard detail determined that he was not carrying anything that would pose an unacceptable danger to the castle and its inhabitants, it was a time for a short chat. "What is the purpose of your visit?" asked a short blonde man in perfect English. Despite his small stature, the guard with sergeant stripes on his sleeves gave off the feeling that he was the most dangerous of the security staff manning the barricade. "I am looking for Major Mainstein. My principal has a business proposition for him." The sergeant looked at something hidden by the armor slab, behind which he was taking cover, and nodded. "Enter, sir. The major should be in the mess hall shortly." He made his way past the courtyard. There were a few pairs of guards patrolling around the outer walls. A platoon strength formation was on their morning run around the citadel. The atmosphere here made him feel almost home. Blaise reached the entrance to the citadel, where he had to deal with another checkpoint. At least the folks here were not clueless about security. The way Remus was let in the Wizengamot Chambers visitor stand yesterday was bloody appalling. The security in the ministry had confiscated his wand. But the incompetent idiots let the werewolf keep his gun, a pair of HE grenades and few flash bangs. Not to mention the many blades the man had secured on his person. Had he been a terrorist, he would have been able to decimate the parliament members before the clueless wizards and witches knew what hit them. Here, however, while he was allowed to keep his gun and wand, both weapons were noticed, and he was watched constantly. It was a good thing that he had not brought grenades or something else to test the security of the Germans. Blaise went through a long corridor in which there were niches for people to take cover, in the case of an assault making its way through the outer defences. Finally, he reached the mess hall, which was similar to the Great Hall in Hogwarts, at least in shape. There were 12 long tables with benches on each side. About half of them were scarcely occupied by small groups of men and women who were eating breakfast and chatting behind privacy wards. Zabini looked around for familiar faces. At a table to the far right, Blaise saw 3 witches wearing form-fitting dueling robes. They were huddled together and laughing over something. One of them, a tall woman with curly, short brown hair, got his attention. Sophia Adria, a third cousin if he was not mistaken. In his original timeline, she was leading group of witches who specialized in information retrieval and the occasional assassination. They had distinguishing themselves hunting Voldemort's agents who were trying to foster trouble within continental Europe during the war. A possible ally that won. He looked around the rest of the tables where the occupants were eating. There were familiar faces he couldn't place, but at least none of them felt like a threat. Blay could not see the man he was here to speak with and frowned. While in the short term this was not exactly a time-critical errand, he needed to speak with the mercenary leader. He and Harry, they desperately needed the manpower. There were simply too many things that needed doing. Blaze heard a door opening to the left. He turned in that direction and felt relieved. A not particular tall man, about 1.80 m high, had entered the mess hall followed by a head-taller blonde mountain of muscle. Blaze smiled and went to meet the officer. =CF the 3rd of November 1995, Potter's Flat, London. Raise and shine, sleepyhead, raise and shine. An all-too-cheerful voice woke Rose, or tried to, as the case were. Good out, ist early, the girl muttered from under her blanket. Tusk, you want me to do this the hard way, don't you? Smirked Harry. He snapped his fingers, and a couple of liters of ice-cold water appeared a meter over the bed of his sister. Gravity took effect over the conjured liquid with predictable results. Rose jumped from her bed with an almighty indignant shriek, which would have caused the neighbors to call the bobbies if it was not for the powerful wards protecting the apartment. Now the fully awoken witch threw away her soaked blanket and growled, Harry James Potter, I'll get you for this. Said man had decided that discretion was the better part of valor and had made his way to the kitchen where he had breakfast almost ready. 15 minutes later, a grumpy-looking Rose joined her brother. She glared at her older sibling and was tempted to hex him. The way he was nonchalantly sipping his tea and smirking at her was infuriating. Tuck in, sister dearest. Today I'll be starting your training. Rose perked at that. =CF the 3rd of November 1995, Hogwarts. After their morning classes, Hermione Granger and Ginny Weasley went straight to their dorm. After the revelations in the morning, most of the students were stunned by the news screaming from the front page of the newspaper. For the first time in their lives, many of the boys and girls attending Hogwarts started thinking for themselves about everything that had happened in school ever since Rose became a firstie. The picture their young minds drew was not something most of them liked. That was especially true for the two roommates of said girl. Both of them had spent the morning on autopilot, dazed while in a state of a stunned disbelief. =CF=. When Albus Dumbledore entered the Great Hall for supper, he was greeted by utter silence. All people in there had their eyes on him, and precious few of them held anything that could be considered warmth or the respect he was accustomed to. But the attitude of the students was his last problem. The glares from his staff directed towards him were somewhat unsettling. The headmaster had hoped that by secluding himself in his office until the evening, most of the emotions caused by the morning papers would have blown over by then. As it turned out, that was little more than wishful thinking. His first clue that the mess created by Potter wouldn't go away like the usual fare was the withering glares he received from the professors. Most importantly was the way Snape was looking at him. The young man looked positively murderous. Albus wondered what the Gryffindors had done this time to irritate the young man so much. Dumbledore frowned when he met the piercing gaze of Minerva. He shivered. The headmaster felt that he might have miscalculated a bit. Headmaster. McGonagall smiled at him thinly. Explain, she ordered with a flat tone. Minerva's smile never reached her eyes, which reminded him of a predator stalking its prey. Now, Minnie, you see all this is just a massive misunderstanding. Albus started. Albus! Her angry hiss could be heard all over the professor's table. Dumbledore stared at his deputy for long moments, then glanced at the students who were all looking at him with angry expressions on their faces. His hopes that it would all just blow over were dashed. Well, it wasn't as if he hadn't considered such a possibility. Albus released the hold he was usually maintaining over his aura and subtly guided it. If it were not for the various wards and enchantments active in the castle, at least a few of the professors would have noticed what he was doing. As it was, only Snape figured it out. However, the spy simply gritted his teeth and watched carefully. The headmaster was about to put on a show. Dumbledore placed his best, grandfatherly smile on his face. His expression became solemn and little sad. A subtle, wandless spell ensured that every last soul in the great hall would hear his voice. "Minerva," started the old man, "I'm not as young as I was. I freely admit that this atrocity that happened to young Rose is my fault. I should have watched her closer. We all should have done so." The tiniest bit of admonishment entered in his tone when Albus stared Minerva in the eyes. She had the good grace to look away. After all, she was the girl's head of house, the one who should have noticed the signs of abuse first, just after the nurse. "Perhaps I've taken too many responsibilities upon myself, and that is the reason why I did not find out sooner," he said in a voice laced with sadness. Both students and teachers were hanging on his every word. To them, Dumbledore looked like an old man who deeply regretted a mistake that was not entirely his, yet he was ready to take responsibility, something that they should respect. Right? He certainly hoped so. When Severus rolled his eyes, no one was looking at him. The double agent was struggling not to gag at the spectacle. Say what you wish about the old coot, but Dumbledore was master manipulator. Who in his right mind would have thought that a family could treat one of their own in such a way? Albus exclaimed and shook his grey head. Was that a tear at the corner of his eye? Severus grumbled something under his voice and took a long sip from his tea. Albus was overdoing it. Not that anyone else was noticing. "It was a terrible thing that happened to this poor girl," commented Dumbledore. "However, as you should be well aware, the Wizengamot dealt with those awful people. The only regrettable thing is that Harry Potter is confused and persists to tear Rose away from her friends." At that, the old man gave a small smile and a nod towards the Gryffindor table, where the lions preened under his attention. She should be here, where it is not only safe, but where her friends could help her. It is sad that where he was all those years, young Harry has become paranoid, mistrustful. It should be obvious that he should listen to my advice and let Rose rejoin us. It will be for the best, for both of them. The aura surrounding the old man spread throughout the whole chamber. It was making the people there susceptible to Albus's words. For the ancient mage, it was easier than stealing candy from a baby to persuade the assembled children and adults that he was right despite their earlier anger with him. Dumbledore beamed at his listeners. Even without reading their minds, he knew that he had them. It was truly amazing what an experienced archmage could achieve. Truth to be told, with his unrestrained aura guided to enhance his charisma, it would be trivial to reassert his will upon them. Much like he should do with Rose when she returned, he knew. The downside was that he could not really use it in the Wizengamot chamber. The damn place was enchanted too heavily and would blunt the use of such tricks. After the conversations he had with different lords and ladies during the previous day, Dumbledore was unconvinced that he would be able to retain all his official titles. Not that it was necessary in order to keep most, if not all, of his real power. Even better, if he could play his cards right. The headmaster surveyed his students. "It appears that thanks to all my other responsibilities taking so much of my time, I was unable to do my most important job as well as I should have," he said with a sad tone. "If I had, perhaps Rose would have been spared a lot of pain and grief." He lowered his head in apparent shame. His spectators were eagerly watching the spectacle, believing every word. Well, perhaps not all of the Slytherins, but that was expected from those little snakes. Albus just hoped that eventually they would see the light and abandon Riddle's insane side. One could only hope and give them as many chances they needed to redeem themselves. So in light of all that happened, I'll decide how much of my other responsibilities I'll have to give up in order to have enough time for my most important job, to ensure that you receive the best possible education in the world and remain as safe as possible behind the walls of Hogwarts," exclaimed the headmaster. The great hall was silent for a moment before it exploded in cheers from the students. Even the Slytherins reluctantly joined. Snape grimaced at the noise and Albus's performance. He incidentally met Minerva's eyes and frowned. Severus could see that she was fuming behind her small smile. There was cold anger in her eyes, which was hastily hidden behind a carefully constructed mask. Well, well, isn't that interesting? So there was at least one more who no longer bought in Dumbledore's image. How interesting. Equal sign CF equal sign Gryffindor Tower, Girls' Dormitories, Hogwarts. The 3rd of November 1995. After dinner, Ginny and Hermione headed straight to their room. They were heartened by the headmaster's speech, but that did not change one painful fact. Both of them had spent years in the same room with Rose, and neither of them noticed that she's been systematically abused and starved at home. That simple revelation shook their world to its foundations. Dumbledore was ready to take responsibility for his oversight and was going to step down from some of his positions. But what about them? The girls looked at each other when the door to their dorm shut behind them. "What do we do?" Ginny said in a quiet voice. Since she has been a little girl, Rose was her hero, the person like whom she had striven to be. Yet she had failed her. Hermione sat glumly on her bed. Her hopeless, confused expression said it all. She didn't know how to make it better, how to fix her mistakes, or even if they could be fixed. She stared at the floor with unseeing eyes. How was it possible? Her parents were doctors. She had even been told more than once how to look about the signs of abuse amongst her classmates after seeing about such a case on the TV years ago. Yet she missed it where Rose was concerned. That thought caused Hermione to frown. How did she miss seeing what had been done to her best friend anyway? She bit her lip and started carefully to think about everything she could remember about Rose. Seeing her friend's expression, Ginny raised a delicate eyebrow. She knew it well. Something was nagging Hermione, and she would not stop tearing at the problem before she had an answer that would satisfy her. "What is it, Mione?" asked the youngest Weasley. "Ah!" Hermione was startled by her roommate's voice, her brown eyes focused on the reed-haired girl. "You see," she started explaining what was bothering her to her friend. Equal sign CF equal sign. Pub Claymore, London. The 3rd of November 1995. Harry was sitting at a secluded table at the back of the fine establishment. He had left Rose with her future sisters-in-law in Greengrass Manor, where she should be reasonably safe. Besides, Daphne had called him on the flu, insisting that at least his sister join them for dinner. He knew better than to argue with her. He looked around, checking for the man he was waiting for. The establishment had been shown to him years ago, or years from now, in his original timeline, by a squib sergeant major from the Black Watch Regiment, one of the UK's few still combat-capable formations at that time. Incidentally, he was waiting for that same man, Sergeant Major Green, who had retired a few years ago, and who he was supposed to meet here. Potter was idly studying the rest of the patrons in the dark pub. Most of them were squibs who had joined the army, one of the traditional way for the wizarding families to dispose of such embarrassments. The fools. Well, their loss was Harry's gain, or so he hoped. He sipped from his whiskey, relishing at the taste of the strong drink. Harry allowed himself a thin smile when an ordinary-looking man, wearing old worn jeans and a brown leather jacket, entered the pub. The old NCO, who looked to be in his mid-50s, scanned the establishment until his eyes reached Harry and stopped on him for a moment before finishing their sweep. The man nodded at the bartender and stalked towards the back of the room. Grey eyes met Emerald, and Harry could no longer suppress his smile. He stood up to greet his mentor. Mark Green was the man who was to blame for who Harry was today. The Sergeant Major was the one who got him out of his funk after Daphne's death and turned him into a soldier. "Sergeant Major Green, it's an honor to meet you in person," exclaimed Harry with a huge smile plastered over his face. The grizzled NCO frowned at the much younger man, but clasped his outstretched hand anyway. Sure, hard grip, with calloused palm, so the youngster used his hands for something more than waving his wand around. That put him over 90% of the British wizards. Not too bad for a first impression. The veteran soldier wondered if the fact that Potter was sitting so his back was turned towards the wall was simple coincidence or a healthy dose of paranoia. "Mr. Potter," Sergeant Major Green began, "or should I call you Lord Potter?" Harry cast few wandless privacy charms and waved the Sergeant Major to sit, which prompted a raised eyebrow. A busty, black-haired waitress hurried to deliver a frosty mug of Green's favorite beer. When the young woman moved away, Harry sat down too. "I prefer Commander, Sergeant Major," said the younger man. "Really?" deadpanned the sergeant. Harry stared at the man. The youngster sitting across the table was too young to hold such a rank, or he at least looked so. However, something shifted in Potter's green eyes. It was as if a mask was removed. The whole posture of the other man shifted. Two trained predators looked at each other. "You called me here with an offer I simply could not refuse, Mr. Potter," growled the old NCO. Under other circumstances, he might even have liked the kid. Hell, depending on what he had to say, that may yet be the case. All traces of amusement vanished from Harry's face. If he had really thought straight during the last few days, he would have contacted his mentor earlier. He only prayed that the information he had from his own past was still valid here. Potter gave another unbreakable vow and told a part of his story to the man who would have been his mentor. On the bright side, Harry was treated to an unique sight, the gobsmacked expression of the Sergeant Major, something until now he thought to be impossible. It was too bad that their first meeting in this world would be under such grave circumstances, but it couldn't be helped. Harry hoped that he was not too late. After a full minute, Green shook his head and glared at his host. "You know, the vow you gave me did not cover insanity. That you believe everything you just told me proves nothing," trailed off the retired veteran. "However, it's not like I can afford to disregard any lead, no matter how outlandish it is," muttered the NCO. "Who do you believe has her?" "Vincent Crabbe," declared Harry. "To the best of my knowledge, she should be still alive." Mark's eyes narrowed. The air around him became noticeably colder as the sliver of magic that he had buried deep within him resonated with his fury. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," said the retired NCO and abruptly stood up. "Not so fast, Sergeant Major. You are not going alone," stated Harry, and followed suit. "I still owe you more than one." Green shook his head. He wanted to refuse, but too much was at stake. Yet, could he really trust this man? For all he knew, Potter might be a madman. Bloody hell, it was more than likely. "Well, it's not like I can afford to not accept your help, Mr. Potter," Mark smiled coldly, "not when my granddaughter's life is at stake." The two men looked at each other for a long moment. There was really no need for any more words. Harry knew that he would be in a world of pain if he fucked up with the veteran who had trained him in a future that would not be. They exited the pub, and Harry apparated them away. 10. Chapter 9, Part 1. The next update is finally here. I hope you'll enjoy it. I'm looking for a beta for this story. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter. It belongs to JKR and the various publishers. I make no money from this story. It's written with no commercial aims in mind. Chapter 9, Ghosts from a Future Past, =CF=, Part 1, near Crabbe's Manor, Northern England. He should have known better. This was Sergeant Major Green he was dealing with. Further in this timeline, Harry didn't have the years of acquaintance and friendship with the man, so he should have warned the sergeant about the sidelong apparition before snatching the retired soldier from the streets of London. So in hindsight, it wasn't a big surprise that the moment the high-speed roller coaster of the apparition finished, the time traveler found himself under immediate and vicious attack. That night, Harry nearly met his maker by the hands of an ally. Only two things saved his life. First, the man assaulting him, not without a just reason, had taught Potter everything he knew about unarmed combat. Further, only days before, at least from his point of view, the commander had fought in the most vicious and perhaps deathliest war humanity saw up to that point. Harry was trained to the razor edge, just entering his prime, and had experience on his side. If anyone cared to compare him and Sergeant Green, well, Potter was at least as experienced as the man, as far as unarmed combat was concerned. Yet Harry was younger, faster, and one vicious son of a bitch. In the end, all that meant that instead of being taken out by two-hit combination, a strike at a nerve cluster that should have momentarily shocked him in inaction, followed by a crushing hit at the throat aiming to demolish his windpipe, Harry got a strong punch in the chest. One which barely missed his solar plexus, thought it still stung something vicious. The strike headed towards his throat was met by a forearm, which in turn was grabbed into an arm lock that was about to shatter his left elbow. Only strength and speed, enhanced by his own magic, allowed Harry to keep his bones intact. The grizzled veteran twisted the commander's arm, nearly shattering his joint, but the man from the future was able to force his way out of the lock using little more than brute force. Then Harry jumped back and immediately apparated few meters away, gaining distance between himself and his mentor. The commander had to hide a wince. While the trick with enhancing his physical capabilities with magic saved him, it wasn't without consequences. It strained his body a lot, and even with it, his right arm was far from intact. He could acutely feel stabbing pain around his elbow, which, while not really crippled, was making the use of that arm hard. Harry ignored the pain, something he had a great experience with, and raised his hands in non-threatening manner. He couldn't believe how foolish his stunt was. This man, while essentially the same person as the sergeant major he called a friend, didn't have the same history with him. Harry should have known what the consequences of apparating him without permission would be. Grave indeed. Green had retrieved a small, easily concealed pistol from somewhere on his person and was pointing the automatic straight between Harry's eyes. Oh boy, Sarge, calm the hell down. Merlin's balls, man. If I wanted to attack you, I would have shot you from few hundred yards or something. The older man glared at Potter and shook his head in exasperation. Kids these days, how did you live long enough to become commander anyway? Harry cringed. A lot of luck. Bloody clown, who trained you anyway? Harry gave him a deadpan look. Ah, that would have been me, yes? So you are still a bloody clown who didn't listen. Potter smirked. That's the Sarge I know and love. Then I've done something wrong. Enough chit-chat. We have a lass to save. Damn straight we do. =CF=. This was different, actually being able to reach the ward line of an enemy's stronghold without being detected. No patrols to contend with or magical monsters roaming the countryside. A smile appeared on Harry's face, one which would be at home on a Dementor's face if they actually had such. The wards themselves were pretty old stuff, rather nasty too. In this day and age, they were excellent protection, probably better than what mere money could buy, unless you were a very good friend of the goblins, which translated into making them tons of gold, capitalism at its finest, none of which was going to help the inhabitants of the manor. Sarge, I'm going to make a shunt, briefly opening a hole in the wards. If I do it right, we should be able to sneak in undetected. And if you bugger it up, I find your lack of faith in me disturbing, old-timer. Don't misquote Vader on me. Sorry, I forgot for a moment that you were educated on the finer points of modern culture. Start working on the wards, smartass. That's smartass, sir, to you, Sarge. First, I'll cast few cloaking spells on the two of us, which should make our life easier once we are inside. Then I'll deal with the defenses. Now let's see, checking the magic flow in the boundary field. Looking for the standard traps. Ah, there you are. A crucio little, nasty but legal. Now to bypass the alarms, Harry slipped a hand in one of the pockets of his combat robe, which was enchanted to contain its tiny pocket dimension, and willed the desired equipment to come up. He retrieved a small case with carefully carved-up rune stones, which were just a bit cheaper than fully enhanced MBT. They were worth every penny too. Using them just as he had been taught, Harry started setting up the bypass of the wards. The rune stones flew under the guidance of his magic, slowly spinning in the air. One after another they froze in precise positions, creating a multi-angled arch in the boundary of the ward line. With that done, Harry started checking up for further surprises, which was a prudent course of action because this time around he found a pretty nasty piece of work that would have made an intruder start rotting from within. It was a slow-working and hard-to-detect last fuck you, which wouldn't have done much to anyone attacking the Manson in time to alter the outcome of a possible battle. Just murder whoever triggered the curse in excruciating agony over the next week or so. If it was the same thing Harry thought it to be, the damned magic was very hard to remove too. Thanks to that discovery, Potter made 3 additional sweeps, which however were fruitless. Now listen up, Sarge. Once the stones become black, we will have 5 seconds to go in. Then the breach becomes dormant until it's time to get out. If we are lucky and manage not to raise an alarm, we can leave this way too. As if anything of this kind ever goes as planned. Harry gave him a wan smile. I actually had exactly that happen to me in a couple of occasions, though I freely admit that it was the exception of the rule. The rune stones became pitch dark. Wizard and Squib darted through the arch with barely a moment to spare. In comparison, actually getting into the manor itself proved to be a child's play. Harry retrieved a case of lockpicks and simply unlocked the door, abstaining from using magic in order to avoid triggering any passive detection spells. They slipped in, searching for the basement. Harry had a silenced gun in one hand, brandishing a wand in the other, while Green had a pistol too and a wicked-looking combat knife. The first bit of trouble they ran into was a house elf who popped in front of them. Harry wasted no time and shot it between the eyes before the wretched creature could open its mouth. The bullet made a mess, tearing away the back of its head and splattering it all over a nearby wall. Plan B it is, Harry grumbled. Yep, he probably warned his masters. The pair sprinted through the manor, heading upstairs. Harry threw caution to the wind and started casting detection spells. 4 adults ahead of us. They are waiting behind that door. Potter pointed down the hall they were running through. What's the plan? Shock and awe, Sarge. Harry flicked his wand and whispered a blasting spell. A coil of purple light lit up the hall and slammed into the door with the momentum of a freight train. The unfortunate obstacle and a man in expensive robes who had been just behind it were turned into pieces, which in turn were blasted into the room. A moment later, a second spell went out, a kind of magic flashbang which stunned and disoriented the remaining people in the room. 2 seconds later, Potter and Green stormed in, shooting into wand arms and legs. Before the 3 remaining wizards knew what hit them, they were on the ground clutching bullet wounds. Harry went straight at the closest one, a Crabbe Senior himself. He grabbed him by the hair and pulled until he was able to look the older man in the eyes. Legilimens, Potter hissed, channeling a significant portion of his magic into the mental intrusion. His target was wounded and disoriented, making much easier to breach his mental defenses than it would have been otherwise. Harry's mind followed a battering ram of pure force, simply shattering the virtual representation of a castle wall that was the first line of defense for Crabbe's mind. The second was a moat filled with crocodiles and other assorted predators, but Harry simply flew over it, overpowering the A spell that should have dragged him into the water. Next was a maze made of carnivorous plants. Harry smiled at the thing, and his avatar was engulfed into white-hot flames. The foliage withered and burned before coming anywhere near him. Soon enough, he was standing near the citadel of the castle, which was the final line of defense. It was layered with offensive magics, ready to tear into anyone who dared approach. Harry didn't have time for a lengthy siege. He created a clone of himself, layered few enchantments over it, and sent it straight in. The magics tore into the double, clawing at it for all they were worth. The basic defensive spells Harry put on his doppelganger soon failed, and it was torn apart. But not before he had some concrete information on what he was dealing with. Now, this is some pretty decent occlumency, Mr. Crabbe. Harry smiled and looked to his right. A twitch of Potter's wand and his host was revealed, an invisibility spell stripped from him. What madness is this? I will have your head for this, Potter. Do I look concerned? Now tell me, where is the girl, or I will tear the information from your mind. Harry smiled in a way that showed that he would enjoy every excruciating moment of it. Crabbe gulped. There was something in the young man's eyes, a kind of dark anticipation he had lastly seen in his lord's gaze all those years ago. You would like that, won't you? The smile grew even more vicious. Naturally, I'm not a light wizard, Crabbe. I'm the darkest of the dark. Harry waved his free hand, 3 clones materializing between him and the citadel. The copies charged, 2 of them falling before reaching the walls. The third exploded when it touched the bastion. When the dust settled moments later, it revealed a ragged hole in the wall. Crabbe slayed on his feet, clutching his head in both hands. The only question is, how much of your mind will be still intact when I'm done? Harry hissed. Crabbe glared at his tormentor. This was his mind, his battleground. He waved a hand and thorny vines sprouted through the ground, sneaking around Potter and catching him in a thorny embrace. Harry smirked, his body dissolving into white mist which ate through the plants. Another explosion rocked the mindscape, throwing Crabbe to his knees. There was a huge crack in the citadel, more than big enough for a giant to walk in. The older man tried to rally himself for a last, desperate defense when he felt a stiletto made of cold magic slip through his cracked mental shields. Too late he comprehended that all those brute force attacks were merely distractions. Crabbe tried to contain the probe before it was too late when his whole world lit up in pain. He screamed into the night while Harry tore away all he needed from his crumbling mind. "Well, that was new," Green muttered when Potter released Crabbe's head. The man fell bonelessly to the ground, drool leaking down the corner of his mouth. "She is in the basement, still alive," Harry hissed and viciously kicked the brain-dead man in the ribs. "What's left of her mind after all those animals did to her?" He shrugged. Green gave him a grim nod. "No witnesses." It was statement rather than a question. Harry shot Crabbe in the head. "Good enough for me." Moments later, 2 more corpses joined the owner of the manor in the afterlife. It took Harry and the sergeant a few minutes to reach the basement entrance and then to open it. There was another delay, as Potter had to dismantle few traps and an illusion protecting the entertainment area. What laid behind would have chilled Harry's blood if he hadn't seen much worse during the war. They entered a dark room, which wouldn't have been out of place in the possession of the worst of the Spanish Inquisition. 2 of the walls were covered with various sharp instruments, hooks and things Harry didn't have words about. Toys for those who preferred to get their hands dirty instead of using magic. The centerpiece of the room was a mostly naked girl covered in rags, which barely covered her modesty. She was hanging by her wrist from a chain attached to a hook on the ceiling. Her body was covered with cuts and burns, and she was missing her left eye. "Joanna," the sergeant muttered, shaking with fury. "Those fucks got away too easy," Green growled. "We didn't have time to play with them. She needs help." Hearing their voices, the girl flinched and tried to get away, squirming in the air. "Shh," muttered Harry. He cast a basic diagnostic spell, nodded to himself and stunned her. "Why did you do that?" Green railed on him, without anyone else in sight to act as target of his fury. "To spare her a bit of pain while we get her to a doctor. Now shut up and help me, Sarge." Harry glared back before weaving his wand to more easily guide his magic. The girl floated in the air, the strain easing from her shoulder. A twist and the chains were dissolved into harmless smoke. Harry removed his cloak and gently covered Green's granddaughter. The sergeant carefully picked her up, just as Potter terminated the floating spell, and they made their way out. When the trio was outside, Harry turned around and unleashed all the fury he felt at that moment in a single spell. "Fiend fire!" He growled the word, which sounded almost inhuman because of all the rage he felt. He fed his magic with every memory of an atrocity he witnessed, giving birth of a vast serpent made from hell's fire. The flames condensed, giving form to a giant dragon which roared its defiance into the night. The serpent jumped up, becoming airborne. Its wings flapped twice, igniting the air around it before it plunged straight through the Manson's roof and consuming the building in a single massive explosion. Harry smiled darkly and stopped feeding magic into the spell. He grabbed Green and his granddaughter and apparated away. When the first auras arrived on the scene, all evidence they might have found was consumed by the hellish fires rampaging over what used to be Crabbe's Manor. 11. Chapter 9, Part 2. I was finally able to finish a short update, despite my muse refusing to cooperate. I need a beta for this part. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter. It belongs to JKR and the various publishers. I make no money from this story. It's written with no commercial aims in mind. Chapter 9. Ghosts from a Future Past, =CF=, Part 2, Joan d'Arc Hospital, Paris, France. Physically, she'll make a full recovery. We've started her on a potions regimen, which will have her on her feet within the week, Dr. Felix Dubois explained. However, mentally, he shrugged helplessly. That's not my department. In a few days, when your granddaughter is better, a mind healer will examine her to determine what additional help will be needed. I see, Green muttered. There is still some paperwork you need to sign up, but first, the people from the directorate are here. Well, let's not leave them waiting. The sergeant stood up. Explaining the situation to the French law enforcement hat was going to be fun. CF. Let me get this straight. Sergeant Jean Lecroft stared at the damn Englishman across the table. Your granddaughter was kidnapped by parties unknown weeks ago. Our counterparts across the channel were unable to do anything to find her. Then you get a call from an unknown person who claimed to have information about her whereabouts. Then you two make an illegal raid on a local noble's residence. Find your grandkid in the basement in the condition she was delivered to this hospital and make you way out, before fleeing the country, using an unregistered portkey. Jean shook her head. It's just a coincidence that a manor in the same area went up in flames with the inhabitants and few of their guests inside. I'm a squib, Green stated the obvious. We noticed. Wait here. The two agents left the room. The serum confirmed it. Elan Lomar, Jean's partner, stated, the only thing we might charge him is illegal entry in our country. Jean muttered. The girl was stunned during the transit, so she's safe from any possible prosecution. Hell, considering what she's been through, she's eligible for Elysium. However, if we put their names in an official report, it's liable to leak to our counterparts across the pond, and they'll start screaming for extradition. Ilan added helpfully, which will endanger both of our guests. The sergeant grumbled. There wasn't much love lost between the French magical security services and their counterpart in the not-so-united magical kingdom across the channel. We need to kick it upstairs. This is going to become a political problem too. Merde. You know, things like this make me glad that we beheaded most of our magical aristocracy during the revolution. Jean shook her head. I'll make the call. CF. November 4th, 1995. Potter's apartment, London. You're a slave driver, Rose moaned from the sofa. You will be facing a pissed-off, nesting mother dragon in a couple of weeks, Harry countered, without the benefit of years of magical training too. Anyway, you're doing great. He smiled at his little sister. I'm not feeling like it. The girl pouted. It's been just a couple of days. Give it a bit of time. He didn't add that the fact that Rose was still conscious after the day's fun and games was a big red spot in her record. Rose growled, making Harry smirk at her. What about Sirius? She changed the topic. I'm sure he's going mental. Probably. Padfoot will be climbing the walls by now, I'm sure of it. Harry chuckled at the thought, especially if the old man had filled his head with conjectures and lies. I'll arrange a meeting with him in a few days. Thanks. Go get a shower, I'll make dinner. CF. Harry. Blaze, any progress? We'll have 12 mercs on our payroll by the end of the week, with another dozen a few days later. Good. How are we property-wise? In the non-magical world, I mean. I'll be visiting various warehouses we could either buy out or rent for conversion in production facilities on Monday. You'll have to check up a few buildings that might be appropriate for corporate HQ. I'll try arranging a meeting with Sirius tomorrow then. If he can be trusted this time around, I'll leave Rouse with him. She'll appreciate spending time with him, and he probably can teach her a trick or two too. Well, he was a decent aura before he decided to be an idiot and ended in Azkaban. At least back home. Yeah, this world is so similar. Harry shrugged. I'm sure that when some unexpected difference crops up, it's going to bite us in the arse. With our luck, I'm surprised that it hasn't happened already. How's Mum? I'm already regretting that we decided not to keep her here. And allow healers who might either nose around or get their minds read around us. I want her close as much as you, Harry. Blaze frowned. While their mother did spend a few hours in the apartment in which both of them cast all detection and diagnostic spells they knew, the time travelers ultimately decided that it would be better that she was taken care of in a different property. Especially when they found out that she actually needed at least semi-regular medical attention. The fact that the curse that put her out wasn't something they were familiar with was irritating to say at least. It had to be some kind of obscure family magic, which meant that if they wanted her to recover any time soon, they needed the bastard who cursed her alive. On the bright side, there's some good news. Harry grinned and returned his attention to the dish he was cooking. Mooney has been speaking with various werewolves in his spare time. So far, most of them are receptive on the idea of cheap wolfsbane potions. Good, most of them might be neutral this time around. Yep, we might even get some on our side. How's Daff and the future in-laws? We're invited to dinner tomorrow. Lord Greengrass is still in the doghouse, as you can expect. You're dancing around the important question. Harry sighed. Daphne is still being an ice queen. I'm entertaining thoughts of slaughtering most of Slytherin House once we're in Hogwarts. That bad? Probably worse. By all accounts, with a few notable exceptions, it's a pit of treachery spawning junior deadmunchers left and right. Dumbledore? What the hell is Snape doing anyway? Probably being a pain in everyone's arse. It's Severus, without adult supervision. What did you expect? Dunno, for this world to be saner? We could never be that lucky, mate. Now way in hell. =CF=, November 4th, 1995, Malfoy Manor, Northern England. That's unexpected, Lucius Malfoy muttered after he finished reading the letter in his hands. He left the parchment lay in the middle of his desk and reached for the half-drunk glass of fire whiskey he'd been sipping from while handling his house's affairs. For a moment, Lucius let his eyes wander over his tastefully decorated study while his mind was busy digesting the information he just read. The expensive wood paneling, ancient paintings, and antique furniture that surrounded him did little more than give him a measure of comfort. That was something he sorely needed this evening. Malfoy's eyes landed on the letter he just read. Crabe's home was levelled by what his contacts in the DMLE believed to be fiendfire, with a few of his allies inside too. A decade and a half ago, the conclusion would have been simple. The Dark Lord had gotten displeased with them and cleaned up house. The lack of Dark Mark and the fact that very few of the free former Death Eaters would dare make any overt move without Lucius' input put that idea to the rest. On the other hand, Malfoy glanced at his arm, where his mark was getting darker by the day. Somehow the Dark Lord had survived and was slowly regaining his strength. The very fact that he hadn't been contacted yet was disturbing. Yet, if Voldemort was behind the attack, he would have made it clear that it was an expression of his displeasure at some of his followers. Simply leveling the place and not taking credit for the slaughter, that simply wasn't like the Dark Lord. Lucius sighed. He had really hoped to be free, so he can consolidate his own power instead of being a servant to even someone like Voldemort. With this option now obviously out, he needed to do something to ensure his return in the Dark Lord's good graces. The alternative could very well be very painful and ultimately fatal. Malfoy summoned his wand from its holster, which incidentally was aura grade and supposedly illegal for civilians to use, and started summoning some special pieces of parchment. It was coated with special potion that would turn it into unrecoverable ash if a charm laid on it didn't recognize its intended recipient or if someone tried to tamper with the spell work. Then Lucius busied himself writing instructions and summons to some of his old war acquaintances. The stunt they pulled during the Quidditch World Cup was a nice beginning, but nothing that would impress their lord and master. He needed to think about something grander, like finally dealing with that irritating Potter brat and her older brother who should have stayed dead. Malfoy could scarcely believe that the damn half-blood had the gall to claim the Slytherin's lordship of all things. That was a state of affairs that should be made right soon, especially when it was expected that Rose Potter wouldn't be protected by Hogwarts wards and Dumbledore until she returned to school for the first task of the tournament. He needed to locate the Potters, either at their home or preferably when they were out so the nuisances could be dealt with permanently. Lucius was determined to ensure that this time they would stay dead. =CF=, Voldemort's laboratory, unplottable location, Northern Ireland. The Dark Lord, who was currently residing within a small, very ugly even by his standards, and exceedingly weak homunculus, had a terrible smile on his face. Currently, Voldemort was carted around by one of the few active inferi in his current hideout, which were all under his direct mental control. His beautiful familiar was napping in the next room, coiled in front of a burning fireplace, while he was busy preparing his masterstroke. This lair, which was protected by extensive and very deadly wards, as well as the Fidelus charm, was one of the cornerstones for his future conquest of the world, though right now he aimed considerably lower. First, he needed a real power so he could in fact start living again, instead existing in his current crippled state. The magnificent part of the plan to restore himself was that included the death of Rose Potter by his own hand right after he regained his body and summoned his minions. Then he was going to take Wizarding Britain by storm, while his armies of inferi were being built. He grinned as a pair of animated dead were busy painting a rune cluster on the chest of a fresh corpse. The bloody muggle would find much more use in death than it could have ever had in life. After all, serving Lord Voldemort was unrivaled honor. The Dark Lord frowned when the wards were tripped by the arrival of a certain rat. The very fact that only a handful of his followers had come searching for him, one of them being Pettigrew of all people, was vexing. At least Crouch Jr. was competent. He continued to watch his undead slaves work until he felt the rat enter his presence. Pettigrew, the Dark Lord hissed. Report. Voldemort narrowed his eyes when, instead of answering right away, the rat folded on himself, shacking with almost witless terror. That meant another setback, something that was occurring quite often as of late. It was almost always Potter or Dumbledore's fault. Crucio! Voldemort brandished his wand and spat the curse with a relish. The throat-rendering screams were music to his ears. Report, the Dark Lord snapped once he released the unforgivable. Master, mercy. Merlin's hairy balls, there was another screw-up. Voldemort just knew it. Pettigrew, start speaking before I lose my patience. The Dark Lord snapped at his most incompetent minion. It's Potter. Of course it's her, Voldemort muttered. What did the insufferable brat did this time? It's the other one. The rat whimpered, making his master frown. What did you do? Got drunk on fire whiskey or something? Crucio, I personally saw to the dead of the rest of the Potters. I killed most of them myself. Speak, damn you. Harry Potter, he's back. He didn't die. What's that nonsense? I hit him with the killing curse. He's been dead since 81. Crucio, start making sense. It's all in the paper, Pettigrew whimpered from the dirty floor. Voldemort narrowed his eyes at the paper that the rat managed to produce from under his robe and directed the inferi holding him to collect it. One look at the front page of the Prophet had him spluttering with rage. There was a large picture of someone a bit older than James Potter entering in the Wizengamot chambers before taking up his lordships, including that of Slytherin. Potter, damn your whole accursed family, Crucio. Merlin shivered balls. Blood traitors, Crucio. Once he had somewhat calmed down, Voldemort closed his eyes and started plotting. He needed more information to decide how to deal with this complication. What was with the Potters and not staying dead, damn them? It was time to call on some additional minions and take a more active hand in the current events than the original plan called for.